very pleasant good evening to you. I am HERBERT, and welcome to our coverage of the Nevis Island Assembly Elections 2022, which was held today, Monday, December 12, 2022. We are here to bring you the live coverage across the entire Eastern Caribbean and indeed the world. You can follow us on our YouTube channel at Vaughan Radio, our Facebook page at Vaughan Radio, covering this broadcast as well, NTV in association with Vaughan Radio, the Nevis newscast, and covering this signal as well with ZIZ Radio and Freedom FM on St. Kitts. We welcome them and we thank their listeners as well for joining us. And as I said, a very pleasant good evening to you all across the globe. We are very pleased to have you joining us this evening. The count is expected to begin at any time. We anticipate just our forecast, perhaps in another hour, we will get our first count from the Supervisor of Election at the Charlestown Police Station headquarters. As far as our coverage and our monitoring went for today, and from the officials, the Supervisor of Election, the commissioners, the poll workers, etc., it seemed to have turned out to be a free and fair elections. Now, we are not indicated and given an official report. We're just indicating from our observation there were no undue incidents. In fact, we spoke to the Supervisor of Election today, who indicated to us that midway through the day, things have seemed to be going well. One or two incidences which he said he and his commissioners were able to address. We also learned that some persons were, of course, complaining of certain problems that they had. However, we have not gotten any official reports of anything undue. So we are expecting a good count, and consequently the results, and that should be in the history books for the Nevis Island Assembly 2022 elections. As far as our coverage, there seemed to be throughout the day heavy voting early in the morning, lighter voting throughout the day, and heavy in the evening. Our reports indicate to us that in the St. James Parish, the turnout seemed to be close, maybe about a 60%, 59-60% turnout in the St. James Parish. I am suspecting, based on the reports we were getting, that it can be the same across the island. We will see as the count comes in. But all sides were very enthusiastic. The parties contesting this elections, the Concerned Citizens Movement defending, they went in at the last election, they had 4 seats, and they had 4 seats, and the Nevis Reformation Party had 1. So that was the tally. Now, in this election, the Nevis Reformation Party were contesting all 5 seats. The Concerned Citizens Movement contesting all 5 seats, and the Morals Restoration Movement all 5, or just 2 seats, St. James and St. John's. So those are those were the contenders in this election. Now, we will give you the details of who the candidates were a little later on. But I'd just like to say a very good evening to our team, who will be bringing you the coverage and the details as well. Let me just remind you again that this coverage is going to be carried by NTV. We're doing in association with them, the Nevis newscast, ZIZ and Freedom FM on St. Kitts as well. And we thank them for joining us, and we thank their listeners for tuning in. A little later on, following the coverage, we will be getting comments from you, the general public, if it's an early evening. We have been promised by the officials that we should have an early evening, whatever that means. But whatever it takes, we will be here for the count. On our panel this evening, Edric W. Stanley, Glendale Herbert, and Conrad Naya Liebert. Our chief statistician, Carl Claxton, assisted by Jervin Swanston. Other office and technical staff include Siobhan Walwyn, Donella Thompson, Evan Thompson, and Shamika Bojan, and Jarvis Brown. And also we have, I didn't give you the full team, we have other helpers as well. We have sponsors who are sponsoring the refreshments for our team. We will give you that as well a little later on. But Edric W. Stanley, good evening.
Myriad of things happening this evening, meaning votes cast.
Okay, what we will do, we're just going to get everybody on the record. So, Glendale Herbert, good evening.
Good evening, WEBBO. It's a pleasure to be here at the Voice of Nevis. They recognize broadcasts for this election for Nevis. And we're hoping that tonight goes well, all of us here on the team. Today has been a very a high turnout from what I'm seeing and what I've heard thus far. It promises to be, quite interesting evening. I look forward to it and to work along with the team that are here with us, along with you, WEBBO. Thanks so much.
Conrad Naya Liebert, good evening.
Good evening, WEBBO, and once again I say good evening to your hard-working staff here at Born Radio and to everyone who's in tune, listening and connecting to us by the various means. It's a pleasure to be here on this very special day, special occasion. Probably would be a historic occasion, 2022 election, local election, and we hope to bring you a good coverage, and in between having good conversation with you, the public. I must say, WEBBO, thank you for having me, for inviting me once again for this occasion.
Okay, now as far as the vote was concerned today, anybody got anything to basically report that they have seen, whether we had an interesting turnout, any thoughts on what the turnout have been? Anybody been by the polls?
Of course, I've been, and this morning I voted. The turnout was rather heavy this morning. I didn't get an opportunity to visit the polling stations again because I was inundated with an assignment, and as a result I spent the rest of the evening trying to finish that assignment. However, based on what you have gathered, it sounds as though we have had a very good election day turnout, and the participants, of course, they know what is at stake, and as a result they turned up and they cast their vote. Now I can't tell you what the voters would say with reference to what they did until we know what they did. Until the supervisor of election speaks, we can just assume. But let's go beyond the assumption. Based on our last visit here, my two colleagues punted in that baseball term, and they didn't really want to give any predictions. However, I was bold enough, as always, to have given a prediction, and I still hold my prediction.
Stanley and Naya, one of the things WEBBO at the top of the program a few minutes ago indicated that he was informed that turnout would be close to 60% thereabout. One of the things from a historical reference, in 2017, the local election then, in 2017 the turnout was 59%. In our last federal election, which was held a few months ago, August 5th, we had a 46% turnout here on Nevis. So if that holds 60+%, at least we'd have a 15-point swing in terms of turnout. I predicted prior to this, even this program, I kept saying this would be at least somewhere in the region of 15% plus thereabout turnout. Generally, we've had historically in this country for local elections, as opposed to federal elections that held back to back, local elections tend to generate some 10 percentage point higher than the federal elections. That has just been the way it's been. But this election, in my opinion, is even more consequential and has a lot of it has a lot of meaning to it. And I think that is a reflection that getting past 10% turnout, in addition to what took place, beyond what took place in the federal election, pretty much point towards how consequential or how important it is to the electorate. They went out and at least delivered their franchise. And delivering their franchise, to me, is what the epitome of democracy and a smooth transition of power. If that is the case, that to me is the hallmark of what a democracy ought to be.
Well, I would say that based on what I saw and the number of people who I believe came in, everybody went flat out to ensure that their party gives a good showing, and therefore we again will have to wait on the supervisor of election for the information to confirm as to whether or not the flat out race that was done today between the three parties speaks volumes, and therefore we must say hurrah with reference to our people, our communities, as the case might be, because they themselves had something at stake, and as a result they delivered what they had to deliver. They went out in their numbers and voted. Again, we just have to wait on the supervisor of election for information to come forth, and we will digest that information and disseminate that information to the listening public as the case might be.
Yes, of course I would think 60% is quite an encouraging number in terms of voters' participation. I would even hope for more. It's been said usually when you have the sharp rise, it tends to favor the opposition. But I don't think it can be said quite clear-cut that would be the case here, because I mean what we have seen, the population is quite limited, and what we probably would realize is the huge influx of people from the outside. And I think, as we have said, both parties went flat out on that, so it would be the strength of that, I suppose, and I think what we probably would see this time, a tighter race, but would it be tight enough to cause that bursting of the seams, really, that people of course think, well, this is the time for anything to happen, and I think the defenders went out there defending, and at the end of the night we will see who have done the best. I think the government is always in the driver's seat, and they got certain advantage, and but we'll see if any tactics have been employed, and look at the results, really.
Well, you know, now certainly the electorate has been energized by this race. And I've kept saying over and over, what's on the ballot in this race in particular was one singular issue in my mind, was the state of people's position in life, the economic position. It's a pocketbook. To me, this was a pocketbook election. And when you have the pocketbook, such as whether it's a recession or high inflation, it demands people's attention.
Okay, gentlemen, let me just get some information. The supervisor of election, we've gotten some word from him a while ago. Shortly, he will be making a statement, an opening statement on the conduct of the poll today. And following that, we will be expecting the results coming in. But before all that, we have our chief statistician, Kyle Claxton, and he is going to give us, the general public, a rundown of the different polling stations and what to expect as the count comes in, where the votes were cast, etc. As we said, we had 5 seats being contested, 12 candidates. Kyle.
Good evening to the listeners of Vaughan Radio. The Nevis Island Assembly elections 2022. We have 3 parties contesting the 5 seats, 2 doing 5 and 1 just doing 2 parishes. We look at St. Paul's 1, where we have 6 polling stations. We have in the Charleston Primary School registered voters 450, that is in box 1A. Box 1B, we have a total of 492. At the Maud Cross Preparatory School 2A, we have a total registered voters of 362. 2B, at the same Maud Cross Prep, 390 persons registered to vote. At the Magistrate Court Charlestown, we have a total of 458 voters registered to vote there, and at the Courthouse Charlestown, we have a total of 145 registered voters. In total, in St. Paul's, we have 2,297 voters who were eligible to cast their votes today. Polling station or district number 2, St. John's, where we are seeing 3 candidates: Mark A.G. Brantley of the CCM, Dr. Patricia Bartlett of NRP, and of the Moral Restoration, Samuel Keynes. At box 1A, Alberta Payne, Bath Village, A to K, 423. Alberta Payne, L to Z, 423. Ivor Walters Primary School, Brownhill, A to L, 341 registered voters. Ivor Walters Primary School, M to Z, 343. Cecily Brown Integrated School, AK, A to K, we had 372 registered voters in box 2C. In box 2B, at the same Cecily Integrated School, L to Z, we have 395 registered voters. At the Education Building, Marion Heights, A to L, we have a total of voters 334. Box 3B, at Marion Heights still, L to Y, we have 362 registered voters. United Pentecostal Church, Marion Heights, we have total registered voters 393. Brown Pastor School Annex, A to B, 319 registered voters. Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, C to Z, 308 registered voters. The Church of God at Cox Village, we have a total of 475 registered voters, giving us a total of 4,488 registered voters in St. John's District number 2. District number 3, St. George, Gingerland. Polling Station 1 at the New River Methodist Church, we have a total of 205 registered voters. Gingerland Preschool Hard Times, 240 registered voters. Hanley's Road Community Center, 487 voters. Hard Time Biodiversity Building, A to H, 302 registered voters. Joycelyn Liebert Primary School, J to W, 296 registered voters. And the Gingerland High School, 351 registered voters, giving us a total of 1,881 registered voters in district number 3, St. George. We go now to district number 4, St. James Winwood. Butler's Health Center, registered voters 467. Church of God Brooklyn, 443 registered voters. Franklin Brown Community Center, Combermere, 407 registered voters. Methodist Church Hall Fountain, 481 voters. Violet O. Jeffers Nicholas Primary School, A to L, 425 registered voters. Violet O. Jeffers Nicholas Primary School, M to Z, 385, giving you a total of 2,608 registered voters in District number 4, St. James Winwood. We come to District number 5, St. Thomas Lowland. We have in the Cotton Ground Community Center, A to L, 361 registered voters. Cotton Ground Community Center, M to Z, 336 registered voters. Jessup's Community Center, A to K, 389 registered voters. Jessup's Community Center, L to Z, 411 registered voters. The Nevis Performing Arts Center, Pines, 401 registered voters, giving us a total of 1,898 registered voters. And of the island, we have with the 5 parishes 13,172 registered voters. I go back and remind you that in St. James Winwood, we have 3 candidates: Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, and Patricia Mills of the Moral Restoration Movement. And likewise in St. John's, we have Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP, Mark A.G. Brantley of the CCM, and Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration. That sums up the numbers for the 5 districts for the 2022 local elections.
Yes. So I was saying, guys, the high turnout, relatively, such as what we're having currently right now, we've had today, as Naya would say, would favor the outside party. But there was a few monkey wrenches in this one. The monkey wrench is the overseas vote. And that's a monkey wrench in this one, and it's a legacy vote where people you can more predict, generally speaking, where which direction they're going to vote. Now that would have to be some sort of change in that narrative as it relates to the overseas vote, that some people come here and somehow they would change their vote in terms of throwing this off. So it's a race to it's a race to see who can bring in the most folks. As far as that part is concerned, I call it a legacy vote because people don't generally vote the way they left when they left the country. You know how they used to vote, or their parents vote, or what have you. But
the debate seems to, or the rhetoric seems to be different now, because before today, we used to say that there was one party bringing in the overseas vote. Now you're basically saying it is who gets the most of the overseas vote.
That's the change. So that's what we're facing today. Whether it's a race for the overseas vote, the bottom line to it is that's our reality that we're facing today, WEBBO.
So therefore,
the reality has changed. It seems.
So therefore, going forward, I think we probably wouldn't have so much a debate about the overseas vote, because everybody would embrace it. That's what you're saying?
Between you and I, generally, party.
This thing is going to everybody. No, it wouldn't be between you and I. Everybody's going to hear what you're saying.
Look,
You got it?
I think it would be and remain a feature of some discontent, regardless. And
But what I'm saying is that there was discontent only on one side, because one side embraced the overseas voters.
yes,
And that is where the discontent came in. There's no discontent with the people who reside here. You agree with that?
yes,
Right. So what I'm saying, based on what I'm hearing now in terms of the rhetoric, I'm not hearing any discontent from any side with the overseas vote. So my question is, hereinafter, will I be hearing any discontent? Because there is no discontent seemingly, as I'm just hearing everybody saying about the overseas vote.
yes, you will. I suppose you will still hear it when the season is right. But and also when the season is right, you won't hear it. I think you would still hear it, WEBBO. You know, sometimes the way the politicians play, you'd be surprised the things they turn around with, blatantly, straight up, you know. And they do it to their convenience. Depends on who hold the edge and who hold the handle. So I think we would still hear it, but when the season is at hand, as it is
Yeah,
in
but
the last 2 weeks of an election.
But I don't get it, Naya. The fact is, there was only one side that had discontent with the overseas vote. Now you seem to be saying depending on which side and whole. I don't get it.
Yeah,
And-
but
yes.
I want to make the point, WEBBO, that I'm talking about people coming in. I think both sides been bringing in people all the time, but one side express discontent about the overseas vote, but both sides been bringing in people all the time.
But that's a fact.
Yes,
One side has been expressing discontent.
yes,
But what I'm saying is, as you're reporting here now, there seem to be no discontent. You agree with that?
yes.
Okay, so my question is, can I expect hereinafter not to hear any discontent?
No. You cannot expect that. You would always hear discontent.
That was my answer.
Exactly. Everything is, politicians are
The voters went to the polls to decide on the composition of the 10th Parliament of our beloved Federation. You have voted, and tally now begins. The polls opened at 7 a.m. and closed at 6 p.m. Although voting started at 7 a.m., it did not end at 6 p.m. as all those who were in line to vote at 6 p.m. were allowed to vote. In this regard, voting continued in many of the polling stations. This is entirely legal. In the National Assembly Act, a 2-hour period is allowed from the end of voting for the necessary paperwork to be completed by the poll workers and for the transportation of the ballot boxes to the central counting site in each district. As such, we expect that our first set of results may not be available before 9 or somewhere thereabout. Also, we have had to allow for all voters who were in line at 6 p.m. to vote. However, at each counting station, and you have been told where these stations are, additional persons have been assigned to assist the returning officers with the counting of ballots, thereby speeding up the counting without compromising the accuracy of the count. Again, this is allowed by law. In the interest of transparency, we have invited media houses to obtain video footages of the counting. This is an innovation not required by law, but authorized by the Electoral Commission. It is our hope that such records will further explain the processes of elections and serve as a teaching tool for our schools. I wish to acknowledge the work of the returning officers, presiding officers, poll clerks, the staff of the electoral office, the security forces, drivers, caterers, messengers, the printry staff, the voters, the candidates and the agents, and the current and past members of the Electoral Commission in the execution of today's exercise. I also want to thank those private institutions, including the churches, schools, and businesses that allowed their buildings to be used as voting sites. I also wish to thank all of the registration officers, the ministry and staff of the ministry responsible for electoral matters, the Coast Guard, police officers, and all those whose efforts on which my successes have been built. Finally, and most importantly, I thank Almighty God for His blessings on all of us, for all of you who prayed for me and offered an encouraging word, and to my entire family for their unwavering support. Here now are the first set of results. These results are as follows. They are for District 1, St. Paul's, Charlestown. Polling Station 1A, located in the Charlestown Primary School, where there were 450 registered voters. Of that number, 256 persons cast their votes. Of that 256 persons who cast their votes, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement amassed 150 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement obtained 150 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes, and there were 2 rejected ballots. Again, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement obtained 150 votes, 150, and J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. There were 2 rejected ballots. Polling Station 1B, located at the Charlestown Primary School as well, where there were 492 registered voters. 252 persons voted. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement obtained 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes, and there was 1 rejected ballot. Again, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes, and there was 1 rejected ballot. I return you to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
There you had it, the first set of results. The Nevis Island Assembly elections 2022 has been just in the Charlestown, St. Paul's district, and that the incumbent Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement. And we will be comparing and contrasting as we go along the federal election, which was held in August 2022. And I have our chief statistician, Carl Claxton, to repeat those numbers again and compare them with the results that we had in August.
Yes, WEBBO and the listeners. We had 2 results thus far for St. Paul's Nevis 1. We saw in the Charleston Primary School where there was a total of 450 voters. We saw that Spencer Brand of the CCM amassed a total of 150. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, 104. We had 2 rejected, no spoiled, a total of 256 votes. In box 2B at the same area, we saw where there was a total of 492 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement amassed a total of 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, 118 votes. 1 rejected, a total of 252 votes. If I can give you a tally thus far out of the 2,297 registered voters in District 1 St. Paul's, we are seeing that Spencer Brand has amassed a total thus far of 283, and J.D. Keynes has amassed a total of 222 votes thus far, giving a total number of votes cast 508. The comparison from
The comparisons from, you want to do the
2022.
federal election, or you want to do
In the federal election.
In the federal election, Charleston, the box A, as you mentioned just now, with 450 registrants. In the federal, it had 445 then. Mark Brantley then in Charlestown got 135 out of that box, whereas Patricia Bartlett got 73. In this situation that we are in currently, Mr. Brand has increased it by some 15 votes up to 150, whereas Mr. Brantley got 135 in St. Paul's in that particular box. The NRP candidate, Ms. Keynes, got 104 in this situation today, whereas Patricia Bartley got 95, a slight increase of 9. As it relates to box number 2 in St. Paul's, 492 registrants were there. Is there today? Sorry. Back in the last election, 2022, in August 5th, 481. So the registrants went up in St. Paul's, Charlestown Primary School, the second box number 2. Mr. Brantley got 116 in 2022. Mr. Brand today got 133 in that particular box, and Patricia Bartlett then got 95 in that particular box, if I'm reading it correctly, 95, and today 118 for J.D. Keynes. So J.D. Keynes has increased that one again in St. Paul's in box number 2 at Charlestown Primary School. Currently right now, the CCM candidate, Mr. Brand, is currently leading from the 2 boxes out of Charleston Primary School.
By 61 votes.
Okay. So we've seen both Mr. Brand has outperformed Mr. Brantley. We can in the 2 initial boxes from Charleston Primary School thus far. And also, Ms. Keynes has also outperformed Ms. Patricia Bartlett there.
But not in terms of percentages, because the total number of persons voted this time around is higher.
Correct. We can probably
Now, Carl, maybe you can work on the percentage of turnout thus far from those 2 areas. There were 300 and the last time there were 385 registered voters. 229 cast their vote and 1A, whereas 432 registered voters and 244 cast their vote. Now, in this scenario, today, there were 450 registered at 1A, that's a Charleston Primary School, and 256 total cast their vote. That's running somewhere about 50% or a little above that, and 100 of the 492, 252 cast their vote, so that's a little over 50%. So we can get those numbers in terms of the turnout. Now, if you look at
56%.
56.
56%.
Yeah.
And that's the sort of numbers that our pollsters and our watchers in St. James was telling us early, that the turnout over there seemed to be about 56%, of high 50s, and so we will see how that trend continues. The other thing that is interesting in this is to see whether or not, where in the federal election did the Nevis Reformation Party, which box was best for them.
Well, as it relates to the federal election, 2022, both currently right now they are performing what they did. What the NRP is outperforming actually how they performed in August 1st.
Okay, the Methodist Conference Center 2A was a very good box for the Nevis Reformation Party, because they got 133 votes, whereas the Methodist Conference Center 2A, the CCM candidate Mark Brantley got 95, and also the Methodist Conference Center 2B, the CCM candidate Mark Brantley got 67, whereas the NRP candidate Patricia Bartlett got 119. So what we're saying, based on the trend, what it seems to have happened here is that we're expecting the NRP candidate in J.D. Keynes, when the 2A and 2B of the Methodist Conference Center comes in, if the trend continues from the federal election, those should be good boxes. Not the federal election, sorry, the last local election. Those should be good boxes for the NRP. But if you look at the federal election, that should be able to give you a trend. But what I was looking at is the 2017 elections. So, Carl, could you give us the numbers from the federal election, and where were the strong areas for the Nevis Reformation Party? Do you have that?
Yes, I have that here, Rebel.
Could you give us that, where you expected? Because, as I was indicating, in the local elections of 2017, those two boxes, the Charlestown Primary School, those were won by the Concerned Citizens Movement. So they were expected to do well in those areas.
Well, in the Methodist box in 2022, just the federal election just gone, we saw that the CCM got 75 in the box 1, when the Nevis Reformation got 93. Again, in box 2, we saw CCM getting 64 and the Nevis Reformation getting 87. So those two boxes should go the Nevis Reformation way.
And you were just referencing the Methodist Conference Center.
Yes.
Okay. So those were the from the August election, the federal election, those were the stronger areas for the Nevis Reformation Party.
Yes.
So we are expecting then, if the trend continues, that when we get to those two boxes, the Nevis Reformation Party should be ahead with those two boxes.
Yes.
Okay. And then how about with the other boxes?
With the other boxes for 2022, we are seeing at the CBS, we're seeing that the CCM got 122 and 135 respectively, whereas the NRP got 58 and 73.
And while we're at it, for the folks who are just joining us, we've got an early start by comparative standards. We've got our first results for St. Paul's. Carl, could you run those over again?
Yes, sir. St. Paul's, first box, 4B, one second. The first box of total registered voters of 450, CCM 150, that's Spencer Brand, J.D. Keynes 104, 2 rejected, total votes cast 256. Box 2, CCM Spencer Brand 133 votes, J.D. Keynes, 118 votes. Rejected, 1. A total of 252. Thus far, 508 votes. Spencer Brand out front by some 61 votes.
Gentlemen, the trend that is starting, and were you to get the next two boxes, arguably, from St. Paul's, being the Charlestown, the Methodist Conference Center 2A and 2B, that should give a good indication of what's going to happen with that seat, because the Nevis Reformation Party is expected to do well in those.
That's correct, WEBBO.
Okay. So once again, if you're just joining us, this is live coverage of the Nevis Island Assembly elections 2022. We've just gotten one result so far from St. Paul's, or partial results rather, the two Charlestown Primary School, 1A and 1B. Where, Carl, those voters are from who voted at the Charlestown Primary School? That's the Craddock Road area?
That's the correct area, yes.
And then those who will vote at the Methodist Conference Center, that will be what? The Hamilton area?
Yes, the Hamilton, yes.
Okay, so we will see what happens. Well, any thoughts around the table from the results we've seen so far?
Well, to be honest, there seems to be a trend simply because of what we know of the candidates. Spencer Brand is an incumbent. He is part of the ruling party. J.D. Keynes is a newcomer. She did not vie for any election before, so therefore we could say there could be a trend, simply because 61 votes, those are runs on the board, and based on that you could calculate and deduced that it's a trend.
Glendale?
Well, I wouldn't go that far. It's a trend. I mean, the historical facts are what they are. Back in 2017, the concerned citizen movement numbers in box, for example, the Methodist Church box 1 and 2 lagged by some. I'm running the numbers. In box 1, it lagged by some 38 votes, and in box 2, it lagged by some 33 and 19. That's about 52 votes. So that's where the makeup comes in, and if that trend continues, that's where the makeup comes in. Because when the Charlestown Methodist Church comes in, which is the heavy box for the NRP, that 61 vote is likely to be eviscerated. It's based on trends.
Likely to be.
Likely.
At the same time, that has been one of the main fertile ground that had been put in effect by Victor J. Of course, he's not around anymore, but at the same time, when I say that, he's no longer in our jurisdiction, but it takes a little while before people who have been associated with the party to sever ties. So that work that Victor put in is still bearing fruits.
Now, you got any thoughts?
Yes, I don't think there's a trend at this point. I think things are very much still wide open. As Glenn pointed out, in 2017 elections, I think the NRP did pretty well in the upcoming boxes. And so one cannot point towards a trend at this point. To me, is pretty much open, and at this point, but we have seen an increase in voters' participation, and of course, we did expect that in a big way. And things are pretty much normal as I would describe them to be. Nothing to really hang anything on at this point, I suppose, as it relates to the numbers we have just getting.
The strength in incumbency. And I'm saying to you that based on incumbency, based on the current dynamics at hand, I would calculate and conclude that there is a trend.
Well, I expect the Honorable Spencer Brand to do quite well, to be the victor in this. Really, I think as a government minister, he has been truly outstanding about his work. I think he have revolutionized public works to a great extent, and I think I've commented on this before, and I tip my hand to him in that regard. I think he has performed well as a new minister, and I do feel like he probably retained his seat.
Okay, well, like I said, the night is still young, and we just got a simple portion of those two boxes, one at Charlestown Primary A and Charlestown Primary B. So 1A and 1B. And based on that, the numbers are somewhat low in terms of the registered voters. Even though the percentile level is high, the number of registered voters is 450 against 250, 250 something. And
This has gone up a bit from the
Look, Stanley,
federal election.
this is what I find, Carl, if you would afford me, and Stanley. The in 2017 local election, box number 1 reported 59%. And in 2022 election, which is held today, box number 1 from Charleston Primary reported 57%. A fall off of 2 percentage points in box number 1, A1. Box number 2 in 2017 reported 56% in 2017. Today, box number 1B in Charlestown Primary School to this evening, that's just reported a few minutes ago, reported 51%, a fall off of 5 percentage points. Right? So, I don't know, there's not much inference you can take from this in terms of a trend yet. Actually, the overall vote in 2017 in those two boxes was would be an average somewhere around 57.5%, thereabout. And the overall reporting for those two boxes, if you were to combine them, would be somewhere in the region of 54%. So it's less. The turnout was less in that credit code box, which reported from the Charleston Primary School 1 and 2, in those two boxes, sorry. So there was less a turnout this time around, which is quite a phenomenon in that particular area. Craddock Road, would it be Ramsbury, Carl?
Yes.
Yeah. Craddock Road, Ramsbury. So that is something to take note of. We know the turnout was rather high today, but in that particular area, the turnout was at least maybe 4 points, 5
can
points
we
lower.
attempt to look at the percentile amount who should have come from the various parts of the United States for this particular area?
We have no clue who they are and what they are. We have no numbers in that, Stanley. That is that I keep saying.
When the thing is at hand, you have to put in all the dynamics. And my thing is that, one, there's incumbency in the CCM, and there is performance in the CCM or by the CCM. Whereas the other candidates, the NRP or the NRP, there are no dynamics with reference to incumbency, with reference to performance, current performance, and consequently, I have decided or concluded that there is a trend, and you watch and you will see exactly where the trend is going. The trend favors the incumbents, not only because of the incumbency, but because of current performance has been demonstrated, has been stated, and I have concluded that there is a trend, and I would hold to that.
Well, I think I've said my part in that regard. The door is pretty much open. It's going to be a close one, I believe. And yes, Stanley, it makes you wonder how come there is a drop-off this time around as opposed to 2017. And you question the foreign voters. Are you saying that what happened? Less people came in this time, or the local people here just a bit wary about going to the polls in that particular area? But we'll see, because we expect a much, well, I expect a much heavier turnout this time around. But the facts have not proved that, thus far. So we will see going down the road.
Who were the candidates in 2017 for the NRP? Was Victor J the candidate?
Oh no, 2017. Come on.
For Charlestown.
For Charlestown, that was Hector.
Hector.
Yes.
Well, it tells you based on how many votes were cast then, Carl, in 2017?
I think one of the points that we need to look at really is that let's look at the 2020
That's what I'm doing. Exactly what I'm working.
numbers. We're seeing in those two boxes in 2020 where in box 1, the Methodist, nobody came in. Mark Brantley got 66. Daly got 79. Box 2, Mark Brantley got 62. Daly got 89. That's in 2020. No one came in. Subsequent to that, the 2022 federal and the 2022 local, we would have seen that there has been some level of overseas voters coming in. So if you look at 2022 is a good guide. So let's see how the numbers pan out as we continue to announce the numbers.
Fair enough. Well, again, the exercise is compare and contrast. And at that time, Hector, in terms of being a lawyer, as compared to J.D. Gaines, who is an intelligent lady.
That was Daly at the time,
Okay.
not Hector.
Okay,
In 2020.
all right. Still, you make a comparison and you apply the results in terms of votes cast, votes garnered by Daly and Keynes,
Yeah.
and you could somewhat throw the dynamics in there with reference to the level of academic education and the level of acceptance by the voters, and make a determination. Again, I'm going back to my trend to say that there is definitely a trend that has been already set by Mr. Brand.
But Mr. Stanley, where do you see the trend?
The numbers.
And the numbers, I can't deduce that.
Well, I can't fault you. I won't fault you.
No, I mean, empirics are empirics. My main point to you, numbers can't lie. So, I mean, I need you to show me where the trend is. Where the trend line is in terms of, show me. I mean, work out, tell me where the math.
61, and once those are numbers on the board, runs on the board.
Yeah, but let's see, last 2017, what the lead was. The lead coming out of those two boxes, the two first boxes in Charlestown, was 126 versus 100 in box 1, going towards the Spencer brand then against Hector, and that's 26, a net of 26, and then 129 versus 113, right? That would be a net of 7 and that's what, 7 and 9, that's 16. So 16 and 13 is, what's the difference? 16 and 13.
16 and 13.
29?
29, yeah.
Correct. Right? So it was a 29 lead, but you must also remember the boxes are much bigger now. And there's a net increase on both sides in terms of the how they performed. I mean, it's, you know, you can't really distinguish a trend when you have, 6 boxes that report, correct, Carl? And we have 2. That works out to be somewhere in the 33% of the boxes are in. I just don't see how you get to a trend when you only 33 of the boxes, and they are the smallest boxes. Well,
no,
relatively no. But the point is, I don't know how you can define a trend that early.
I told you that I have thrown more dynamics in there than just the numbers.
What are
Incumbency and current performance by the incumbent candidate.
Okay.
You can't.
I've seen, but Stanley, in the history of politics, and you and I know, and I'm not here to argue one side or the other, I just think it's too early to say a trend. I've seen many incumbents who have performed mightily. I mean, and and being thrown out of office by someone on a new upstart. I've seen it over and over. And you've seen it. You've lived a longer life than me, so I just don't understand how we get to this that early.
I am making comparison based on the personalities. I mean, I didn't even bring that to the fore. I didn't bring that to the fore simply because, well, I didn't remember it. But now I got it. Personality has a lot to do with, as another factor. There's no reason for me to try and convince you about anything about this dynamic that I'm attempting to bring to the fore. But it's already been rejected out of hand that you are saying to me, you do not understand how I arrived at a trend. But I'm going to hold to my point.
Mr. Stanley, you're speaking about personality, right? Let's get a little closer. Are you really speaking about personality or a P word? And I would not use the P word. You try and find out what P word you really want to use. It's not about personality. It might be about a P, but not personality.
Look, you could attempt to spin it the way you want. Doesn't mean that you will be successful in terms of convincing me about what you think.
I do not want to convince you. I'm not going to try to convince anyone. But your argument is going down the line that the incumbent, regardless of what, because they're the incumbent and because they would have been performing, that they would always win.
No. Not blanketly. But in this particular case, yes.
So you would have called a race?
Obviously.
Well, Stanley is not enough. Is not. I mean, as us as being sort of reporting what's on the field today. What took place on the field today. I think we ought to wait until.
Well, listen.
Hold on. I think we ought to wait until the empirics come in, with the numbers come in, the hardcore numbers come in, before we jump ahead of ourselves. I mean, to maintain some sort of credibility. It seems that ought to be the order of the day.
Well, certainly, but you can have well, not even a preference, but you can have an insight, and sometimes that brushes over your preferences and exposes that.
That's another P. And so, but as we all know, we just cannot close the door on this. Is an ongoing thing. In terms of personality, in terms of education, to me, all of that is not of much value. Both candidates are intelligent, highly respected individuals, as far as I check, in every regard. I mean, they are offered themselves to be the servant of the people, and I think both are worthwhile people. It's really about the sensitivity and the reactivity of the populace.
And the people, at the end of the day, the people decide they're servants of the people. And, I mean, they're bow to the people.
It's all about the electorate.
Exactly.
How much they would accept that this lady can do a better job. I mean, the opposition is the opposition. They're not in government, so performance would not be, but their insight into what performance should be can be something which is convincing and overrides what they are experiencing with the government. So I don't really see the fact that they have not been performing as a negative factor towards what we're trying to assess here tonight. Really, based on that, you cannot say it's a trend. No, I think the gate is wide open. One could.
And you really can
speak to their preference.
I don't see how anyone can gauge the
I personally feel like Brian has been a good. I personally think he's one of the better politicians. He's probably brand new. Still is a quiet guy, but I think he works hard. I'm not saying he can't lose his seat, because what politics is like. You have to sometimes be very robust with what you're saying and have some flourish. I think the opposition candidate has quite a lot of that. Quite fiery she can be by hearing her and so forth. That carries a bit of weight too, because the element of that one employs to convince people, and so the gate is wide open.
And of course, the opponent is quite an accomplished person in her own right in terms of intellect.
Yes.
She holds a university degree. I don't know if one or two, but I know for sure she has one. And she's well spoken. She can deliver herself very well. So all of these are these are subjective things.
Yes.
That one would the electorate, not me, the broader electorate make their decisions on. And like I said, I think it's just too early to be a determinant. These two set of numbers, a determinant or call upon these numbers. To say that's the trend. I have no idea where this is going.
And I think that this run quite across the board in terms of we speak towards capability. I am happy that we have good candidates on the other side, on the opposition side. Quite capable individuals in terms of representing themselves, and quite intelligent and experienced individuals. And that's why I like when people step onto the stage, and I encourage certain people to, because we simply don't want this thing to just be simply at times a university graduate come back and yes, we force him or her into politics. We have seen people who's been around spend time within the community, involve themselves. They have introduced programs, whether social or otherwise. People have been around, and I like to see that. And again, they are strapped with their, of course, intellectual ability. So I think we have a good opposition in place. Whether or not it's threatening, I guess the results tonight would prove that. But we cannot just at all in any way attempt to push them under the table. I think they're more threatening than otherwise at this point in time.
Well, let me ask you, Naya. When WEBBO asked that pointed question upon closing,
Yes.
why did you punt?
Well, sometimes, I like to see an even play field. If there are times I would influence that, I probably would refrain from doing it in a sense, because I like to see a good fight. I like to see, when this whole thing started, I'm always speaking my mind, and sometimes I come across like I am, anti the government, but it's not really that. It's my mind, and sometimes the people say they don't know who I am as it relates to who I support, but I support Nevis to the fullness. And of course, I speak to what I think is the right approach, and at times I speak to, about the people who I think is the right type of people. But I decided, no, I won't be campaigning for no one. No, I won't be campaigning for no one. I won't be asked to say this or that on the radio for any particular politician. I mean, that's their job. They're out there. You try and convince me to, because I'm on the wall. I'm on the fence. I'm not in any camp. And so you try and convince me, and that's the stand I always take in political climates or seasons as we are today. No, I won't be campaigning for you. I'm sorry. Or I speak good of you because of my experience. I can speak bad of you if I don't like you to. Or I have been having bad experience of you. But I think, the group that we have in politics today, the MRM, the CCM people, they are all worthwhile. They are worthwhile. You must respect the electorate. They have elected the CCM now for a number of years over and over again, and there must be something in that. And when they cease to change, or when they attempt to change, you must respect them too. And of course, let us not water down ourselves and abuse of people who have come forward with good standing socially, politically, people who can offer something. Let's just cast them on the table because they're on another side, because their opinion counts. And sometimes I think if we can all come together, we will be so much stronger. But that is how it is, the politics, the democratic process and all that, And so, but one thing we must move away from is that ideology that government doesn't continue. And so, for instance, if CCM lose tonight, the NRP would come in and shut down the project that the CCM start, because that's a waste of public funds and deteriorating Nevis, something we have achieved, And I think we must get on top of that and realize that in all these exercises, Nevis is the fundamental of it all, And we want to see cooperation still. This little island.
Listen. The way I look at it, now, this political season is a temporary fight. It's a battle of ideas, and who has the supremacy of ideas, and the public must would make that determination which side has the supremacy of ideas. And after it is done and over with and dusted, we are to move on and coalesce together. We are all Nivians and build the country.
Sure.
To me, that is what's important. And to have make these silly political differences a lifetime thing where I am against you, I don't like you, or I don't want to see you graft out a piece of Nevis or whatever you want to do with your life. I think to me, I think it's heartless. It's not just heartless, but it's painful to look at. Sorry, and to live like cat and dogs.
Yeah.
And I think we are, after the season is over, we call us and we have a drink and we say, cheers, you win. The battle of ideas is over.
Yeah.
Your ideas prove superior in the voter marketplace. And I think that's where it ought to be. Where I sit here at this table, at this round table with all your Gus guys, right? I feel I'm proud and pleasure to be amongst you. And my role here is to basically report, not my political opinion. I have no interest in giving you my opinions, because I'm not on a platform. I'm not vying for any office, but I'm here to be as impartial as I can. And not only impartial, and report to the people.
Election results.
District 5. District 3, polling station number 1 at the New River Methodist Church. Number of registered voters, 205. Number of votes cast, 119. Rejected ballot, 1. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 92 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizen Movement got 92 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party got 26 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party got 26 votes. Results for polling station number 2, Gingerland Preschool, District 3. Polling station number 2, Gingerland Preschool, where there were 240 registered voters. 134 persons voted. There were 3 rejected ballots. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 84 votes. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 84 votes, and Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 47 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 47 votes. Now for District number 5. Polling station 1A, located at the Cotton Ground Community Center. Number 361 registered voters were registered at that polling station. 245 persons voted. There were no spoiled or rejected ballots. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 80 votes. And Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 165 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 165 votes. Polling station 1B, located at the Cotton Ground Community Center as well, where there were 336 registered voters. There were 336 registered voters. Of that number, 212 cast their votes. There were no rejected ballots. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 94 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 94 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 118 votes. Return to Master Control.
Let me see it first.
Okay, we just had some new results, where we got results for Eric Evelyn, Nevis 3, and Nevis 5. So I'll recap. Nevis 3. Of the 205 registered voters, a total of 118 persons cast their votes, Eric Evelyn of the CCM, he got 92. Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 92. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party, he got 26, giving us a total of 118. In box 2, where there was a total of 240 registered voters, Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 84, 84 for Eric Evelyn of the CCM. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party, 47,
Was 94?
84.
Okay.
And there were 3 rejected ballots, a total of 134 votes cast. In Nevis 5, St. Thomas Lowland, box 1, of a total registered voters of 361, 245 persons cast their votes. Latoya Bianca Jones of the CCM, she got 80 votes. Latoya Jones of the CCM got 80 votes. Cleon Stapleton of the Nevis Reformation Party got 165 votes, a total votes cast of 245. Box 2, where there was a total registered voters of 336 votes, 212 persons cast their votes. Latoya Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement, CCM, got 94 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the CCM got 94 votes. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP got 118 votes. 118 for Cleon Stapleton of the NRP. Total votes cast 212. The total thus far, Cleon Stapleton 283, Latoya Bianca Jones 174 out of a total votes cast of 457. And I can do likewise for Eric Evelyn of St. George 3, District 3. Eric Evelyn of this Concerned Citizens Movement, he has 176 votes. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party, he has 73 votes. Total of 250 votes cast thus far. Eric Evelyn is ahead by some 103 votes, and whereas Cleon Stapleton is ahead by some 174 votes.
That's a trend.
A trend again. Okay, and let me recap the St. Paul seat.
That's a trend.
Spencer Brand of the CCM got 150. J.D. Keynes 104, that's in box 1. Rejected 2. Total votes cast 256. Box 2, Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement 133 votes. J.D. Keynes of the NRP 118, 1 rejected ballot, a total of 252 votes cast. Spencer Brand has amassed a total of 283 votes thus far. J.D. Keynes 222, and Spencer Brand is out front by some 61 votes.
Well, it's a trend in my view based on the dynamics, and as a result, Cleon Stapleton, Cleon Simmons is ahead, and I am saying, as I said before, I determined as to whether or not there is a trend. In my own estimation, it could be changed, but rather difficult.
The percentage thus far in terms of averages for those 2 boxes is around 56%.
You're talking about St. George's?
St. George's, yes.
Correct. They both are 56%. Both are.
And we are looking at around a 65 for
Average.
St. Thomas average.
Right.
Lowlands, yeah.
One is 68. The first box came
68,
out.
and the other one is 63.
Correct. So let's go back to 20. Well, we can break out the 2022 federal numbers for St. George's in terms of.
Yeah, that's easy.
Yeah, that's easy to break out. Okay, the percentage in St. George's Then let's see if we had an uptick.
No, with that, 22.
Yeah, the federal 22. Carl, you have it?
Yes, I can find that.
Here it is. The percentage, we got 54% in the Methodist Church last time around, voter turnout.
Yeah, 54 and,
And 42
42.
in the second box.
Yeah.
We consistently got 56 in both boxes this time around.
Yeah.
That's the Gingerland Methodist Church and
Oh, ginger.
The Gingerland Methodist Church and the Gingerland Preschool.
correct. So there is a surge at the Gingerland Preschool.
Yeah.
Yeah, of some 14 points.
14%.
14 percentage points. And an uptick of 2 percentage points in the Methodist Church. So, there's some enthusiasm in Gingerland as it relates to voter turnout and, voter activity, which is what we've been saying, that there will be a significant uptick in terms of what took place in August 5th in our federal election as opposed to what's happening today. If we can go back to 2017, just as a point of reference to the local election then, to see what the situation was in those two boxes in St. George's.
87 and 95 for Eric, and 18 and 29 for
The percentages in breakout though, so I'll have to run them quickly. You have it?
let me check. Not certain about that. That's the
It'll be interesting to
2017.
see. Yeah, interesting to see what happened in the local election in those two particular boxes. If we're in a different, though in a different space and time, and how the space and time in which we are in currently right now is that affected? The numbers affected. No.
Well, in a general sense, big surprise at the moment. We have seen an increase. What is interesting is who have taken on an increase in are we saying that Ron Isles have done a bit of encroachment? But just to say, Gingerland,
No.
the St. George's Parish, is CCM country.
Yeah, but you know what
CCM
happened?
country.
What happened?
We are now will examine.
This is what happened in 2017. They actually had a voter fall off in 2022 today.
Yeah.
In 2017, it was roughly around a 60% across the board for those two boxes, 59 and respectively and 60%. And today is 56% across. So we had a voter enthusiasm in that constituency in those two boxes has diminished, which is interesting. I don't know how we can interpret that, especially when we're expecting a relative, at least a 10 plus percentage point increase across the board. So in that particular area of the country, which is St. George's, those two boxes are reflecting a fall off of some 4 percentage points over 2017. It tells you that maybe the issues weren't as biting to them for them to come out, or maybe there are other issues, reason why the folks didn't come out as much as 2017 in those two particular boxes in Gingerland.
Well, who got the greatest drop off between the candidates?
I didn't.
That is interesting.
That should be interesting. Yeah.
That should be interesting.
I'm going to have a look at that.
I can see a bit of backseating with the Gingerland people being such a dominant, a CCM-dominated constituency. Some may feel they don't have to, and on the other side, some may think that it doesn't really worth a trial because the NRP is usually quite weak, not so strong, or not strong at all in the Gingerland area. These two factors acting on both sides can be the reason why. But interestingly, we will see if there's any
Well, I'll tell you this.
who experienced the greatest drop-off
Yeah.
in this reduction
Okay,
in
there was a-
voters participating.
There was a drop-off this time around in Box A, which would be the New River Church. That's what it is.
The first one. Was
The New River Church, yes.
Yeah, the first one is the New River,
Methodist Church.
generally speaking.
Yeah,
right?
yes.
Okay. So there was a drop-off of is 44% today, as opposed to it's 45% then, as opposed to what was done today. 1 second. No, sorry. It is 45% who reported to the polls and supported the CCM candidate, as opposed to in 2017. He had a high of 48% in that particular box. Okay, if you go to the second one, right, which is the preschool in Gingerland,
Yes.
right? Let's see how he performed over that, as opposed to then. 35%. Significant drop off.
35%.
So I don't know. There's a little bit of voter apathy
Okay.
displaying itself in Gingerland right now in those two
Carl,
boxes.
for the benefit of the folks who are just joining us, I wonder if we can go back first of all with the table with the 5 seats, and then we St. Paul's, St. John's, etc., and then go back with the results that we've had so far, so that persons can be updated with the totals. And meantime, Jovan, can you get standing by for me also the comparisons? We will do the comparisons with the last election, which was held in August, and this election, so that we can get some immediate comparisons. So, so Carl, why don't you do that for us? We begin with giving the table with the 5 seats and the registered voters, etc., and then the results so far.
Electoral District number 1, St. Paul's, where there are 6 boxes. At the Charleston Primary School, we have a total registered voters of 450. That's in box 1A. Charleston Primary School, box 1B, a total of 492 registered voters. Maud Cross Preparatory School, box 2A, there's a total registered voters of 362. Box 2B at the Maud Cross Preparatory School, total registered voters of 390 voters. At the Magistrate Court, which is box 3, we have a total registered voters of 458. Box 4, Charleston Courthouse, Charlestown, we have a total registered voters of 145. We have for St. Paul's a total registered voters of 2,297. Of those 2,297 votes, we have in Charleston 1A, where we saw Spencer Brand of the CCM got 150 votes, J.D. Keynes of the NRP 104 votes, rejected votes 2, no spoiled, total votes cast 256. In box 2, we saw again where Spencer Brand of the CCM got 133 votes, J.D. Keynes of the NRP 118, rejected 1, total votes cast 252. Thus far, with those 2 boxes, we have seen 508 registered voters casting their votes, whereby Spencer Brand of the CCM has received 283, J.D. Keynes of the NRP 222 votes with 3 rejected ballots. We go to district number 2, St. John's, where we have some 12 polling stations. We have in polling station 1A at the Alberta Payne A to K, 423 registered voters. Alberta Payne 1B L to Z, 423 registered voters. Ivor Walters Primary School Brownhill A to L, 341 registered voters. Ivor Walters Primary School M to Z, 343. Cecily Brown Integrated School, we have A to K, 372 registered voters. Again at Cecily Brown Integrated School L to Z, 395 registered voters. The Education Building Marion Heights A to L, 334 registered voters. 3B Education Building Marion Heights L to Y, 362 registered voters. United Pentecostal Church Marion Heights, 393 registered voters. Brown Pastures School Annex A to B, 319 registered voters. Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School C to Z, 308 registered voters. And the Church of God of Prophecy Cox Village, 479 registered voters, giving us a total votes registered voters of 4,488 voters. We have not had any results in District 2, St. John's, as yet. The candidates there, though, are Mark A.G. Brantley of the CCM, Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP, and Samuel Keynes of the MRM. We go to District 3, St. George, Gingerland, where the incumbent, where we are seeing Eric Evelyn and Rowan Isles. Box 1, New River Methodist Church, registered voters 205. Box 2, Gingerland Preschool Hard Times, 240 registered voters. Box 3, Hanley's Road Community Center, 487 registered voters. Box 4A, Hard Time Biodiversity Building A to H, 302 registered voters. Box 4B, Joycelyn Library Primary School J to W, 296 registered voters. And the Gingerland High School, Box 5, 351 registered voters, giving us a total of 1,881 votes in District 3, St. George. Eric Evelyn of the CCM in Box 1, which is at the New River Methodist Church, he amassed a total votes of 92. Ron Isles in the said box, he got a total of 26, giving us a total of 118 registered votes cast, of which, again, Eric Evelyn 92 and Rowan Isles 26. In Box 2, Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 84 votes, Eric Evelyn of the CCM 84, Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party 47, 3 rejected ballots, a total of 134 votes. To date, 252 persons have voted out of a total of 1,881, with Eric Evelyn having a grand total of 176 and Rowan Isles having a total of 73 with 3 rejected ballots. We go to District 4, St. James, Wynwood, where we have some 6 boxes there. We have at the Butler's Health Center, we have total registered voters of 467. Box 2, Church of God, Bricklin, we have a total registered voters of 443. Franklin Brown Community Center, Combermere, we have total registered voters of 407. Methodist Church Hall, Fountain, we have a total registered voters of 481. Violet O. Jeffers Nicholas Primary School A to L, 425 registered voters, and Violet O. Jeffers Nicholas Primary School M to Z, 385, a total of 2,608 registered voters, and thus far we have yet to count a box. We move to District 5, St. Thomas Lowland, where we have some 5 boxes we have there. We have at the Cotton Ground Community Center A to L, Registered voters 361. Cotton Ground Community Center M2Z 336 registered voters. Jessup's Community Center A2K 389 registered voters. Jessup's Community Center L2Z 411 registered voters. Nevis Performing Arts Center 401, giving us a total of 1,898 votes. We have 2 boxes that has been counted thus far. Box 1, Latoya Bianca Jones of the CCM, she got 80 votes. Latoya Jones of the CCM 80 votes. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, she got 165 votes. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP 165 votes. Total votes cast 245. Box 2, where there's 336 registered voters, we are seeing whereby 212 persons cast their votes. Latoya Bianca Jones, she got 9-4 for Latoya Bianca Jones. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP 118 votes. 212 votes cast. Thus far, the totals we see: Latoya Bianca Jones 174, Cleon Stapleton of the NRP 283 votes. Total votes cast thus far 457. That's it on the recap.
Can we look at the results for the last federal election this year in August? Can you get those close by? And then we look at St. Paul's and St. George and St. John's, not St. John's, but St. Thomas's, and do a quick comparison. For instance, we have results in 2 boxes in St. Paul's already, and give us a comparison of what happened in August. Do we have that ready? We do not have.
Yes, we have that. We have that.
Okay. Can we get first of all what happened in those 2 boxes, one at a time, in August, and what happened now?
In August, the federal election just gone. We are seeing in box 1, Mark Brantley of the
let us know where it came. Box 1 where?
Methodist Church.
And if you also know, do you know the areas where those people live? Where that's the Coddock Road area?
Yeah,
The Methodist Church.
The Methodist Church.
Okay, so go ahead.
Methodist Church is coming from.
Well, just the Methodist, the Charlestown Coddock Road area, where that is. Do you know? Okay, well, just give us what is written. Just give us what is written.
Okay, it was the two first boxes, or the Charlestown Methodist Church. We saw in box 1, Mark Brantley of the CCM getting 75, and Patricia Bartlett of the NRP getting 93. So CCM, Mark Brantley getting 75, Patricia Bartlett getting 93.
And that was in August.
That was in August
2022.
Yes. Now we are seeing here that CCM Spencer Brannett would have gotten 150, and J.D. Keynes would have gotten 104.
Okay, so the second box.
The second box, we're seeing Methodist Conference Room, Mark Brantley, he got 64, and Patricia Bartlett got 87. Now we're seeing Spencer Brand getting 133, and J.D. Keynes getting 118.
So, based on those results so far, it holds that the Concerned Citizens Movement winning those 2 boxes in August.
No, losing.
No,
They lost them.
They lost those 2 boxes?
Yeah.
Yes.
And they won them this time?
Yeah.
Yes. They lost them by, respectively, box number 1 was lost by 93 versus 75 for the Honorable Mark Brantley, and box number 2 was 87 to Patricia Bartlett and 64 to the Honorable Mark Brantley today.
So but that tells something though, because if you're saying that in August the Nevis Reformation Party won those 2 boxes,
Yeah.
Yes.
and now the Concerned Citizens Movement have won those 2 boxes?
Yes.
You're sure that is correct?
That's what's on the paper. That is correct.
Election results. Election results. Election
Results
results.
at hand. District 1. Polling station 2A located at the Maud Cross Preparatory School. There were 362 registered voters. 197 persons voted. There was 1 rejected ballot. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 85 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 111 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 111 votes. Polling station 2B, located at the same Maud Cross Preparatory School, there were 390 registered voters. 390 registered voters. Of that number, 225 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected ballots. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Results from District 3. Polling Division number 3, located at Hanley's Road Community Center. There were 487 registered voters. Of that number, 287 persons cast their votes. There were 3 rejected ballots. Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 192 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 192 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 92 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 92 votes. Polling Division 4A, District 3, again, located at the Hard Times Biodiversity. There were 273 registered voters. 273 registered voters. 178 persons cast their vote. There were no spoiled or rejected ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 142 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 142 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 36 votes. District 4. Polling station number 1, located at the Butlers Community Center. There were 467 registered voters. 467 registered voters. 276 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot, but there was 1 spoiled ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 129 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 129 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge
of the Nevis Reformation Party received 144 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 144 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 2 votes. Polling station number 2, located at the Church of God in Brooklyn. There were 443 registered voters. 263 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 153 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 153 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 108 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 108 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. I now return you to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Always satisfying. On radio. The Powerhouse.
There you had it, some further results from the, we've had our first results for St. James, that's number 4. We will give you those results once again. Carl, are you ready?
Okay, if we go to St. Paul's District 1, and should I recap all the votes or just those last 2?
Give us the last 2 and then recap all.
In box in box 2A at the Maud Cross Preparatory School, we saw Spencer Brand amassing a total of 85. Spencer Brand of the CCM getting 85. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party getting a total of 111. 111 for J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party. There was 1 rejected ballot, a total of 197 votes cast. In box 2 at the same venue, Spencer Brand of the 390 registered voters, a total of 225 persons cast their votes. Spencer Brand of the CCM, 82 votes. Spencer Brand of the CCM, 82 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, 143 votes. J.D. Keynes of the NRP, 143 votes. No spoiled, no rejected, 225 votes cast. We go to St. George Gingerland, box 3. Of the total registered voters of 487, a total of 284 persons voted. Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 192. Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 192. Rowan Isles of the NRP got 92. Total votes cast 284. Box 4. Of the total registered voters of 273, Eric Evelyn of the CCM got 142 votes. Eric Evelyn of the CCM, 142 votes. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party, 36 votes. A total of 178 votes cast. We go to District 4, St. James Windward, where the first 2 boxes were counted, and they were at the Butler's Health Center and the Church of God, Brooklyn. Of the 467 persons that was registered, 276 persons cast their votes. 276 persons cast their votes. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, he got 129 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 129 votes. Janice Daniel of the NRP, she amassed a total of 144 votes. Janice Daniel of the NRP, 144 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers, she received 2 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers, 2 votes. No rejected, 1 spoiled, a total of 276 votes cast. Box 2. Alexis Jeffers of the total votes cast of 263. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, he got 153. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 153. Janice Daniel of the NRP, 108. Janice Daniel of the NRP, 108. Patricia Mills of the MRM, she got 1. Patricia Mills of the MRM, 1. 1 rejected ballot, a total of 263 votes cast. And I would recap now by starting at St. Thomas Lowlands, where we have seen 2 boxes thus far. Latoya Bianca Jones at the Cotton Ground Community Center. She got 80 votes. Latoya Jones of the CCM, 80 votes. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 165. Total votes cast, 245. In box 2, where there were 336 registered voters, Latoya Bianca Jones, 94. Latoya Bianca Jones, 94. Cleon Stapleton, 118. Cleon Stapleton, 118. Total votes cast, 212. 212. We're seeing the grand total for Latoya Bianca Jones thus far, 174. Cleon Stapleton, 283 out of 457 votes cast. So, and I'll now go back to the top, where I'll recap Electoral District 1, where we have had 4 results thus far. Spencer Brand of the CCM in box 1, he amassed a total of 150. J.D. Keynes of the NRP amassed a total of 104. 2 rejected, a total votes cast 256. Box 2, where there were 492 registered voters. Spencer Brand of the CCM, he got 133. J.D. Keynes of the NRP got 118, 1 rejected ballot, a total of 254 votes cast. Box 3, where there was a total registered voters of 362. Spencer Brand of the CCM, he got 85. Spencer Brand of the CCM, he got 85. J.D. Keynes of the NRP, she got 111. J.D. Keynes of the NRP, 111. Rejected, 1. Total votes cast, 197. Box 4, where there was a total 392 persons registered. Spencer Brand of the CCM, he got 82. Spencer Brand of the CCM, 82. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, 143. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, 143. Total votes cast, 225. 225. Thus far, the grand totals are Spencer Brand, 450. Spencer Brand, 450. J.D. Keynes, 476. Rejected, 4. No spoiled ballots. Votes cast thus far, 930. And we are seeing an average around 55-56% voter turnout in St. Paul's.
What we have here as far as the results so far, we seemingly have 2 very interesting races, where in the St. Paul's race, the lead that Spencer Brand amassed of 61 to begin with has been overtaken by J.D. Keynes, and J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party is now leading by some 26 votes. Now, the boxes that are left, based on the last election, which was held in August. Do you have those results, which from the boxes that in the federal elections? Why don't you get those results? You have them, and so what boxes are left for St. Paul's?
We have 2 boxes left for St. Paul's.
Where are they?
The Magistrate Court, Charlestown, and the Courthouse, Charlestown.
Could you give us the results from in August?
In August, Mark Brantley got 116 and Patricia Bartlett got 95. That's in the Magistrate Court box.
Yes.
In the Courthouse box, Mark Brantley got 32 and Patricia Bartlett got 24.
So that if for the Concerned Citizens Movement, if those trend continues, they hopefully can
Overtake it.
overtake and thus win that box. However, if the NRP candidate J.D. Keynes is able to increase and in those 2 areas, then we will have a very tight race, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's for St. Paul's. Currently with 2 boxes left of being the Magistrate Court in Charlestown
And the Courthouse.
and the Courthouse. The Magistrate Court in Charlestown has a total number of registered voters,
458,
and the Courthouse.
145.
Okay, so we are expecting those 2 boxes with J.D. Keynes leading Spencer Brand by 26. Spencer Brand amassing so far a total of 450 and J.D. Keynes 476.
That's
now
correct.
let's go to the other very interesting race in St. James Parish number 4. We have so far Alexis Jeffers out with a total of 282 votes. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement, who is the incumbent, with 282. A total so far. Janice Daniel Hodge, and with a total of 252. There are 3. Well, Patricia Mills Jeffers. This is a 3-way race. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the MRM has a total of 3. Do we have the comparative numbers from the August election?
Boxes, well?
Yes, Butler Health.
But okay, yes, we have them. At the Butler's Health Center, Alexis got 157 to
This is from August 5th.
August 5th, yes. Alexis got 157 and Janice Daniel Hodge got 90.
And for
The second box,
Yes.
Alexis got 120 and Janice got 80.
now let's do this. The Butler's the first box. That's for August.
Yeah.
Okay, so you give us the numbers from August 5th for that box, and then give us the numbers for yesterday or today.
Okay, for the Butler's Community Center.
I think, why don't we do this? How many results we had from Butler so far?
2.
You have 2 results from
Yeah.
Butler so far. What is the first one?
129 to 144.
From where? The same place?
Same place. Butler's
Health Center.
Health Center.
No, I think let's get it sorted out. Let's get it sorted out first, and then, because I think you're having them mixed up. So let's take a break. Let's get it sorted out, right?
Butler's
You-
Health Center.
No, one person, Mr. Claxton.
The Butler's.
We are looking at August 5th.
August 5th, I'm looking at.
Okay. In the Butler's Health Center, what result did we have?
The Butler's Health Center, we had registered voters 415, Jeffers 120, and Hodge 80.
That's in August.
August, yes.
Okay. And what did we have for a result tonight?
129 and 144.
129 for who?
129 for Jeffers, 144 for Hodge.
Which means that the Daniel Hodge got more votes this time around
Yes.
Yes.
from that box than Jeffers.
Yes.
Okay. What's the next box?
Bricklin, Church of God, Bricklin.
We didn't have any other box in Butlers?
No.
Okay. So we now have a box from Brickhill.
Yeah.
Okay. What was that in last in August?
157 for Jeffers and 90 for
Jeffers
Hodge.
of the Concerned Citizens
Yes,
Movement.
that's correct, yes.
Got how much?
157
That's in August.
in August.
And Hodge got
90.
90.
Yeah.
Okay. Now the results this evening.
Jeffers went down by 4. He
No,
got one.
no, you don't. Just give us a total. How many votes did Jeffers get from Brickhill tonight?
153.
Okay. And Daniel Hodge?
108.
Okay. So we've seen then that from August until now, Daniel Hodge had performed better in Brickhill?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, as far as, so those are all the results from Brickhill and Butlers?
Yes.
Okay. So the results shows that in the Butlers box, who won the Butlers box?
The Butlers box, Hodge won the Butlers box.
By
30.
'cause we
About
don't-
15, around 15.
No, we don't have that yet. So the Butlers box was won by Hodge?
Yes.
And the Brickhill box won by
Jeffers.
Jeffers. Okay, so those are the only results we have.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that's number 4. Then we go to, what else we have? Number 3?
Nothing. Yes, number 3, yes.
That's Gingerland.
Yeah.
What are the totals we have from there?
510 and 201 at the present moment.
Okay, so that as far as that is concerned, it is following the trend from August
Yes.
with a wide lead for the incumbent Eric Evelyn.
Yes.
And that is a trend where that seat is normally a stronghold for the Concerned Citizens Movement, and it's shaping up that way?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so number 5, St. Thomas's.
Number 5, St. Thomas's. We're seeing where there's a total thus far for Latoya Bianca Jones of 174.
Where did that come from?
Cotton Ground.
Okay.
And Cleon Stapleton, 283.
And that is the only result we have from St. Thomas's so far?
Yes, those are the only results from St. Thomas's.
Okay, so what is do you have the comparison from August?
Yes, we have those. Cotton Ground, we have 61 for Jeffers and 125 for Daniel.
So there is a big increase in the turnout in that particular area.
Yeah.
Because if there was 61, you said, for the CCM candidate,
Yeah.
and how much for the NRP candidate?
125.
125. And now we are seeing 174 for the CCM candidate and 288.
No.
These are the totals.
Yeah, those
Oh, okay.
are the totals. The boxes were 80 for the CCM and 165 for the NRP. So it's 61 versus 80 and 125 versus 165.
Oh, okay. That brings us to those totals.
Yeah.
174 for Latoya Jones,
Yes.
CCM candidate,
Yeah.
and 288 for Cleon.
283.
283. Okay. So, are we seeing something shaping up? We have no results yet from St. John's. Do we?
No result from St. John's.
No results from St. John's as yet. So, for the 4 seats that we have gotten results for, the trend seems with wide leads for the NRP candidate in St. Thomas's,
Yeah.
for Cleon Stapleton Simmons, which is a NRP stronghold. That is correct?
Yeah.
And then in the Gingerland area, that is a stronghold for the Concerned Citizens Movement.
Yeah.
Okay. And we're seeing much tighter races in St. Paul's and St. James. These two seats are defended by the Concerned Citizens Movement.
Yeah.
Okay, so what you have to watch carefully, the two boxes that are left for St. Paul's, Charlestown, where the incumbent is the Concerned Citizens Movement brand, and the challenger, the NRP's Keynes. Two boxes are left.
Yeah.
And in those two boxes, Mr. Claxton, what did we have? Who won those boxes in August?
In August for the St. Paul's, we had the CCM winning those two boxes.
So if they continue to hold strong in those, they might be able to. Who has the lead at this point in time?
NRP has the lead.
NRP has of 26 votes.
Yes.
So in the first instance, the CCM candidate from those two boxes will have to first erase a lead of 26. Okay. So that's very interesting ways to watch. And then the other very interesting ways, of course, as we said, is the number 1 and number 4, that in St. James. Now in St. James, the boxes that are left will include Newcastle.
Yes.
Which the last time around was what results we had on August 5th?
Let me tell you, Newcastle.
Okay, so you don't have that at hand.
No.
Well, so okay, why don't we get those at hand, and in the meantime, Glendale, what are you seeing from the results you see so far?
Well,
let's talk about Charlestown first. St. Paul's.
St. Paul's is the voter participation, particularly in the Maud Cross preparatory, was extraordinarily high compared to what happened during the federal election. What we're seeing, what I'm seeing here is that in the federal election, the candidate then, Patricia Bartlett, underperformed compared to what Ms. Keynes has been doing. Ms. Keynes has hit in box number 1. She got a 111 tally total, whereas back then, that in the first box.
Yeah, but we got the numbers already.
Right.
But I'm asking you, based on what the numbers we have, do you glean anything from it?
There might be an upset here in the making. There might be an upset. The magistrate court is something we have to watch. That will tell the tale. But there might be an upset on looming.
Meaning what?
Upset meaning that the incumbent may go out on this one.
So you see from what the results you've seen so far,
Yes.
You're detecting what? You're suggesting what?
I'm detecting a surge amongst the NRP, with the NRP candidate. That's what I'm detecting here.
And so
Quite a strong turnout in those in that area.
So you're what's the number registered to vote in those boxes, Carl?
In St. Paul's, the two boxes that remain, we have 458 in the magistrate court and 145 at the courthouse.
Was there an increase in registration there from the last time, for instance?
I'll tell you now. 450 and 3.
458.
450 and 445.
458.
458, yeah. 450 versus 458. So there has been an increase.
A small increase?
Yeah.
Okay, so that is basically what you're going to be looking at. And Glendale, you're suggesting that though the Concerned Citizens Movement got a larger percentage of that vote, you're suggesting a flip.
Yes.
And therefore an upset in the result.
That's because if you notice the WEBBO, in the Mod Cross Preparatory School, both boxes, the CCM candidate in 2022 would have won those two boxes handedly. 135 70 versus 73 and 116 versus 95 in that general area. And today, Ms. Keynes,
I don't know if you all have those things correct. In the last election, didn't those are not the strong areas for the Nevis Reformation Party? Those boxes at the Mod Cross Preparatory School were the boxes which we used to call the Methodist Church. That's not correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right, and those areas are where the NRP normally win their stronghold is. That's not correct?
but in the last election they lost it severely.
They lost it?
Yeah.
No. It's
Yeah.
No, I think, Jovan, maybe you can check on those, because I don't think that those stuff are correct. In the meantime, Edric, do you have formed an analysis so far?
Yes, I've formed an analysis. Simply because, based on what I am looking at, I would put the seat in Cotton Ground, St. Thomas's, in the column of the NRP, and I will still hold out for, based on the information you have just gotten, with Brand coming in successfully, even though the registration went up by 8 at the magistrate court and at the courthouse, Charlestown, although that might have remained the same. But inasmuch as that the NRP has done very well coming out of Hamilton, Upper Government Road, at the Mod Cross Preparatory School, the information that's available should bring back Brand in the race, erasing the 26 that is a deficit, and ultimately becomes successful.
Yeah, but I think there's a concern in the St. Paul's area, given the last two box. We see Jody Keynes outdoing Patricia in the 2022 federal election, and if that trend continue, it's going to be probably an upset in the St. Paul's area. It's a very tight situation can be developing there.
The cliffhanger, the thing is, to me, what's going to make the difference is the magistrate court. The magistrate court box is where this election is decided.
It's going to be
if the NRP candidate closes in that box, it's over.
Yeah.
And it's over. And when I say close, because the last time Miss Patricia Bartlett would have gotten should have gotten 58 votes. Mr. Brantley would have gotten 122. But if the NRP candidate continued to close in that general area there, and she closes by some 30 votes, it's over.
Yeah.
An additional 30 votes is over.
Yeah.
Because we can pretty much say the courthouse box going to hold tight, very, very close, as usual. It's so that's the critical box, But Ms. Keynes would have to close the gap.
Brantley,
That major gap.
Brantley
Yeah.
beat Bartlett in that box.
Brantley got 122 and Bartley got 58.
Okay, that is 70.
Yes, was it.
Um,
Again, even if she split the difference, 35 votes, I mean, she's ahead right now by 26. Game over.
well,
If she gets, she doesn't even have to get 35. She gets 25 votes. Game over.
I follow your logic.
Game is over.
I follow your math.
More votes under 58.
But at the same time,
Lights out. And that one. But she has to get that 25 to 30 votes more than the 58 to hold.
Yes,
Assume-
and she's expected to.
Right.
I mean, with the increase in voters' participation, what, eight more?
Right.
You,
And
you know,
No, well, not by voter participation, an increase in voter registrants.
registration. Yeah, eight
Right.
more.
Right. It's not
It's not a
it's
lot
very
at all.
negligible. Very
You know,
negligible.
it's not a lot at all. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a matter of she flipping 25 votes. If she flips 25 votes with the 26 lead that she has.
So the heartbeat in Charlestown is of such, I think.
Right.
But at the same time, down there we have quite a foreign community in Charlestown.
Now, magistrate
Interesting.
box, the people right?
Reveals
Stony
that,
Grove, right?
reveals that.
Aren't the Stony Grove people?
Magistrate box?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the courthouse is like
The courthouse is Main Street.
Is Main Street.
That's a small box, and that's normally tight. The numbers are like 5, 10. Short. Very tight between both.
Yeah,
both sides.
the magistrate court will be Stony Grove area.
Exactly.
Yeah, go up that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That she increases in that area by 25 votes, 30 votes. It's
Well, it depends on the kind of work Mr. Brown was doing in
Stony Grove.
in the Stony Grove. He is from Stony Grove, and it's today I was talking to someone saying I'm not sure how much he feels in those areas in terms of his campaign, but I mean he's from there. I know Mr. Brown. I have lived in Government Road, and he has lived in Happy Lally, that area. I think I know him to live in Stony Grove.
Yeah.
He's quite a town man in a sense, but I think he will. One would have thought he was have that connection, with the people of Stony Grove. But the people of Stony Grove back then are not the people of Stony Grove today.
And you see the demographics has
Changed.
changed from when we grew up.
Yes,
In the general area.
Yeah,
Yes.
I can't remember much people who used to be in there who is there now.
Absolutely.
And so but there is I cannot describe it as a trend, but it is that kind of overwhelming. It's developing within the people, and it does develop after a while. When a government stay X amount of time in power, they get people start thinking about it.
The laws of diminishing returns.
Yeah, the laws of
kicks in.
diminishing will.
What would be interesting though is where these votes are coming from. For in terms of if the NRP candidate surge and do better and wins this thing, we want whether it's the young people who turned out, whether it's it would be good to know where these votes came from, because the voter turnout is much higher than it was in the past. I mean, we can look at it here in St. Paul's, right?
Yeah.
I mean, in each of these boxes, if you allow me for a second. Let's go to Methodist Conference Center. Methodist Conference Center back in August, 43% of the people voted. Today, it was 57%.
Yes.
That's almost what is that?
But that's exactly what we were talking
We're talking about 14,
in-
15,
in-
yeah,
in-
15 points.
in the
Percentage points
beginning.
high.
Election results. Election results. Election results. Election results. results. Election results. Election results. Election results. Election results.
Actually, we just got a cue that we were getting some results, but I suppose that there will be. Okay, I think we're standing by. They will be just bringing the election. They got delayed a bit, but in just a couple of seconds.
Election results. Election results. Election results. Election results. Election results.
At hand for District 1, District 4, and District 5. District 1, polling station number 3, the Magistrate Court. There were 458 registered voters. 243 persons voted. There was one rejected ballot. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 146 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 146 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. Polling station number 4, the High Court. There were 145 registered voters. 67 voted. There were no rejected or spoiled ballots. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 35 votes. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 35 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes. J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party received 32 votes. Now for District number 4. Polling station number 3 at the Franklin Brand Community Center. There were 407 registered voters. 231 persons cast their vote. There was one rejected ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 120 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 104 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Party received 6 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Party received 6 votes. Polling station number 4, there were 483 registered voters. That's at the Methodist Church Hall. There were 483 registered voters. 285 persons cast their vote. There was one rejected ballot. 103 persons voted in favor of Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 103 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 180 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 180 votes, 180 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Now on to District 5. Polling Station 2A located at the Jessup's Community Center. There were 389 registered voters. Of that number, 235 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 83 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 83 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 151 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 151 vote. Polling Station 2B, the Jessup's Community Center. There were 411 registered voters, 411 registered voters. 275 persons cast their vote. There was 1 spoiled ballot. Latoya B. Jones received 104 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 104 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 171 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 171 votes. I now return you to Mission Control until further information.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
So there we had it, some results for further of the constituencies, and the 2 races, well, one getting very, very close to finishing, and the other basically also getting close to finishing. We said that St. Paul's and St. James seems as if they're going to be 2 close races. What are the totals we have so far?
WEBBO, I think we need to call St. Paul's because everything is done.
Everything is done?
Yeah,
so go ahead.
The totals, Spencer Brand of the CCM, he amassed a total of 631. And J.D. Keynes of the Nevis Reformation Party, she amassed a total of 604.
So that's okay. So St. Paul's. The other race is St. James, that is shaping up very interesting.
Yes, that one is interesting. We're seeing where Janice Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party, she has a total figure, a total votes cast for her thus far, 536 to the incumbent, Alexis Jeffers, 505. So Janice Hodge is about 31 votes ahead of Jeffers right now.
And what do we have left, if any, in that?
We have the Violet O. Jeffers Nicholas Primary School, 2 boxes, Nichols, of 425 and 385.
So that's would be the Newcastle area.
Yeah.
So what we have in terms of the August elections, do we have those numbers?
Yes, we have 99 for Jeffers and 68 for Hodge. And then the next box we have 124 for Jeffers and 78 for Hodge.
So that the number that Jeffers have to make up as he goes to those areas is how much?
31.
He has to make up 31 in order to hold on to that seat. So
Yeah.
that is a very interesting And based on the performance of Hodge so far, she has been gaining.
Yeah.
Okay. The other results we have is number 5.
Number 5, yes, we have results for number 5, but not total. It's not at the end as yet. Bianca Jones have 361, and Cleon Stapleton, she has 605.
And what do we have left?
401.
And based on the
percentage is about a 50 something being voting. So just let's say 50% is going to vote, which is 200. Cleon Stapleton is already ahead by 244.
so that basically can be called.
Yes.
So in effect, we are number 1 is finished, and that is in the CCM column.
Yeah.
Number 5 is projected
In the
for the NRP column.
Number 3
Number 3 is projected
for the CCM column.
for the CCM column. So that will be 3 seats. 1, 2 for CCM. For 1 finished, 1 projected.
Yeah.
And we have
1 for the NRP.
1 for the NRP so far, with a close race in St. James.
Yes, it is.
And then we haven't gotten any results from St. John's as yet.
No.
Okay. Naya, what are you? What's your analysis in reference to what we've seen so far? Let me just run down, as I've been handed here, the totals for so far. 631 for Brand, St. Paul's defending successfully, J.D. Keynes challenging with 604, and that race is finished. Okay. Naya, what is your analysis?
Well, first, let me congratulate Mr. Brand for retaining his seat, holding on to his seat. I think he deserved that. I also want to congratulate J.D. Keynes for really performing to me, in a manner which is quite is quite inspiring, I suppose, for the NRP party. I think that race was very tight. I always thought that Brand would have come through successful. I think he's a good candidate. He's a good minister of government. I think he's totally committed to what he's on about. J.D. Keynes did put up a good fight, a serious challenge. I think she's a great competitor, and I think she's going to make going forward probably instrumental opposition when her time comes. I'm not surprised about what's going on in St. Thomas's at all. The NRP, that's the NRP stronghold. It would remain that way for a long time to come. But I suppose CCM launched a new candidate, and she would take a bit of a time to develop. I think her numbers is quite inspiring as well. I think we have seen improvement on the CCM part, in St. Thomas's. I think the previous candidate was it Skeet Scarborough?
Yeah.
Skeet Scarborough, and I think the young lady is doing much better. So I think there's a future going forward in terms of being on the political stage in that constituency. St. James is interesting, very interesting. I want to look at that we ought to look at that in a very skeptic kind of way, because we have seen serious encroachment by Dr. Janice Daniel. We understood that she put in a lot of time over there. When I listened to the meetings, I thought that it would have been a fight, but I never expect it to be such a close fight. But we know, according to trend, the Newcastle area always supports Mr. Jeffers in a big way. So I am of the opinion that he's going to be victorious. He's going to erase that. Is it 26 votes? 27 votes, which Dr. Daniel has in front of him. I think that the possibility of him erasing that excess is quite high. I do think it probably will happen, looking at the figures in previous election, 2022, or even back in 2017. I think the election so far, the result has been one that we cannot discard as a total whitewash, in a sense, going forward. I think the opposition have truly had on their experience in, and I think the CCM have to be very watchful going forward, because it looks like the NRP is gaining grounds. They're encroaching upon, as I predicted, they are encroaching big time upon the CCM space here in Nevis. And so going forward, that would be something that the CCM obviously would have to work on. But as I was saying to Glenn, after a while, after a time, the tendencies of change become overwhelming. The laws of diminishing returns step in, and reasons sometimes are found whereby the people want to see a change. I think here in Nevis, one of the concerns of the people is that we've been probably looking at a graph that appears very horizontal, without much of a rise or even a fall, and I think people are getting a bit weary of that constancy, and of course want to have some economic impact, want to experience that, some economic impact around here, and I think in that regards, I think the CCM would have to try and improve and do more, so that they can, be chosen in the next coming election, because I think if this continues the presence of NRP as they have been, and I would encourage them, and the results to me are very encouraging for them, to be an effective opposition, and I think time alone will probably yield some success for them.
Now, what I'm looking at now, the St. James race, if you look at it, Dr. Hodge is looking as if she would need a 76 vote margin from the August 5th election in VOJ and 2 boxes in Castle. I think it's 76. The number is somewhere there.
She's leading.
But she's leading by 26.
31.
Oh, she's leading by 31.
31.
So that simply means that Dr. Hodge now has to get a net of
45.
somewhere in the middle of 45. If we are to hold all of these
things,
constant, these numbers, and freeze them, she has to push beyond 45 votes to pull this off, eat into that total of 76, 77 thereabout that he's led her by in the last election in August. But of course, we've seen Dr. Hodge has pretty much changed the dynamics from August 5th, because her numbers has really surged up significantly in every one of these boxes.
From the Butler's box all the way through.
It's impressive. It's quite impressive what she's done with all these boxes. So it is it's going to be interesting to see if she lives in Newcastle, and if she had really made an impact in her backyard. She's made an impact in all the other areas. Fountain was, to me, an astounding win from 135. They took it back with 135 win in the federal in August, and she pushed it to 180. The real, which is the limit really. She needed to come out of the Fountain strong, and she really did. So it's now about Newcastle, where she lives, in her backyard, where she has done a lot of work prior to getting into elective politics.
That's not the way Zoopla.
No, Zoopla
Bricklin.
Okay.
So it's Castle has always
Zoopla Bricklin Butlers.
Butlers.
Castle has always been a stronghold of the opposition. Of CCM. A very stronghold. We'll see if that was broken. That hole is going to be broken.
or if it, even not broken, close,
Yeah.
very close. So it's going to be very
The
interesting. to
dynamics
see.
are that Hazel Burnley Williams is in the NRP camp. And as a result,
As a result.
You're not seeing a trend, Stanley?
no.
Trend only go one way around.
No, that's not true. That's not true. I said it when Cleone Simmons came in with 2 successful wins. I did say it, but you guys punted when WEBBO asked a pointed question. And it is interesting to be here with you guys as, well, I do not know exactly what you call yourselves, but if you are true,
District 2, polling station 3C, located at the United Pentecostal Church. There were 393 registered voters. 188 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot, 4 spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 105 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 82 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Polling station 3D, Brown Pasture Annex. There were 316
19.
registered voters. 149 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected or spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 70 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 79 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Polling station 3E, the E. Pemberton Primary School. There were 308 registered voters. There were 308 registered voters. 155 persons cast their vote. There were 2 rejected ballots, 2 spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 89 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 64 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no votes. Polling station number 4, the Church of God at Cox. There were 475 registered voters. 253 persons cast their vote. There were 2 rejected ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 107 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 107 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 143 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. I now return you to master control until additional information comes to hand.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
So there we had it, some more results. Well, the first set of results from St. John's, and if you're just joining us, we have results for one constituency so far, two where the analysts have made predictions. The one that we seemingly had all the results for St. Paul's, and then you have St. George and St. Thomas's, which are strongholds for St. George, the Concerned Citizens Movement, and St. Thomas's, the Nevis Reformation Party. Still, we haven't had all the results in yet, but the seat in St. James is a cliffhanger. We haven't got the results for that as yet, but based on the results we've had so far, Alexis Jeffers, who's the incumbent, will have to do very well in the Newcastle area than indeed the remaining boxes to overtake the lead. So that is where that is concerned. And the results, we've had the first results from St. John's. Carl, what are we seeing?
This is where we would have had 4 boxes called thus far. The United Pentecostal Church, Marion Heights, of total registered voters, 393. Mark Brantley of the CCM got 105. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP, 82. Total votes cast, 187. In the Brown Pasture Annex A to B, of registered voters, 319. Mark Brantley of the CCM got 70 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP, 79 votes. Total votes cast, 149. In the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, C2Z, registered voters, 308. Mark Brantley of the CCM, 89. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP, 64. 2 rejected ballots, 2 spoiled ballots, a total of 157 votes cast. In Church of God of Prophecy, Cox Village, 475 registered voters, 107 persons voted for Mark Brantley of the CCM, 143 votes for the NRP Patricia Bartlett, 1 for the MRM, 2 rejected. Mark Brantley thus far is some 371 votes, and Patricia Bartlett 368, and the MRM 1.
What in terms of the comparison for the August election, where the NRP candidate, my count here, she won in a particular area? Is that the stronghold for the NRP in that St. John's area, or have they been performing better than Mark Brantley?
Just 1 second. Cox 107. Cox is normally a stronghold.
Cox is normally a stronghold for the Nevis Reformation Party.
Yes, and the Brown Pasture Annex.
So the results, do we have them, Carl, so that you can read them back for those who might have missed them, the results that we just got, and then we can make the comparisons later.
Okay, in the United Pentecostal, Mark Brantley 105, Dr. Bartlett 82. In the Brown Pasture Annex, Mark Brantley 70, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 79. In the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary, Mark Brantley 89, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 64. In the Church of God of Prophecy Cox, Mark Brantley 107, Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 143. In total, Mark Brantley has 371, and Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 368, and Samuel Keynes, 1.
So in this race so far, it's early days yet.
Yeah.
What are you gleaning from this, Glendale?
What I'm gleaning from this is there is some sort of certainly we know that is an upsurge in the voter turnout. There is, as particular in that area, if you looked at the last election in August, the voter turnout, for example, in the Cox box was 42%. Today it's 53%, above 10 points. And that 10-point surge would have been more in favor of the NRP, because the split between Patricia Bartlett and Mr. Brantley then was 66 versus 67, with Miss Patricia Bartlett winning the 90 versus 103. 90 going to Mark Brantley, 103 going to Patricia Bartlett. Today, Patricia Bartlett has won the Cox box 143-107, stretching her lead. She has expanded there. She also expanded again in the EPP S box. Mr. Brantley had got 66 and she got 67. One vote difference between them back in August. A 39% turnout. Today it's 50% turnout in that box. With Mr. Brantley winning it by 89 to 64. Am I correct there, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Mr. Brantley performed much better in EPPS today as opposed to in August. The other one that was called was the Elizabeth Pemberton.
Yeah.
Okay, good. So Mr. Brantley within the Elizabeth Pemberton, the number here, Mr. Brantley would have won that. But Miss Bartlett again came on a little more stronger than she did in the past. The voter turnout again was 53%. Each time is at least roughly 10 points to 11 points higher here or there. But what I'm seeing is the increase in that 10% seems to go in the direction of the NRP candidate. Meaning, if it was an average, let's say with the 10 points, within that 10 points, a majority, the energy then, a majority of the votes went in the NRP. Split, right. So the split is a 3-vote split right now between them in total, Carl?
Yeah.
What is it?
371 to 368.
Yeah. So that is quite interesting. Back then the split was much wider. So you see where the energy is in the electorate as it relates to this particular race right now in St. John's. Outstanding WEBBO would
Well,
be
it seems as if overall the energy, if you to use your term, not in just this race but with the NRP, because the numbers have increased in St. Thomas's as well.
Yes. Dr. Daniel came out to St. Thomas's with 130 lead last election in August. Last election in August, Dr. Daniel came out there with. Today, Cleon Hodge won it by 244. Am I correct, Carl?
Yeah.
Yeah, 244 and an increase of almost 80 something percent. If I'm to be corrected, almost 85%. So an increase overperforming what Dr. Hodge would have done a couple of months ago. So I mean the energy, like I said, as the upsurge, that 10% percentage, 15 percentage point swing that we're seeing, whatever that number ends up being, in that locked in there, NRP would have gotten a majority of those votes. You follow me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It would have gotten the majority of those votes that came anew to the poll, new voters that came to the polls, and you know that tells you where the energy was in this entire process. CCM would have done enough to held off NRP in some of these areas, but we still have a few constituencies to see come in. St. John's to be completed. We have St. James. Newcastle is the cliffhanger, as everybody said.
This is an interesting race that is shaping up. And let's look at St. John's. What's left on the table for us? In St. John's, we have the
Big seats.
the big boxes to come.
Marion Heights.
Marion Heights box, you know.
Bath Village.
Bath Village box.
Cherry Garden.
Cherry Garden is going to be, you know, these.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. And
Yeah, but Walters, the Brown Hill.
Anything to say about that based on the 2022 results, August 2022, as it relates to Marion Heights boxes? I mean,
Let me tell you.
And
The United Pentecostal was 106 to 267.
the United, yeah,
106 to 67.
okay.
The Education Department was 95 to 44. The Education Department again was 69 to 66. Cicely
Brown.
Gone.
Cicely Brown,
sorry.
it was 91 to 67. Ivor Walters was 100 to 64. Ivor Walters was 122 to 88. That was the annex, and then we need to go back down to Bath Village. Alberta Payne, 119 to 81, and 118 to 60.
Now, Carl and you guys, I think the juice is in Brownhill. Ivor Walters, because of the comments and all that stuff, and that was this, you know, that became a sort of you know, talking point. You know, the comments from the premier,
Yeah.
and Patty's from
But the ball is
Brownhill.
there.
That is going to be interesting how those Ivor Walters and the entire Brownhill boxes comes out, and see if we see these numbers being affected from August 5th. I think
Who won them in August 5th?
well, Brantley would have
Yeah,
won
okay.
most of these boxes.
Most of these boxes.
But if we see a tightening, what we're seeing here, if you guys recognize, we're seeing a tightening in the surrounding Brownhill areas, right? Which the ones that has been reported just now, and which has only a 3-vote difference in 4 boxes that's been reported. Only a 3-vote difference between them. Now, when we get to Brownhill, and those Brownhill proper boxes where their vote are from, and you know, it's going to get quite interesting right here, because that, I mean, this can become an interesting race. Once you get to Brownhill, I mean, of course,
Well,
the big boxes,
it
the big
has-
boxes over here by what do you call it? Over here by Bridges.
Yeah.
That's a big box, and you know, that's an outlier.
Marion
but-
Heights.
Marion Heights. Sorry, that's a, you know, that's a big box, and that's an outlier. But I am interested in seeing what happens in Brownhill as we drill down, and of course we have Bath, and Should be interesting.
the Cherry Garden area, where those people vote? They voted Ivor Walters?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Cicely Brown also, right?
Yes,
The Cherry Garden. It's 2 boxes.
Yes, Cicely Brown, they would be up for the
Yeah.
Cherry Garden.
Yeah. So that's gonna be interesting to WEBBO.
The whole
That
road
entire center of Brownhill inside, you're going to be very
4
interested
boxes,
for the
one
race.
spot.
There's 4 boxes, 1 spot, and they haven't come in yet. And as we see, the boxes that we see the tightening in that has been reported. Okay, Cox really, you know, has been NRP for many years, but it's going to get interesting.
But the other thing you have to keep in mind also that when Mr. Brantley was racking up numbers, I think he narrowly won Cox even maybe on 1 occasion. So Dr. Bartlett has widened the margin in Cox.
Yes.
Actually, both the last time,
Federally and-
yes, and locally.
We're in for a doozy. I mean, you know, this should keep people up. That St. John's box normally keep people up. You know, it's no. So we shall see what happens. But the thing of the night really, St. James, the cliffhanger, Newcastle again, backyard. Janice Daniel Hodge lives in Newcastle, and
let me just, for the benefit of those persons who are just joining us, let me just give you the totals that we have so far. Mark Brantley, 371 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 368. We are early yet in that count. Samuel Keynes amassing a total of 1 so far. and there were 5 rejected and 6 spoiled ballots. So this seat, the St. John's number 2, who the incumbent is Premier Brantley, and the challenger Dr. Patricia Bartlett, and it is going to be one interesting race because the numbers that Dr. Bartlett has put up, though it be the Cox stronghold, she has widened on that, and the other areas that have come in, which normally are closed, Dr. Bartlett has been doing very well there. In terms of the St. James Parish, that is a cliffhanger. We have had some results from Butlers. The first results coming in, I think, was from the Butlers area, and once Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge had won the Butlers area, which was the 2 stronghold along with Brickhill for Alexis Jeffers. That's going to be, started out to be a very interesting race. The Fountain Village area is Dr. Daniel Hodge won that in August. So the totals we have so far, 505 for Alexis Jeffers, who is the incumbent and the deputy premier, and Janice Daniel Hodge, 536. So, which means that the incumbent will have to really make up some numbers. In terms of the St. Thomas's Parish, the totals we have so far, Latoya Jones, 361, and Cleon Stapleton Simmons, 605. Based on the projections that the statisticians have given me, that can be called already for the NRP's Dr. or rather Cleon Stapleton Simmons. So that is the St. Paul's and St. Thomas's. St. Thomas's for the Nevis Reformation Party, St. Paul's for Spencer Brand. Then the other race that we have outstanding is St. George Parish. The totals that we have there, Eric Evelyn, who is the incumbent, a total of 501, and Rohan Isles, a total of 510, Eric Evelyn and Rohan Isles, to a total of 201. That being a CCM stronghold, and based on the numbers in already, that can be, that is also projected to remain in the CCM column. So therefore, we have, it is evident we are not going to have the same results in terms of distribution of seats that we had the last time around, based on what's happening. Jovan Swanson, you have the details.
Thank you very much, WEBBO. And for those of you who are just joining us, we are just bringing the results as we are getting them. And so we're going to recap in polling station electoral district number 1, St. Paul's, where there was some 1,240 votes cast to date. Of that, Spencer Brand has 631, and J.D. Kane 604, 5 rejected ballots, 6 no spoils, meaning that Spencer Brand would have won that seat. In terms of electoral district number 2 in St. Paul's, where they have some 746 votes cast to date, Mark A.G. Brantley 371, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 368, MRM Samuel Keynes 1, 4 rejected, 2 spoils. In terms of electoral district number 3, where we are seeing Eric Evelyn and Rohan Isles, some 718 votes has been cast, 510 going to Eric Evelyn, 201 going to Rohan Isles, 7 rejected, and no spoils. In electoral district number 4, St. James's, there has been some 1,054 votes cast. Of that, Alexis Jeffers of the CCM 505, Janice Daniel Hodge 536, 10 votes going to Patricia Mills of MRM, 2 votes rejected, 1 spoiled. In terms of electoral district number 5 in St. Paul's, we have seen 968 votes cast to date. Latoya Jones 361, Cleon Stapleton 605, 1 rejected, 1 spoiled. In terms of the summary, St. Paul's 1,240 votes has been cast, 631 going to CCM, 604 to the NRP, 5 rejected, no spoils. St. John's 746 votes cast, CCM 371, NRP 368, MRM 1, rejected 4, spoiled 2. St. George's 718 votes cast, 510 going to CCM, 201 going to NRP, 7 rejected, no spoils. St. James's 1,054 votes cast, of that 505 going to CCM, 536 to NRP, 10 to the MRM, 2 rejected, 1 spoil. And finally St. Thomas's 968 votes cast, 361 going to CCM, 605 going to the NRP, 1 rejected, 1 spoil. Total votes cast to date 4,726, 2,378 going to CCM, 2,314 to NRP, 11 going to MRM, 19 rejected, 4 spoiled.
So we have, again, for the benefit of the listeners who are just joining us, we have so far just, well, it's interesting, but the supervisor of election did not call the race, but we are saying that based on all the votes that we have listed on the column, all the votes are in.
Yeah.
And so that also we can put it this way then, at least Spencer Brand is leading by 27.
He has won his seat.
He has won his
He's won his
seat.
seat.
But I was just making the point that the supervisor of election officially did not call it.
Oh,
so based on the numbers we have, we can safely say that St. Paul's has gone back in the CCM column. The other one, St. James, which is a cliffhanger, we cannot call that as yet, but that also is an interesting race. The St. George and St. Thomas's, those races we are predicting, because based on the numbers that is left, Cleon Stapleton Simmons will win that seat and Eric Evelyn will win that seat. So in a sense, this seat which is outstanding is normally, well, it is I think it has the most votes in it, St. John's.
Yes.
And so that normally comes in last. So we perhaps will have to wait maybe on that seat to find out who is the winner of the elections. Naya.
Yes, WEBBO, and as I predicted, even though I didn't want to have have a word on who I think would win, but I always thought it would have been a tight one, WEBBO, and that is exactly what we're experiencing today. I thought the NRP would have encroached a little bit on the CCM space, and exactly that is what we're experiencing today. Of course, St. Thomas's and St. George's, we know that these areas are strongholds of both parties, but we also see some trend which is of course inspiring to the NRP supporters and the NRP representatives, really, in terms of going forward. We've seen the NRP increasing in strength ever since the last federal election, and I think I spoke towards that recently, and I think in St. Paul's, I always thought that Mr. Brand has been doing a good job, and I must tip my hat to Jerry Keynes too, who have put in the time, it looks like, and I've been pretty close. I really thought that he would have probably stretched out much further than he did. He have won by less than 36 votes. But again, in Nevis, I think that's quite a margin. That's quite a margin,
Well, in fact, if you go back, Naya, if you compare a little
27
with local and local, because remember that the two were combined, they had a candidate in Mr. Brantley.
Yes.
So if you go back to when Mr. Brand won the seat, I think he won it by 11 votes.
11 votes.
And so that seat, and I think I know what you're saying, has been close. The Charlestown seat
Always been,
has always been close.
always been always been close, and
but mostly in favor of the NRP.
mostly historically in favor of the NRP. And so, you know, they have, and I understand one of the most popular candidate and elected representative of that constituency is presently on island, and of course aiding with the NRP campaign, and that's Mr. Victor J. Stanley. I'm not sure that you're aware that he's on island, but he is, and of course he would have made an impact, and but not sufficient to overthrow the Honorable Spencer Brand, who have made some gains, worthwhile gains, I think, WEBBO. And but we continue to realize the NRP and their resuscitation, put it that way. They have put a new face on, and they're doing pretty well. But the CCM is an entrenched government here in Nevis in various ways. You know, it's a government that I find it's difficult to move, but as I always said, I mean, light sometimes shines in darkness, in that if the CCM is doing absolutely well, then that difficulty in moving them would persist, and if the NRP is not doing well, also that difficulty to remove them would persist. So it's either the CCM cease to do well, or the NRP decide to improve in their campaign and in their quest, you know, to gain that trust. I think I think it's growing, and time would eventually get it to its rightened state, I suppose, and we will have closer elections until something give. But I think Nevis is CCM country, but that doesn't say that the CCM.
Election results.
Results at hand for District 4 and District 5. Polling station number 5 at the Violet Jeffers Nichols Primary School, where there were 425 registered voters. Of that total, 239 persons cast their vote. There were no rejected ballots. There was one spoiled ballot. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 126 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 126 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 113 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 113 votes, and Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 0 votes. Polling station 5B, located in the same venue, the Violet Jeffers Nichols Primary School, there were 385 registered voters. 216 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot. There were 3 spoiled ballots. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes. Alexis Jeffers of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 111 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 101 votes. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party received 101 votes. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Patricia Mills Jeffers of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. That's the end of District 4. District 5. Polling station number 3, located at Nepark. There were 401 registered voters. Of that total, 254 persons cast their vote. 254 persons cast their vote. There was no rejected ballot. There was one spoiled ballot. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 147 votes. Latoya B. Jones of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 147 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 107 votes. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party received 107 votes. I return you to Master Control until such time.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
There we had it, some more results from the seats that are outstanding. If you're just joining us, we have finished with one constituency, that's St. Paul's, and
Two now.
St. Paul's and St. James. So, Jovan, you have the numbers. Could you repeat them and give us the resulting totals of the two that are finished and then what is left outstanding?
Thank you very much, WEBBO. And we would have just had 3 seats being called. 5A of the Violet O. Jeffers Nichols Primary School, where there was 425 voters. Of that, we had 240 persons voting. Alexis Jeffers 126, 126, Janice Daniel Hodge 113, and 1 spoiled ballot. We also had a result for 5B, which is the same location, Violet O. Jeffers Nichols, where there were 216 persons who voted. Of that, Alexis Jeffers getting 111 and Janice Daniel Hodge 101. That seat is now completed, it's now finished. Of that, 1,510 persons voted. Of that, Alexis Jeffers 742, Janice Daniel Hodge 750, MRM 11, 2 rejected, 5 spoiled, meaning that Janice Daniel Hodge has been declared the winner of that seat. In terms of electoral district number 5, that too is also finished, WEBBO. So making 3 seats that are now finished, in that we had results from polling station number 3 at the Nevis Performing Arts Center, with some 255 persons voted. Of that, Latoya Jones 147 and Cleon Stapleton 107, 1 rejected ballot. Total votes cast 1,223. Of that, Latoya Jones 508, Cleon Stapleton 712, 1 rejected, 2 spoiled, meaning also that Cleon Stapleton has also won that seat. The other seat that we had that would have been completed would have been electoral district number 1, where we saw Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement coming up against J.D. Keynes of the NRP. Of that, 1,240 persons who voted, 631 voted for Spencer Brand and 604 for J.D. Keynes, 5 rejected, no spoiled, Spencer Brand being the winner.
We have the St. James have been declared. Therefore, the St. James is finished. Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge winning by, is it 8 votes?
8 votes, yes.
And the
Spencer Brand winning by 27.
Yeah, but the MRM candidate getting 11 votes.
11 votes.
So
that's right.
a third party normally and can make a difference.
Seems to have made a difference. WEBBO.
And when we discuss before the election, we always reference Edric W. Stanley, who ran as a third party and arguably made a difference in terms of the difference between the winner and the loser. So that's a very interesting notation here. We have outstanding also number 2, St. John's. That seat is outstanding. We've got some early results. And remember, we also have a third candidate, our third party in that race.
That also.
So, and that is already shaping up, because currently Mr. Brantley has a slight lead, right?
Yes.
Right. So we will watch that and see whether or not the third candidate makes a difference, a big difference in that race as well. So we have Jovan, the St. Paul's in favor of the Concerned Citizens Movement.
That is correct.
So they defended that. We have St. James. Alexis Jeffers being dethroned by Dr. Hodge of the NRP. And then St. Thomas's, that is finished.
Yes, that is finished. Cleon winning that by 114 votes.
Therefore, 2 seats so far for the NRP. And then we have declared for the CCM 1. Well, the Gingerland, how many boxes we have left for that?
One more. St. Joyce and Libert Primary School, there are 296, no, 2 actually. There are 296 votes in that box and 351 in the Gingerland High School.
And what's the lead difference?
The lead difference are 510 to Eric Evelyn, 201 to...
So that if the trend continues in terms of the percentage that vote, 50% or whatever, it is safe to call that seat
to Eric Evelyn.
Evelyn. And so the determining factor, we'll have to wait until everything is in for St. John's.
Correct.
To determine. So it looks like either way it will be a 3-2 majority for someone. Okay, so Glendale, what we got?
Well, you're right. It's going to be a 3-2. It's
The thing is now, which 3?
which 3?
Which 2?
Which 2?
Well, really, we have 2. We can say we have this in NRP column is this in
It's 2
James 2 already, and in the CCM column is 2. So we can is which 3?
Anyone?
Surprised me, Rebel. You know what surprised me though? I mean, putting all jokes aside, the comment. I'm curious. I'm really curious to see. And I keep going back again. The upcoming boxes that are to be released, particularly St. John's. I'm curious as to see how Brownhill works out. Brownhill is surrounding areas, how that pans out.
Because when Dr. Bartlett in the federal in August, Brownhill was pretty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, and one of the things I'm looking to see if that ill-fated the comment or how it was taken, if that had some legs to it, if that had some traction to it in favor of Dr. Bartlett, because it was made a big deal out of.
Which comment?
The comment about animals, speaking to animals. That people, it was a sort of comment that people took offense to. Some people took offense to. Most people actually, and I wanted to know, being that the fact that she's a woman and she's running in her backyard, and they both are from the same area, how is that going to affect this race? I mean, I'm seeing signs in the fact that Mr. Brantley is leading by three votes. Generally, he runs away. This is going to be quite interesting, because now she would have to make major inroads in Bath, which has never been done in terms of winning Bath. I'm not expecting that to happen. And of course, we know the big Kahuna, which is Bridges.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have done my calculations based on the information that has come to hand, information which I have relayed to you a few minutes ago. In District 1, the elected representative is Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement, having amassed a total of 631 votes over his rival, who received 604. So the elected representative for District 1 is Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement, who amassed a total of 631 votes. District number 3, the elected representative is Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement, having obtained a total of 736 votes, while his rival received only 311. So the elected representative of District 3 is Eric Eveling of the Concerned Citizens Movement. We move on to District 4. The elected representative for District 4 is Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge of the Nevis Reformation Party, who, having amassed a total of 750 votes over her rival Alexis Jeffers, who received 742 votes. So Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge is the elected representative for District 4. District 5, Cleon Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party is the elected representative, having received a total of 712 votes, while her rival received a total of 508 votes. So the elected representative for District 5 is Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the Nevis Reformation Party. I now turn you back to Master Control until additional information comes to hand.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
It is 5 minutes after 12 o'clock, and I have indicated the time because, and I hope I'm not speaking too early. I indicated the time because we have just had from the Supervisor of Election a declaration of 4 seats. We have a total of 5, and we're 5 minutes after 12. I hope that the other boxes will not take hours. So they did promise an early evening, and by our standards this might well be an early evening, but the most of the boxes are still outstanding for the St. John's district, which will be the decider into who holds the reign of the government for the next Nevis Island administration. Jovan, you have the numbers to recap.
Yes, well, but interestingly though, that the Supervisor of Election just called number 3 without giving us the results for 4B and 5. But nonetheless, we'll recap from the top.
Okay, he probably will be back with those, but quickly though, but the numbers that you had suggest that he included the numbers, notwithstanding
That is correct.
Okay.
That is correct. So.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
I return to District 3, just to complete the process here. Polling station 4B in District 3, there were 264 registered voters. 163 persons voted. There was one rejected ballot. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 118 votes. Rohan Isles received 44 votes. Then at the Gingerland High, where there was polling station number 5, there were 351 registered voters. 176 persons voted. There were 2 rejected ballots. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party received 66 votes. Given the total, which is 736, the elected representative for District 3 is Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement. I return to Master Control until additional information comes to hand on the outstanding district.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
You're listening to Vaughn Radio from the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis.
So there we had the numbers that you were looking for, Jervan, to complete district number 3.
So we now have the completed numbers for number 3. So I'll just go from number 1 and take them all the way down to the bottom, down to number 5. So electoral district number 1, St. Paul's, we saw Spencer Brand winning that seat. There was some 1,240 persons who voted of that. Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement got 631 and J.D. Kane 604 with 5 rejected ballots. We are still waiting some 8 boxes from electoral district number 1, where there were 12 boxes. To date, there have been 746 votes counted. Of that, Mark A.J. Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement 371 and Dr. Patricia Bartlett 368, a lead of 3 votes for Premier Brantley, for Mark Brantley, sorry. Electoral district number 3 in St. George's, that too has been called, where some 1,057 persons voted. Of that, Eric Evelyn got 736 of the Concerned Citizens Movement and Rohan Isles 311, Eric Evelyn winning by some 425. In electoral district number 4 in St. James's, we saw Alexis Jeffers getting 742 of 1,510 votes, and 750 of those votes going to Janice Daniel Hodge, declaring her the winner. Of course, there was a third candidate in that seat, in Patricia Mills, who got 11 votes. In electoral district number 5 in St. Thomas's, there were 1,223 persons voted. Of that, Latoya Jones got 508, and Cleon Stapleton of the Nevis Reformation Party 702, Cleon Stapleton being the winner. So in terms of summary, St. Paul's, 1,240 votes cast out of a possible 2,297, CCM Spencer Brand 631, NRP J.D. Kane 604, 5 rejected, no spoiled. St. John's number 2, to date, out of 4,488, the biggest constituency, the biggest box, the biggest constituency, sorry, 746 votes has been cast. Of that, CCM Mark Brantley 371, and Dr. Patricia Bartlett of NRP 368. MRM, Mr. Keynes 1, rejected 4, spoiled 2. In St. George's, out of a possible 1,881 votes, we saw total votes cast 1,057. Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement 736, and the Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party 301, rejected 10, 1,057. In St. James's, out of a possible 2,608, we saw total votes cast of 1,510. Alexis Jeffers 742, Dr. Janice Hodge 750, MRM, Miss Mills, Patricia Mills 11, rejected 2, 5 spoiled. And St. Thomas Electoral District 5, of a possible 1,898 voters, there were 1,223 votes cast. Of that, Latoya Jones 508, Cleon Stapleton 712, 1 rejected, 2 spoiled. Total overall registered voters would have been 13,172. To date, we had a vote cast of 5,776. Of that, CCM has received 2,988, NRP 2,745, MRM 12, rejected 22, spoiled 9. So that is where we are in terms of the summary.
Well, I would like to say to Eric Evelina, congratulations once again. It's been a success for you throughout your short political life up in St. George's constituency. So once again, congratulations for winning that seat. As we move around to district number 4, I would like to also extend my congratulations to Janice Daniel Hodge for winning that seat. I guess I can say all the hard work I've been hearing that you've been putting in have paid off. It's quite inspiration, I suppose, for your party and your supporters to be so new on the block and to remove such a what I consider to be a powerful politician here in Nevis. He's known as the hard-working minister, and he does achieve a lot according to his followers and himself and the party he runs for. Just recently, prior to the debacle in St. Kitts, he was the agriculture minister of the Federation. So to remove Mr. Jeffers is quite an achievement for a newcomer. And of course, you got the pedigree in her, being but again, if you follow her campaign, she was very, very expressed concern to a great extent about the fishermen, and she have invested in the past in activities relating to the fishermen. And Newcastle is a fisherman town, and I thought, listening to some of her campaign rhetoric, I really thought she was nailing the nail on the right head, but I mean, how it works here in Nevis as a newcomer and an established politician like Mr. Jeffers. One would have thought that it would have been an uphill struggle for her. I mean, it was an uphill struggle. At the end of the day, I mean, she won by a mere 8 votes. But here in Nevis, 8 votes is a lot of votes. Is a lot of votes. And as WEBBO been commenting on the presence of a third person in the race, who have amassed more vote than Mr. Jeffers have lost by, and it says that without that third party, things might have been different.
Just might, because the 11 could have go to the winning candidate as well. But the point is that it could have made a difference.
It could have made a difference. It could have made a difference. And so, congratulations to Janice in a big way. And as I say, I think her campaign rhetoric touched on some very, very, very interesting and important areas for Nevis. I suppose she gathered some traction over there. and she was able to move one of the more grounded and entrenched political figure in the federation, I would think. Yes.
Yeah, no, picking up on where you left off there, Janice ran a methodical campaign. She was steady. She stayed steady and focused. And she was able to appeal to the broader electorate in St. James beyond, we can't speak about Newcastle yet, but beyond her home turf. And it just tells you, we can imagine what may happen next, as we go along. I would have to give her credit for running such a methodical campaign and such a steady campaign. She reassured the electorate in that area, and she was able to come home with the victory. And I must say congratulations from me to her for being able to pull off such a I think a daunting task, because the Honorable Alexis Jeffers, the former, just about until the election is ratified or it's certified by the election, the election commission or whatever it is. She, I must say congratulations to her. And she has a future ahead of her in politics. She's definitely etched out that path. As it relates to Mr. Spencer Brand, again, heartily congratulations to him for his win. He ran a good race and he won also. And the Cleon Stapleton Simmons, of course, most expected her to win in the constituency she came from, and she ran a good race. She expanded the lead on which Janice Daniel Hodge left St. Thomas's with on August 5th of 130 votes, net votes, in the positive, really going into the rest of the constituency in the August federal election. And Janice, in that election, I think, would have lost in St. James proper by 185 votes, somewhere thereabout. So it sort of taking away the 130 votes. So her margin was somewhere in the 59 or 60. Her loss in the last column. When she lost to Alexis Jeffers. But what I thought, as you were speaking, I thought it was a brilliant idea for her to run in the federal. Because remember, the two candidates for the NRP was slated to run just for the locals, but they all decided to run in the federal, and it was like a test run for them. And testing herself, on the campaign trail and giving her some experience and seeing where her shortfalls were. It was a brilliant move on their part, as far as I am concerned, for her to run. She was able to measure herself. She was able to know where the shortfalls were, because she saw the 184 votes in St. James, where she had to target. And I knew, one of the things I knew coming in, which others may not. I don't know if anybody else knew this, but I knew the NRP target, from what I understood, was to get close to 200 in Fountain. The idea, you had to make up a lot of the numbers in Fountain, run up the numbers in Fountain somewhere between 190 and 200 to win this thing. And that was the calculus. They achieved it. I consider the margin achieved it. They got close to it, the 190 to 200. And it's manifested itself in the outcome of she winning that race. So we'll now look forward to see what's going to happen. Congratulations to Mr. Eric Evelyn also for winning his race. Rowan Hiles, I must give him heartily congratulations. I mean, he came away with 311 votes the last time around. In August, he came away with somewhere in the region of 211, 200 what is it, Durban? You have it?
No.
So he has increased his margin somewhere in the region of at least maybe, I dare say, 40%? 229. So he's done well. He ran a good race. He was the inspirational candidate on the NRP platform. He's handled himself impeccably with class. And I give him congratulations. He has a future in this game of politics. And going forward, we shall see what happens in constituency number 2, which is where the Premier sits, and Patricia Bartlett is running against him. And as of now, for the first 3 boxes that have been reported right now, there's a 3-vote difference between them. unheard of. I think the last time they ran in August against each other, again, that would have been a test run again to see where the candidates were and the strengths were, right? And in the last one, I think the margins as of this time would have been almost 50 votes. Difference between them, because Brantley would have won 91 to 52 in one of the box in the 1 second.
To be.
In 2B, he would have won 91 to 52, almost a 39 vote margin. And then in EPPS, am I correct here, Javan?
Yeah, 66.
66, yeah, and a tie, which would have been the Cherry Gardens. Yeah, and the other one there, the Cox box, Patricia would have won it 103.90, just a 13-point margin. But tonight she really turned it up and won it by a 36 vote margin tonight. So she has stretched,
Stretching
it
all the way.
her margin by 300%. If my calculation is doing, I'm calculating in my head as I'm talking. So, and to make up ground, she's only now behind by 3. She's held close. So I keep saying for the early, once I saw those numbers, it sort of spoke to me and said, what's going on in Ivor Walters 1, 2, and 3, and Cicely Brown. Those going to be quite interesting to see what happens coming out of that whole entire Brownhill and the peripheral areas of Brownhill area. What's going to happen? Because it's going to speak loud towards what's going to happen in Bath. And it's also, we know it's going to get interesting. I don't know what's going to happen in Bridges yet, but generally Bridges is a very strong box for the Premier. So we shall see what happens. But she would have to come out of Brownhill with a major lead.
Bath here.
Well, I no longer want to anticipate much given what is taking
Bath
place.
results.
I see the rise is quite overwhelming, and I cannot have a projection on constituency number 2 at this point, and that is I'm sure people who is in tune to the election results are very much on the edge about that also. We are now looking straight into a possibility of basically anything.
It's
almost,
a dark hole right now with the abyss. The abyss, I call it. But it's still early days. It is early days.
Yes.
In German, I don't know if you would entertain me as a statistician, but I mean, Bath has always held. The only time I remember NRP coming close to Bath is when Hensley had won. He had by some 30-something votes, 33 votes, or something to that number. Bath historically has never voted in favor in NRP, supported NRP. Never in the history. They've never won a box in Bath. No.
How much can we hold on to history? Really, how much can we hold on to history? The dynamics keep changing.
I'm just looking at the results here for 2020, and you would have seen CCM 128, Daly would have gotten 55, and in the other box 116 to 80. So, and that's the most recent prior. But like you said, historically, there's just one time when I think
this is another phenomenon you ought to look at also as a statistician. I don't think NRP has ever won Newcastle, Bath and Newcastle, and tonight the margins were rather close. Now, Mr. Daniel, like I kept saying, that's her backyard. That's where she lives. In the 5B box, she would have lost it by 10 votes. That is unheard of. And then in box number 5A, right, she lost it by 13 votes. So a total of 26 votes she lost those 2 boxes by. That is unheard of in Newcastle. That is like the phenomenon that took place with Hensley when he won when he came out of Bath with 35 behind. Because generally, CCM looked to come out of Bath with 100 and something lead and heading east, and it's over after that. So this is going to get interesting. That's why I kept saying, let's look at what happened in the Brown Hill and the surrounding areas of Brown Hill. See what the drill down on that. That's going to tell the tale going, as we go west towards Bath.
There are people who help you win elections. And when you don't look out for them,
I apologize for laughing at set like this. I'm sorry.
let's face it, the history is there, and I could call names because I'm in the trenches. News reach my desk.
You could, but don't call it.
All right? But at the same time, what goes around comes around.
Oh boy. It's reckoning time.
Sadly. So I want to go on record now to congratulate Cleon Simmons, because I told you guys there was a trend with Brand and J.D. Keynes, and I wanted to defend that statement vehemently, simply because what I saw, you people didn't want to criticize your grammata. You couldn't see it. I gave you a lot of information regarding the calculus, the dynamics, as to why there was a trend from the first two that came in for Brand. And as a result, you guys poo-pooed the idea that there was no trend. The results have proven me to be correct. As Cleon Simmons got her first two, I stated also it was a trend. But you guys didn't want to accept it simply because of where you are. Praise the Lord.
Sitting here. Sitting across from you.
But here, I spoke to people all the time, and I told them why I didn't think LBJ would have made it. Because one, she is up against a lawyer, and don't even some of them are good. She is a good lady. Therefore, I must congratulate her. But I will reiterate that on the first go around, with only two for Brand in the box or on the board as runs, I said there was a trend, and JD never caught up. At the same time, when Cleon had two in the box, I told you guys, and I also told the listening audience, that there was a trend, and I've been proven correctly. So,
what you thought about the St. James race? The St. James race.
Edric, is there a trend in the race that has not been called yet?
yes,
What is the trend?
United Pentecostal and Bath. Two strongholds for the Honorable Mark Brantley. A win is a win. A win is a win. But I'm predicting here tonight, when the other two punted, the last time we were here. I'm telling you, the Honorable Mark Brantley is going to come home. I say no more. I'll leave it at that.
Well, now you see why we couldn't predict.
You don't have the guts to predict.
That's not correct, but that can be said.
Do you know what you do here?
Yes, I think I know.
Okay.
But that's not correct, but that can be said.
We're supposed to have the courage based on...
It's not about courage. If you
No,
look,
I'm
if you
saying to you
look through,
based on your...
no, you look through it and you say you just can't.
Okay, let's do this. Jovan, for the benefit of those persons who are just joining us, why don't we just recap what has in terms of the results so far?
Thank you very much, WEBBO. And for those of you who are just joining us rightfully, we have 4 seats that has been declared to date, and they are electoral district number 1, St. Paul's, where we saw Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizen Movement coming up against J.D. Keynes. Of 1,240 persons that voted, 631 voted for Mr. Brand, while 604 voted for J.D. Keynes. There were 5 rejected, and Spencer Brand winning that seat by 27 votes. We are still awaiting the results for 8 of the 12 boxes for electoral district number 2, where Mark A.G. Brantley of the CCM is coming up against Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the NRP and Samuel Keynes of the MRM. Of 746 votes that has been cast so far, Mark Brantley 371, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 368, and Samuel Keynes 1. There has been 4 rejected and 2 spoiled. Mark Brantley leading Dr. Patricia Bartlett by some 3 votes. In electoral district number 3, St. George's, where Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement came up against Rohan Isles, there were 1,057 persons who voted. Of that, Eric Evelyn got 736, Rohan Isles 311, 10 were rejected, Eric Evelyn winning that seat by some 425 votes. In electoral district number 4, St. James's, we saw Alexis Jeffers coming up against Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. Of some 1,510 votes that were cast, 742 went to Alexis Jeffers, 750 went to Janice Hodge, 11 went to Patricia Mills, 2 were rejected, 5 were spoiled. Dr. Janice Hodge winning that seat by 8 votes. And finally, in electoral district number 5, where Latoya Jones of CCM came up against Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the NRP, 1,223 persons voted, 508 voted for Latoya Jones, 712 for Cleon Stapleton Simmons, 1 rejected, 2 spoiled. In terms of the summary, in St. Paul's, possible registered voters 2,297, votes cast 1,240, CCM 631, NRP 604, rejected 5, spoiled 0. St. John's, registered voters 4,488, to date votes cast 746, 371 to CCM, 368 to NRP, 1 to MRM, 4 rejected, 2 spoiled. St. George's, possible votes 1,881, votes cast 1,057, 736 CCM, 311 NRP, 10 rejected. St. James's, possible 2,608, votes cast 1,510, 742 going to CCM, 750 going to NRP, 1 reject, 2 spoiled. And in St. Thomas, a possible 1,898, 1,898, 1,223 voted, 508 going to CCM, and 712 going to NRP, 1 rejected, 2 spoiled. So again, the seats that has been called: Electoral District number 1, St. Paul's, Spencer Brand winning that seat over J.D. Keynes by 27 votes. Electoral District number 3, Eric Evelyn winning that seat over Rohan Isles by 425 votes. Electoral District number 4, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge winning the seat over Alexis Jeffers by 8 votes. And in St. Thomas's, Cleon Stapleton Simmons winning the seat over Latoya Jones by some 204 votes. Those are the results today.
Yes, could we just give some more data on the outstanding number 2 in terms of the number of registered voters, and you give us where the areas that has come in so far and that which is left and the numbers.
Okay, thank you very much, Webo, again. Areas that have votes that has been counted so far: Electoral District 3C, which is the United Pentecostal Church, where there were 393 possibly registered voters. Of that, 187 persons voted. Mark Brantley, 105. Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 82. Brown Partial School, the Annex, there were possible 316 registered voters. 149 had voted to date. Mark Brantley, 70. Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 79. Elizabeth Bremerton Primary School, there were 308 registered voters. 157 persons voted. 89 voted for Mark Brantley. 64 voted for Dr. Patricia Bartlett. Church of God, Cox, 475 registered voters. 253 voted. 107 for Mark Brantley. 143 for Dr. Patricia Bartlett. In terms of the areas that are outstanding, 1A, Alberta Payne Community Center, in Bad Village. Possible candidates registered, possible votes 423. 1B, same location, also 423. 2A, Ivor Walters Primary School, there are registered 341. 2B, also in Ivor Walters Primary School, possible votes 343. 2C, Cecil Brown Integrated School, 372 registered voters. 2D, Cecil Brown Integrated School, also 395 registered voters. 3A, Education Building, Marion Heights, 334 registered voters. And in the same location, 3B, 362 registered voters. So those are the amounts that are outstanding.
I must take this opportunity to say congratulations to the Honorable Eric Evelyn for winning his seat, and Godspeed.
Well, we eagerly await the results for district number 2. We've been given some results before, and it's nothing we can point towards that we can be in any way conclusive. It's still early days in that district, but obviously it's going to be the district that decides who holds the office of the Nevis Island administration. It has been a very tight race, Glendale. A very tight race. I anticipated the tight race, but I'm not sure if, in a general sense, this was anticipated. But I've been hearing the word change in the distance, almost like a distant thunder, you know, in talking to people. And even on the government side, you know, they would say, I know people want to change, but you know, and it's not all because the government are not performing. You know, it's also of that consistency. If you look at it on a graph, that the people have been seeing, no real surges and no real fall, but a consistency here in Nevis, which to me people are questioning. You know, people are questioning, and again, with the age of the government being, you know, right now vying for its third term, things can be said. Things can be said, and of course, there's this global crisis that's taking place where people find that money, you know, have become less because of the inflation rates and so forth, and it's been said that things, you know, have been a bit tight for some people. I've made the point in the last session we had here on Let's Talk when WEBBO asked a very good question: if there's anything about any one of the parties that can influence, you know, the voters, and I think I said the fact that they are ladies, and whatever come with being the female, they tend to seems to be more caring. We all can speak towards our mom in that regard, and they have, I think, expand on that to a great extent. They have expressed great care for single parent, and you know, they're constantly in those, you know, kind of zone and promulgating those kind of issues, you know, and I think they have make a mark. They have make a mark. It's easier to make a mark given, you know, the global circumstance, you know. 1, 2, the age of the CCM administration. 3, the recent debacle of the unity administration. You know, the fact that our folks have moved from government and now move into opposition, and no one can tell me these are not factors that have kind of, you know, points to negative, you know, people's vision going forward, you know. And it's not like they are saying NRP is better, you know, but they are hoping for more. And I had to ask the question to a friend the other day: if we are thinking of do we have to have a political change in terms of political party change to have an improving governance, you know? Because I think what people want is of course an improved circumstance and more economic vibrancy. You know, we longing to see that in Nevis because we see it every day in St. Kitts. We see that growth in St. Kitts. And so I'm back to that consistent horizontal graph without much of a surge or even much of a dip, you know, that tends to be the situation here in Nevis from a general point of view. And it begs the question, you know, and that's why in my mind, like a distant thunder, I've been hearing the word change, and a lot of people I've spoken to is speaking towards that in a kind of light-hearted way, because they're not certain as to what is to come, you know, what is to come, and it's in the NRP interest, I suppose, to give the people that confidence out of mere talk, because they have not been in government at all, you know, and because of that gap that to me exists here in Nevis, they have been able to get some traction.
Notwithstanding, we don't have all the results in as yet.
Yes. Yes.
How far do we see the effects of what has taken place so far? Meaning, will it continue on to the next election in the next 5 years? And or what do both parties have to do to make the difference? That is, for the Concerned Citizens Movement to stop the bleeding, so to speak, and for the Nevis Reformation Party to go that extra mile and then next time around be victorious.
Well, the truth is, WEBBO, I think is a big awakening for for the CCM. I don't think they have expected this very close one. It's a big awakening. If this trend continue, I think they're happy we get the government the next time, in the next 5 years. You know, if they remain in place, if they remain consistent in the opposition gesture and being in public domain and actually be what can I say, a troublesome opposition, you know, a troublesome opposition, they would make some way. I mean, in the light of this, the CCM now have to pull their socks up. The CCM now have to pull their socks up and find ways of to cement themselves and to regain that they have not lost the trust. They have not lost the trust. But what they have lost to me is a bit of that hope.
Maybe being complacent.
Being complacent is a big thing, WEBBO. You don't do that. You know, I mean, this is the third election. I see no big posters of them. I have not heard about anything written to say, well, what's that word again? Manifesto. There is. I'll take back that.
Look,
in a rush.
Let me tell you
I'll take back that in a rush.
Let me tell you
I'll take back that in a rush. You understand?
You
But I
saying
think
a lot of things that
you're here
are
with
not
us.
true.
You're here with us, Mr. Stanley.
Huh?
You're here with us. You're here with us.
You know,
You're simply here with us. But I do think a bit of complacency and you know, that played a part in it all.
But Mr.
But it's not over.
Mr. Stalin, to be fair, if Naya or anyone else is saying stuff that is not true, and you know that, your duty is to politely correct it.
You're here with us.
Politely
You're
correct
here
it,
with us.
but there are times when there is noise and nobody can hear you because of so much noise. And I have gone to the length and breadth to dig Naya, to show him the amount of confusion in Haiti as to why we shouldn't go down that road of secession. And to no avail, I can't get him to understand it.
But Stanley, I really like you. You know why I like you? Because we can be talking about cars and immediately you come in and start to talk
Yeah,
about
but what I'm trying to tell
like
you
mangoes.
is that what I'm trying to say to you is that you, for some reason, don't get it simply because it is a great issue, it's an emotional issue, it's maybe a divisive issue.
Put another way, his ideas or views are different to yours.
No, WEBBO,
They're not?
not necessarily. It's just that it has a good ring to a certain segment of the community.
But ain't it true for everybody's views? Not everybody's going to agree
I agree
with
you.
your views, right?
I agree with you.
So,
But it's an old relic.
and
It's an old relic that has no place in modern times.
You know the
And we are
problem.
doing very well. I don't want to go back down the road, but I'm going to make it last comment on it. We're doing very well as a nation together. And we have the best days ahead of us. Now, I will continue to make same noise. And I'm trying to tell him Haiti has gotten out of control. And the last time we were here, our Prime Minister, Dr. Drew, was in Barbados on the Cuban Association relationship, diplomatic as the case might be, embassy and all that. And I said, I hope while they're there, the plight of Haiti will be brought to the fore. And the day after, I heard maybe a press release that they have brought it to the fore.
Okay, but to the issue at hand, though, let me just remind.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
And we're standing by for more election results from the constituency of number 2, St. John's, in which the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement, Mark Brantley, and the challenger, Dr. Patricia Bartlett. Jovan, you have the updated numbers. We can just give it the listeners so far. The updated numbers for that seat.
Yes, WEBBO. In that seat, there have been 746 votes that have been cast to date. Of that, Mark Brantley has gotten 371. Dr. Patricia Bartlett, 368. And don't forget, WEBBO, that there's a Samuel Keynes of the MRM that is in that, running in that seat also. He has gotten 1 vote. There has been 4 rejects and 2 spoiled. And so we are waiting some possible 2,000 plus votes that are still out there in that seat.
What do we make of the third party, just to look at them briefly, entering this race? I remember we had a discussion on Let's Talk a few weeks ago, and one caller called in and put the question, a rhetorical question, as to whether or not the third party is not there to be a spoiler. What has, in base of the results, the data so far, what are your thoughts on the third party in this race?
Well, I thought the third party this time around made a feeble attempt to run. They didn't do anything in the way of getting out there, from what I knew. What I know, that in terms of campaigning, they didn't even do a public meeting. They were not seen out there touching the flesh. That I've never heard of anybody who come and said that they've seen them anywhere. It was just based on name recognition, and I guess some folks went and voted for them. Yes, to me, the possibility is still in St. James, they may have been a spoiler. The possibility is out there that they could have been a spoiler, and as WEBBO rightfully corrected earlier, that those 11 votes could have gone to anyone. But the fact that those 11 votes hung out there somewhere, and the guy and Alexis Jeffers lost by 8, begs the question. So that part of it, so Alexis would have gone down. I remember a good friend of ours who ran in 1992. Memory served me right, and got some 39 votes, I think he did, and the man who was premier then lost by 24. And the gentleman to my right was called a spoiler.
I had just 1 month to do what I did. And you know what I did? They planted a mole in my campaign that burned up my amplifier.
What was that? Your campaign manager?
Right.
So your campaign manager?
They planted a mole in my campaign.
Was it Benedict Donald?
And I'm telling you, it took me a week to just get back on track.
Yeah.
And really, I didn't go in for him to lose the seat. I went in to take the seat, because once the bell rings, the seats belong to nobody.
Mm-hmm.
They go back to the people. And the people, when they have voted, they would have determined who those seats belong to. And as a result, my participation in the race was vehement, with a lot of firepower.
But your campaign manager threw you under the bus. I understand. Now, German, back to the race though. Quickly, back in St. John's, number 2. What I recognize is that CCM this time around did not expand the field. They have not really increased their numbers in any imaginable way. I think with the phenomenon that we are facing right now in this election that we're looking at, is the fact that NRP has expanded the field. There have been around a 13% swing up in terms of voter turnout across the board. If it's 59 or 60%, it's around 13 plus, somewhere there about percent. And within that 13%, NRP would have brought more persons to the polls. And it shows, even here in the St. John's race, with 4 box reported, with Patricia Bartlett, she's increasing her margins in every one of those boxes, as opposed to when she ran in August 5th. And that is what has put her in a position to be three votes behind. And I keep saying, Stanley, we normally say the Bridges box is a runaway train, generally speaking. But, again, if Brown like that, this Brownhill matter,
you cannot predict.
You cannot
right
predict
now.
Exactly. You cannot predict that Brownhill situation.
Anything can
That
happen.
4 box in Brownhill. That will be the telling point as to where we're heading as we go forward. That's the way I see this race.
You don't expect a fundamental. Don't deny a fundamental change can come out as
That's the point I'm making.
legitimate.
And the brilliant part about this, I don't know if Jovan, you guys see this, and Stanley, but NRP might have did a good thing by running those 3 candidates who are local candidates in the federal to test run them and to see where the weaknesses were.
It's politics.
Yeah.
And
It's
true.
It was a good thing that they did.
and you don't have another chance,
Yeah.
and therefore you use the people you got.
Yeah.
But those of us who understand the game, we would come up with a counter argument, hoping that it would work. It didn't deter them from doing what they had to do. They went and they had to change the constitution and whatever. It was brilliant. At the same time, we were hoping that they didn't. That was a monkey wrench coming from the opposite. The
other side.
The other side. But it just didn't work, because who to tell you you get to go into a certain direction, and if you're foolish enough to buy my dissertation, turn around and go the other way.
Now, let me ask you a question. You've been around this game for a long time, Stanley. I'm going to ask you a pointed question. Did you expect Alexis Jacques to lose tonight?
No. Okay. But at the same time, I know the reasons why he lost. All right?
Such as?
No. but Alexis, that's that one.
No, I didn't expect him to lose either. In fact, that seat there was always a CCM seat. From the lady to Alexis,
right.
And they've been running that quite hot.
Well, I told friends of mine actually, in order for NRP to win St. James, I did say to 1 or 2 friends of mine, they'll have to get at least 180. At least 180. Somewhere having 180, 190 in Fountain. It had to happen. There's no other way. I couldn't see it. And born out tonight. That was smack on 180.
Okay, cool. So what can we say about CCM that points to their experience, what we're experiencing now? A party that did not, increase in their whole on the island.
The CCM has to look at itself now. If it wins the government,
yes,
it has to look at itself now and recognize the party is not within good standing as it relates to its followers, its normal supporters. There have been a lot of peeling off of its supporters, particularly of one wing of the party. Let's talk frankly, we're here. The Van Samry wing of the party.
Yeah.
Many of the Van Samry folks who supported Van Samry, heavily of 3 years, have flipped, have moved off the CCM train. And some of them are is in the NRP train now. A number of them I recognize. And within the party there's a lot of disgruntled feelings, and if CCM should regain, that's something they'll have to deal with, because the peeling off of the party and this the sense of disenchantment, or the sense of the ideals of the party has shifted from under their feet. As Stanley Friend used to say, Stanley Friend used to say who he went and he voted for and he supported and went to the White House to. He used to say the Democratic Party. I didn't leave the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party left me. Ronald Reagan. So a number of people did not leave this. They would say they didn't leave the CCM party. CCM party would have left them. It went in a different direction, and that's something they have to look at if they were to be re-elected to office. And it's not going to be easy time governing going forward. This next 5 years is going to be very difficult for anybody who wins.
If they win, yeah.
Any party, either one, the NRP or the CCM party, it's going to be a difficult time going forward.
I don't agree with you.
I'll tell you why, and you may come around and agree. I think we're not going to get global inflation is not going to come on the wraps anytime soon for the next 12 months. That's not going to come around soon, meaning in terms of coming down. No, that's just a reality.
The impact is going to be late down here, so it's going to be extended beyond the
Correct.
Yeah.
United States and Europe.
Yeah.
And then the other big problem we're having here, CBI, is under threat of being, of ending.
Coming to an end.
Right, coming to an end by based on what the European Union is saying and based on the United States, they're going to try and put a clamp down. If that happens, and that you got to understand, CBI occupies 50% of the federal budget, and Nevis occupies a space of 30%, Stanley. So those are just the realities that we're facing. It's not going to be an easy time governing.
I quite understand, but there are so many other things that can be energized for us to truly
get
our fullest share out of the global wealth.
But that is the thing we
There's
expect
plenty
to
money
hear on the political platform.
All right, and I'm saying to you, if we are able to harness, based on leadership and foresight, we are just a small population, and the income per capita speaks volumes in terms of how much money we make and what we have to buy, or as the case might be.
Stanley, I want you to appreciate something, please. I mean, you used to run a grocery store. If you used to have a food bill last year of $1,000 a month, a family had $1,000 food bill, your food bill now invariably is above $1,800. Based on the price of goods today in the stores.
We understand.
Now hear me out. Your income has not moved 1 inch up. Right? That's just a reality. It means that it's eaten into your disposable income, what's available.
Real income.
And as a result of that, your spending power has diminished. And if this continues to go up, meaning inflation continues to go up, you now have to turn to credit cards. And you understand? And if you have credit cards at all, and if you max that out, you tend to turn to savings. We're talking about, by all our analysts and forecasters who are talking about inflation, they all have said this thing would continue, and they haven't got a grip on it yet. Because that's why the central banks, all central banks, are pushing up interest rates all the time to try to cool this down.
Let me just, the possibility of output to maximize income based on the current environment, the enabling environment that the government has brought about. All a person has to do is to increase his output to increase his income. And this is not applicable everywhere, although we know there are a lot of jobs available in the United States. People don't want them, but you know who rushing to get them? People dying in trailers, dying to cross the borders just to get to the United States and to earn a better living than they've been earning before. And as a result, where does inflation stand in the light of all this? I'm saying to you, this inflation thing is not applicable to us here.
Stanley, listen. outputs, right? It's as simple as this. Outputs in all prediction of
I don't
outputs.
understand that.
All prediction of outputs which is GDP. Generally speaking, are target basically slated to be 1% in the United States, 0.5% for 2022. That's the prediction, right? In the EU, that is what they're predicting. Now we know what a recession is. A recession is basically negative growth for two consecutive quarters, right? Now, if you continue to have negative growth like that, we are going into recession territory. Now, you understand? So when you're talking about output, it doesn't matter how much output, as long as inflation persists, Stanley, it doesn't matter your output. The fact remains there are too little goods on the market, and that would expand itself to services also. One second. That would expand
Far more money
one
chasing
second.
exactly
Too much cash.
But at the same time,
Exactly.
I'm saying to you, it doesn't happen here in the true sense of the word, simply because we are in a different environment. The government has made it possible with the enabling environment for anybody who wants to work, find good work with good pay. And
We're starting with a reality here. I mean, when
employment and inflation, isn't that two different things we're talking about?
things.
Look, I'm not
if you have
convinced.
money, you can purchase goods. When, for example, sweet oil was $80 a gallon, whatever it is, right? And it's now $150 in the last 2 months, or whatever the case is. That's a reality, and your income has not expanded. I mean, if soap, for example, was $5 and it's now $10 or $11, that's a reality.
that's a reality.
And you're living here.
You could
No matter what job you get, you can't change it because incomes are not changing in terms of increasing. Your disposable income remains the same. It remains less. Sorry.
What is your disposable income, Glendale? What I'm saying to you, the fellow who understands he has to go out there and put out more time, whether he's doing a service or, well, we have employment.
Boy.
And I'm saying to you, if he decides to increase his income,
How would you increase his income, Stan? Please break it down to me. When listen. I'm asking you a pointed question.
yes,
How would you increase your income, right? When there is less disposable. Hear me out. In a macro sense, when I say macro, the whole country, there's no increase in income, right? It's a diminishing amount of income you have in terms of disposable spending power, right? And you're going to put out more. Who is going to buy it? Who has the money to buy it, Stanley? You answer that question.
what I'm trying to tell you, there are people here who are willing to employ you if you're willing to put in the time.
Stanley, you can put in the time. With the point you're missing. You can put in the time and you can earn, but your earning power can only be but so much, because in order to have earning power, Stanley? In order to have earning power, somebody has to be buying what you're producing. Am I right? Hear me out.
I hear you.
Hear me out. And if disposable incomes, in a macro sense across the board, has diminished then and there's no increase in salaries, hear me out. Who's gonna purchase from all you put out? So if you understand me, who has the ability to purchase?
Is affected. Purchasing power is affected in a big way. Real income is less. You have your obligation with the institution that remains
it's the same.
fixed.
Exactly.
So you just got less money. Less money, even if you want to increase production, but even for those who are going to purchase your services or the goods you produce, the money not there.
They cannot afford it. So I mean, you can say rent, right? And say, you got to produce more,
And work more.
work more. But there's no buyers in the marketplace.
Let's just end this debate, because I don't agree with you.
Okay.
Simply because I know if you apply yourself and you make the decision to have a greater output of your time and your services, people will buy it. Here, I'm not talking about any place else.
What is to be expected of the NRP in the first year if they wins?
If NRP wins this thing in the first year, again, I'm going to say this over and over. The country has to collect taxes. That's how it makes revenues. Has to have, he has to have money. And again, down the same track, we have no influence on what's happening globally. Just as if, for example, if they're doing well, if let's say, for example, the first world economies are doing well, we get to spill off. For example, we're selling passports, we sell 1,000 passports a month, right? Or whatever the number is, and it's going to the roof. Our economy look rosy here. We did nothing, in terms of affecting that. It is controlled from abroad. Now, inflation, the same way, is the same. It's the same impact you're having here. And I just don't see, based on all economic indicators and all, if you listen to all the reports, I don't care who you listen, Barron's, it doesn't matter who you listen, right? Any of these Financial Times, it doesn't matter who you follow. Everybody's saying to you, central banks are having a hard time right now in terms of controlling inflation. And the problem, what they're really having is, of course, three factors that has created this. A, the supply chain during COVID. If you used to buy a car from Japan and it comes here in 6 weeks to 2 months, it's now taking you 6 months to get here.
Yeah.
That's just the reality. All right. So the supply chain has been clogged up. B, the second thing that happened, during COVID, countries gave away a lot of money, meaning that what did they call that again? When they gave away money to the people.
Welfare?
No. It's what's the term when they gave out a lot of money to help people?
Okay, yes. Economic, what do you call
it's a
that?
relief. The relief that they
Yeah.
Stimulus. The stimulus has affected helped cause inflation. I'll tell you how. Because there's a lot. 1 second, Stan. Let me finish. Right. The second thing, the stimulus, because a lot of money was in the marketplace. A lot of people save money, and they didn't have no place to go, no bars to go to. You locked down. You didn't have things to spend money on. You understand? So a lot of people stayed home and saved up a lot of money. Third thing is, what happened is the war. A lot of stuff that coming out of Ukraine, like wheat and all the byproducts of Russia, wheat from flour, flour, the whole nine, and cereals and all that sort of, and oil. So that also lessened the supply of goods around the world. Now here's the problem: you have too many, so you have a lot of cash. People have a lot of cash chasing a lot of goods. So, for example, if you have, let's say, a limited amount of milk, for example, and everybody chasing it, it drives the price up because I only got 10 cans of milk to sell, and people want my milk. So the price, I'm just using the price keep going up, and that goes for all items, for the most part. So inflation sets in, and central banks basically are saying, too much money is in the market to start buying back all this cash off the market and whatever the case is, and driving up rates. But they can get this to cool down. Right? It is persistent, and at some point it's going to create it's creating a recession, because if you take money out of the marketplace, meaning raising the rates, you can't give loans. Nobody can take loans then, and credit is what drives an economy.
Money's too expensive.
Credit is what drives growth. You understand?
I wanted to ask a question, which is besides what we're talking about.
Well, let me just make one point. And let me just congratulate Janice Daniel Hodge for her victory, and it is marvelous that you persisted and you have become successful. And again, congratulations to Janice Daniel Hodge for winning the seat in St. James.
The question I wanted to ask: do you think the federal government had an influence on this local election?
I didn't see any areas where they did.
Mr. Stanley?
I don't know. Stanley did.
There's plenty of money still floating around from
the previous federal government?
Previous federal government.
Yeah. What about this current federal government? Do you think they had an impact on this election?
It's very likely because of the association with the NRP. It's very likely. I'm telling you, you're not in government, but yet you are favored or favorably looking at them, and communicating with them. I'm not going to say that they give you money. I don't know. But at the same time, they know what they have to do. I'm talking about the federal government. In order to keep people on board, keep the apparatus, government apparatus, at a certain amount of acceptance. Because when they come, they don't come only to Mark Brantley at the head of the CCM. We know that the people of the NRP were just up in red.
Yeah.
Why? At the same time, I'm not saying.
Well, I understand. I understand. I see them as a group who was trying to reach out and establish their relationship.
Good.
I mean, what I seen in that gesture was, yes, an era has gone by, and here we have a new political party forming the federation, the federal government, and we want to be, seems to be friendly with them.
Right.
Well, I find that exists from both political parties in Nevis.
Right. I'm not saying something is wrong with it, but you asked me a pointed question.
Yes.
And I can't tell you, yes, they did put money into the campaign. I can't tell you if that is true or false.
Yeah, but sometimes it's not all about money. It's more about relationship and hope and inspiration and influence at times. It's not always about money, because what I realized that the NRP did spend quite a time in St. Kitts using the radio station out of St. Kitts. Of course, nothing wrong with that. You have to use any means that's necessary. But it crosses my mind once or twice if they are not facilitated, and therefore X amount of what I regard as hypocrisy exists in terms of relationship from the federal government to these parties out here.
Well,
No, those things are expected in politics. I mean, people are going to choose their winners and their losers,
Right.
and you seek alliance as you go along in politics.
Yes.
Even in the opposition, on the opposition bench, the governing party seeks to have alliances and strike deals. Where with the opposition, and it's within the interest. All politics is local at the end of the day, right, Stanley?
Yeah.
So I mean, the fact that Mr. Brantley is in opposition and Alexis and Mr. Evelyn is in opposition, along with Tim Harris and Sean. You would, and Nevis, these guys sit in opposition. At the same time, they have the eyes on Nevis, meaning Mr. Brantley, who is the premier, and he has to bring the bacon home one way or the other. He has to find ways. So it creates some sort of alliance, from time to time, working with the governing party, who has a slim majority, and he can be a bug in the rug with them, or a bug in the ear. He can create a lot of problems for the governing party. So there's no permanent friends or permanent enemies in politics. It's about interest, political interest, and furthering your lot, your interests. And so the question is asked that you asked, Mr. Stanley. That's a reality. Yes, the Labour might have done things to help, maybe not in finance, maybe not, or make it easier, create, I don't know. I'm just saying. It's just the reality. And then again, on the other hand, with Mr. Brantley and the CCM, who is in opposition, they have to accommodate them too, because they want to stay in power, and they're one-seat majority. They don't want them to frustrate the process. So they're helping everybody. Everybody's playing, play the game.
Also wanted to ask. We all know that geothermal is quite a transformational, what can I say, investment, and coming to Nevis. Do you think if that happens, say if CCM win this election, and that happens in the next 5 years, within the next 5 years, what do you think about the next election coming up? Do you think things can turn around absolutely, and this trend of NRP encroaching upon the CCM space can be reversed?
The problem with the government, if CCM wins this election, the problem that they have, in my opinion, I'm only speaking from my corner, my little corner over here. I believe, like I said, I keep saying the global influences that they're facing right now, that I think has caused some ripple in this election for them. Partly, mainly rather, because I always believe in the pocketbook issue carry the day, the pocketbook issue in elections. It's that will persist, and it would make it difficult in terms of governing. They have to govern within their party. I'm talking about the CCM. Govern within their party and straightening out their issues. Second, on top of that, they have the overarching issues of the global conditions to deal with. CBI dwindling. 30% of the NIA budget is buttressed by CBI funding.
Yeah,
right? Hear me? And if that goes away, and the Sengit's part goes away in terms of CBI funding, it becomes even a tighter economic space to move to maneuver in, because you can't tax the people into the ground. And Stanley would agree with me with that, right? So whether it's NRP or CCM, you have a problem right there for the next, let's say, 12 to 62.
Election results.
With the results for
Ladies and
District
gentlemen, I
2.
continue.
Located at the Education Building, there were 502 registered voters. 86 persons cast their votes. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 52 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 52 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 34 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 34 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Then we go on to polling station 2C at the Cecil Brown Integrated School. There were 372 registered voters. 237 persons voted. There were 2 rejected ballots. No spoiled ballots. 108 for Mark Brantley. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 108 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 124 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 124 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. Polling station 2D at the same location, the Cecil Brown Integrated School, there were 395 registered voters. 225 persons cast their vote. There were no rejected ballots. There were no spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 82 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 139 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 139 votes. And Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. I now return you to Master Control until new developments take place.
Well, we've just got a new update from the supervisor of election. How many we got in? How many boxes just was dropped there, Jervin?
Well, we just had an additional 3 boxes, 2C, 2D, and 3A. We tell you that in 2C, Cecil Brown Integrated School, where there was some 372 registered voters, we saw 237 votes cast. Of that, Mark Brantley 108, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 124, Samuel Keynes of MRM 3, and of course there were 2 rejected ballots. In 2Ds, also in the same location at Cecil Brown Integrated School, where there were 395 registered voters, 225 persons voted. Mark Brantley 82 and Dr. Patricia Bartlett 139. We also would have seen a result from 3A at the Education Building at Marion Heights, where there were 334 registered voters. Of that, 86 persons voted. 52 voted for Mark Brantley and 34 for Dr. Patricia Bartlett. It means, therefore, that Dr. Patricia Bartlett is leading Mark Brantley. She has 635 to 613, with 8 votes going to MRM, 6 rejected, and 2 spoiled. So far, a total of 1,294 persons have voted in electoral district number 2.
Well, Jervin, let's look back at 2022 and do a comparison analysis here on those 3 boxes. Let's look and see whether or not there have been a decrease in the percentage that Mark Brantley got, as opposed to in August of this year in the federal versus. Okay, yeah, Naya. So where are we now?
Oh, well, we obviously need to digest these, and we're probably waiting for the statisticians to put some gloss on these. Basically, prior to this, you were responding to a question I asked you.
Yes.
Wait.
Yes, let's wait until the statisticians come back with the numbers on these three boxes and see where we are. We're going to do a comparative analysis as to where we were in August 5th for the federal election versus where we are now. And we're seeing the NRP candidate surging. We're to the point where the NRP candidate is actually leading the premier by 52 votes overall in its overall tally, and we've gotten in 7 boxes thus far, and the NRP candidate is leading the premier now. I kept earlier on, I kept saying let's get to the Brownhill 4 boxes.
We got 3 of them just now?
Yeah, we got 3 of them, and they're quite telling where we're heading. We just wait for the 4th one, and then we're heading south. Not south, we're heading west.
In
West.
fact, in 12 of those 3, Glendale, Pat actually went ahead of the premier. In 12 of them, 108 in Cecil Brown
versus
to 124,
yes.
then 82 to 139.
That's unheard of.
Yes.
In recent times, coming out of that box, I mean, Brownhill has kind of run away in the NRP column.
Yeah.
And that's quite interesting. Remember, I told you about that statement.
Yeah.
And how it was played upon by the NRP candidate, and it's showing it has borne some fruit.
Yeah, I promise not to talk about history much, but NRP is Brownhill is known as a NRP little town still. Really, and back in the days.
Back in the day,
Mark dominated.
Mark has dominated for the last 10 years, 10 to 15 years.
Some different shine there.
Yes.
But it looks like now we're dealing with.
This is a new.
This
is a new phenomenon that we haven't seen for a while. Again, we all hold on to our clutches, or whatever we want to call it.
I think the whole island is on the edge.
And we're all on the edge right now because, again, there is still the Bridges box, and that's going to be quite telling. Depends on how far ahead Miss Bartley gets. This can be quite interesting going
This
into
is
the end.
very interesting going forward.
Yeah.
As I said, yes, we can do our comparative analysis, but I think what has taken place between August and now is quite telling. It's quite impacting.
Yes.
Well, they got
You know,
a,
on
they
the
got a whipping in August, you know, so they...
Yeah. But what has happened between now and then and now?
Gentlemen, let's look at give us an idea of the boxes that are outstanding, the areas that they're outstanding in, and look at the comparison in terms of the last results, what we got from there, and the expectation, who did well in terms of those areas.
Politics.
So, Webbo, if I can speak to what's outstanding, we have 1A, Alberta Payne Community Center in Bath, where there are some 422 registered voters. Also in 1B, at the same location, there are also 423. So there's some 846 in just a Bath village. If we look at Ivor Walters Primary School, there is still two big boxes there. One having in one with 341, the other with 343. Now we have one more box in the Marion Heights area, the education building, where there are 334 persons. So there are still there are still five significant boxes that are outstanding.
Right, but you were finished?
Yes, well,
Okay, so the five significant boxes, one of those areas would be where Brownhill, a section of Brownhill votes.
That is correct.
Now that is going to be, what was the result in the last election in that particular box? That's what I'm saying. Look at the August 5th elections and look at the August 5th sheet.
Okay, in the August 5th Ivor Walters primary, Mark Brantley would have in one of those boxes 122, Patricia Bartlett 88. In the other one, Mark Brantley got 100, Patricia Bartlett got 64. In fact, there were three boxes that was in that area. And the third would have been Mark Brantley would have gotten 74, and Dr. Patricia Bartlett would have gotten 85.
Okay, so that is a box that where people from Brownhill and the surrounding
areas. Yes.
Okay, and then you have the
Bath Village.
The Bath Village.
In Bath Village, Alberta Payne, in the election of August, we'd have seen Mark Brantley 119, Patricia Bartlett 81, Mark Brantley 118, Patricia Bartlett 60 in those two boxes.
Okay, now, and you said you have another box. What the box at the education building?
We have one more at education,
and that is an area where church ground votes as well.
Yes,
and so
right.
what was it?
Well, there are 334 persons in that box that are still left. United Pentecostal Church. Education building. Yeah, Mark Brantley would have gotten.
Is it different?
Yes.
So
I've just seen it. Yeah, yes. Mark Brantley would have gotten 95. Patricia Bartlett would have gotten 44. In fact, there were two boxes in that area. Mark Brantley got 69. Patricia got 66, and the other one he got 95. Pat got 44.
Okay, so and when I noticed you were saying sometimes you were saying the education building. Another time you said United Pentecostal.
Yes. They are
No.
education building and one in the United Pentecostal Church.
So you have two boxes outstanding in that area. One is at education building and one is United Pentecostal Church.
The one for United Pentecostal Church has been called.
That's been called.
Yes.
So the one that is outstanding is the education building.
The one is that's correct.
And that's one where church ground area votes as well?
That is correct.
Okay. So a total of how many boxes we have outstanding?
5.
5, and how many have been counted? 7. Okay. And Patricia Bartlett is therefore leading by?
Mark has 613, Patricia has 665. 52.
By 52 votes.
Yes.
So that for all intents and purposes, and when you look at the numbers from August 5th, that either way it's going to come down to a close finish.
That is correct, Webbo.
Okay. The other thing that is interesting, I thought, but it continues the same trend in terms of the count, that I said I hope I wasn't calling too early when we had the 4 seats declared just about midnight. But I recall that we've had situations just like that, and then we end up 4, 5, 6 o'clock.
Yes,
And it's just one of the things that maybe the debate or the discussion only comes about election time. And when will they do something to improve the count? And why not?
But is there? I don't know how this thing works, Webber, but it has to be a better way.
But
what can be the possible reason why this is being dragged out this far?
They have in terms of us getting the results.
Yeah.
When you hear the theme election results, they have an app in which they have improved in that particular area. So I'm wondering what is the resistance why the public cannot get an early count of the votes, because they have been in already. People have voted already, so it cannot be changed, right? It just needs to be counted, and so I'm hoping that something can be done.
I mean, I think they need to take into account that it's a quality of life issue. People shouldn't be dragged through the entire night in suspense, wanting to know how the democracy is going to look tomorrow. I think, you understand? And then having to go through tomorrow with a sleepless night.
But isn't it true across
the world,
decades, that people complain, and even some of the persons who complain, when they get into a position where they don't.
Right, boy, Webbo. You're right with that one. That's how it happens around here. I don't know what you think, Naya, but
I think we're doing good.
you like being up?
No, but comparing to previous times, I think we're doing well. We have seen some improvement, big time. Yes, by 12 o'clock everything else was in, except to the St. John's, and that is the one that always takes hours. And if it's going to be tight, as it seems like it's going to be, some people are going to want to recount and all this type of stuff.
Now, every election cycle, this box, this constituency, St. John's, always go to morning. I have not seen an election cycle in the last maybe 20 years.
Yeah,
that this doesn't drag through morning.
It really does.
What's the problem?
Recount.
That's what we're trying to figure out. I think solving that problem, then the entire problem.
Even in federal elections, this box is the most intractable. We stay up here until morning.
But we had 2 seats that have been declared already, which were closed. So there was no recount.
There was no need.
Look.
But that's the point that I'm making. But anyway, I suppose that we're just speculating and asking rhetorical questions, because it doesn't happen. Now, Jovan, just for an update for the folks who might be just joining us, because I happen to know that part of the procedure for some folks is to sleep and then awaken and try and catch up with what is happening, the updates and so on and so forth. So try and get you have your numbers and everything together.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
Jovan.
Thank you very much again, Webbo. And for those of you who are just joining us, again, we have 4 seats that have been declared in electoral district number 1, electoral district number 3, electoral district number 4, and electoral district number 5. We are waiting 5 boxes from electoral district number 2. I will just run them quickly from the top. In electoral district number 1, where we had Spencer Brand of the CCM coming up against J.D. Keynes of NRP, 1,240 persons would have voted. Of that, Spencer Brand got 631, J.D. Keynes 604. There were 5 rejected ballots. In electoral district number 2, St. John's, where Mark Brantley is coming up against Dr. Patricia Bartlett, again we'd have had seven boxes would have been called. 2C of the integrated Cecily Brown Integrated School, 2D also Cecil Integrated School, Education Department Marion Heights, 3B, 3C United Pentecostal Church, 3D which happens to be Brown Pastor School, and 3E the Elizabeth Pemberton Primary School, and polling station 4 Church of God Cox. Of 1,294 votes that were cast, Mark Brantley would have received 613, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 665, Samuel Keynes of the MRM 8, and there was 6 rejected and 2 spoiled ballots. Electoral district number 3, which has also been called, Eric Evelyn coming up against Rohan Isles, 1,057 persons voted, Eric Evelyn 736, Rohan Isles 311, 10 rejected. In electoral district number 4, which has also been called, Alexis Jeffers came up against Janice Daniel Hodge, where out of 1,510 votes cast, Alexis Jeffers 742, Janice Hodge 750, MRM of Patricia Mills 11, 2 rejected, 5 spoiled, Janice Daniel Hodge winning that seat by 8 votes. In electoral district number 5, St. Thomas's, Latoya Jones against Cleon Stapleton, that also has been called. 1,223 persons voted. Of that, 508 voted for Latoya Jones, 712 voted for Cleon Stapleton Simmons. In terms of a summary, St. Paul's, Spencer Brand winning that seat by 27 votes. 1,240 persons voted. He received 631, and J.D. Keynes 604. In terms of number 3, Eric Evelyn winning that 736 to 311 out of 1,294 votes that were cast. In St. James's, 742 to Alexis Jeffers, 750 to Janice Hodge. Janice winning that seat by 8. Also, 11 of those votes would have gone to Patricia Mills. And St. Thomas's, electoral district number 5, St. Thomas's, we would have seen also Cleon Stapleton winning 712 to Latoya Jones 512 out of some 1,223. So we are waiting the results of five boxes in St. John's. But to date, out of 1,294 votes, Mark Brantley 613, Patricia Bartlett 665, Samuel Keynes 8, 6 rejected, 2 spoiled. Patricia Bartlett leading Mark Brantley by some 52 votes.
Well, I suppose we're still in that zone, that uncertain zone as to what's going to take place going forward. We got 5 more boxes. Yes, in St. John's, and that can basically go anyway at this point in time.
Is that the education building is A to L or L to Y?
The one that is outstanding?
Yeah.
A to L.
A to L is
Yes,
outstanding.
yes. 334 registered voters.
Okay. Oh, interesting.
I suppose Overbat being usually an area that is more supportive towards the CCM, I suppose we would see what change would be forthcoming in that respect. I know it's a toss-up over there. It's much closer over there. I've been in the Bath area, and it looks like the opposition have been spending a lot of time there. And I've been taking there once.
What do you think the impact, if there's a possible impact in Bath? Why would there be a dust up in Bath? You think?
Why they would be?
Tightening in Bath. What's the reason for that? You think?
Well, for sure, I know Dr. Bartlett was doing a lot of work in Bath and dealing with people on a very personal level, because I was asked to do something on her behalf to somebody who really needed it, and I mean that's just one individual, but I think she combed that region pretty closely, and I believe she have gotten a lot of strength over there in the last few months, actually, since the as I said that people were not happy very much after the federal election. And a lot of that we are seeing playing out in these results.
And timing really affected if it would play against CCM in Bath. Yeah, the road that they've been working on, the dust, the washing out, and the overdoing and all that.
I've heard a lot of complaints.
A lot of complaints. So if you see Bath is really close, then I've
heard a lot of complaint on that level there. I mean, things they are not close to completion, and of course it's in the middle of things, and of course this would happen for any government anyway. There are things that won't be completed, but it's that type of inconvenience is profound, because it's the road,
it's the road and the dust
and it looks
it looks tacky,
totally.
It looks slight pivot. Jervon, A2L, right? That education building, A2L, right? What was the breakdown again, if you don't mind?
334 votes.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just
139.
A2L.
What is it?
Would have been.
Yes.
Sorry.
82 and 139.
So
80 to 1. 80. Yes. No, that's L2Z.
Okay. So
you're talking about Cecil Brown. That's 2D.
No, I'm talking about A to L.
Education Department.
Yeah. What is
there are 334 votes in there. Yeah, but that box has not yet been called. The one that was called is L2Y.
What was the number?
L2Y. L2Y, 362. There were 52 to Mark and 34 to Pat.
Wow.
It's
going to be quite interesting if the numbers doesn't jump big and here right in this box, because normally that's a box that CCM normally do big in,
because that's where church ground.
That's the point I'm making. You realize where I'm going with this?
Yes.
Because the two church ground, the two box, that really is the big box. They call it the overseas box, and this only had 52 to 34.
Correct.
The margin here would have been somewhere in the region of what? 22.
Let's see.
22 between Mark Wantley and Patricia, in terms of she would
have been about that. Yes.
Generally, is over 100.
Yes.
These boxes are big, and seemingly people didn't go to vote here, or they didn't get in their people here. And if the next box, which is A to L in Marion Heights, reflects the same, does the same thing, we have a problem, and there's a problem here.
Yes,
going south, going west.
In these boxes, in the 2020 election, you would have seen Mark getting 92 to Daly's 46.
You see what I'm saying?
And in the second one, Mark getting 101 to him 44.
You see what I'm saying?
So
these are holding too close right now, too close for comfort, with a 22-point spread, vote spread in one of those boxes, and the other one comes in a mirror image of this, or close. We're into our interesting ride. Going into Bath.
Good point.
As you call the votes, or as you listen to the votes, or before the votes come in rather, where you expect Brantley to do well in order to erase that lead, and then, because if he doesn't do well in what particular areas, then
if he doesn't do well in Marion Heights box, the next one to be released, because he has the first box that was released, the L to Y box, right? He has a 22-point spread in terms of a lead. Normally he has a huge spread, close to maybe 100.
80.
80.
18. No, you have 18 votes.
He has 18 ahead now. If the second one that drops from Marion Heights and he does not expand the field here, meaning in terms of his margin, going into remember Brown Hill is coming again. That and then you're going into Bath. That bolds some problems. That is some problems we're looking at coming up. A storm coming down the road. So he has to make some distance on the Marion Heights backs. The next one coming. If he doesn't, significant distance, that is at least 80 votes going into Bath. Because remember, Brown Hill is coming.
And how big is the box that to come from
Brown Hill?
Yeah.
Brown Hill has two big boxes, 341 and
Coming.
343.
Coming. Two big ones coming?
Yeah,
Oh my
there
God.
are 341, there are 687
Yes.
votes.
So that's, and Brown Hill is a highly motivated voting area at this point. It's reflected in the numbers.
I mean, let's look at we can look at the
The turnout today in the Brown Hill. All the Brown Hill boxes are very high, at least 12 to 15 points higher than where they were the last election. Every one of them. So Brown Hill is highly motivated area to vote. And if this trend persists, Mr. Stanley, is there a trend?
Obviously.
You could tell us, sir.
I'll keep that card to my chest until later. Let me tell you something.
Come on. Play on the front foot, Stanley.
For people
Play on the
to
front foot, man.
make these quantum leaps, you have to begin to understand the association with people with firepower.
Okay.
You got where I'm coming from?
I got you.
Good.
I got you. So,
Well, if you got him, can you explain?
so he's basically saying the man with the firepower is going to fire. The big gun's going to fire soon.
Okay.
So,
Well, they have already fired today, you know.
are we talking about this one right now?
Right, I'll tell you.
Okay.
But we do not know what casualty will occur. But there is no question about it. For you to have come from first standard to take the quantum leap to seventh standard or university within such a short period of time, you have to begin to.
So, where is the collateral damage in this now? You said the man with the firepower going to fire, so explain it to us.
We do not know yet what the casualty would be, who the victor or the vanquished would be. At the same time, I just believe that my horse will still come home. It depends, basically, but if you are following the dynamics within such a short period of time, you have come from oblivion to.
So can I akin this analogy or whatever you're making to the Ukrainians fighting the big bad Russians and running the Russians out with help from elsewhere?
Well, you can, but
The United States and the rest.
It's not a good analogy.
I see.
But at the same time, begin to figure it out. Figure it out. You have come from oblivion,
To get to the state.
and you are in first class now within such a short period of time. Ask yourself. But at the same time, the victor knew what he or she was supposed to have done. And if it wasn't done,
It becomes a vanquish. But now you understand what Mr. Stanley said?
I'm trying to read between the lines. Are you saying, Mr. Stanley, that things that supposed to have been done was not done, and
obviously
that's what's
we
creating
don't know yet.
creating this situation?
You can't tell
That's what makes this election so tight.
Yeah, you can't tell me overnight.
You don't think some of the missteps on the campaign trail might have been cause for this tightening, like the language used
No.
and all that sort of thing?
No. Everybody is accustomed to the language.
I see.
And you can't tell me that you never heard cussing, you never heard names. And that is the nature of politics. But for people just to be turned off within such a short period of time, you look at what Naya said about the roads.
Mm-hmm.
You're getting good roads and you're complaining about dust. You complain about dust?
Your life's turned upside down.
You're getting good roads and you're going to complain about dust? I know a gentleman who did a project at the hospital and he called on this station.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he hasn't gotten enough. Are you following me?
All the way.
I knew what he did on a particular project. And he called on this radio station as if those guys are the worst. I nearly wanted to ask Zook, of course I can't ask him now, if they didn't give him any work in housing and land. Because they got a lot of construction work to do. But I've seen, and he does good work. But
So
he called in.
you still need to explain to me why you think this race has tightened.
I just told you. So you're not listening?
I hear you, but I mean,
I'm saying to you, you calculate
yeah.
and you figure it out. That if you were in oblivion and within such a short period of time, you're now wearing striped suits, leather shoes. How did it happen?
But that is the explanation the public is waiting for, Mr. Stanley, because you're saying that, and you're asking how did it happen. Can you give any indication as to how did it happen?
Really, you live Mars?
No, I live right here. I live right here.
But you see,
But this is
everything
major.
don't come
Look.
to his desk,
Everything doesn't come to my desk, It is not wrong to say, Mr. Stanley, that Nevis, to me, over the years, is CCM country. Okay? Just as I would think it's Labour country.
How come?
But of course, other governments would have their time,
I do understand that.
and I feel that way because system have hold on to the reins of power for so long
I
in such
do
a solid
understand
way,
that.
But we are experiencing something now that, of course, demands an explanation, and so I'm asking for that. I'm listening to you for that expectation.
Could I ask a question though? I mean, this jumps out at me. Did you think they made a miscalculation? And because generally that Bridges box generally generate more votes than what we're seeing here. In terms, and they call it the overseas box. Well, bringing a lot of people.
Yeah.
And we're not seeing the numbers coming out of break. We have one more to go, eh? One more box, but the one I see so far.
Okay,
it's not even close to what.
We're usually totally convinced that those who have come down on the CCM plane vote for CCM. We're usually totally convinced about that. Okay?
But
they
come and
less
vote against. They came and some voted against.
I suppose, I mean, people experience transformation, and a lot of people jaw drops as to what happened with the unity debacle. A lot of people look at Nevis back then and wondering what was going to happen and where it's going to go and so forth. You know what I mean? I think that is major in the history of Nevis politics, and to me contributes to this result that we are experiencing right now. You know, it does contribute to it. You know,
but the Naya can have a point, because the results from the federal election, right, shows NRP gaining.
Yeah.
Some people argue that the voters of the CCM did not go out, but if you do not go out, you cannot count.
That's right.
And so whatever,
Yep.
and this turnout, I've been hearing you mention 50-something% and stuff like that, and I don't know what comparison it was to the last local election.
Last local was 2017.
Yes, I have 58 and 60 and 58 and 54 I'm seeing in Charlestown. So you had an average of about what, maybe 59?
59%.
59%. Is it about the same thing this time around?
Yes. We're hovering around 59-60%, hanging in there, 59 roughly.
Right, and then maybe if you look at the numbers, if was it that the same numbers were voting, or you had an increase in the numbers and perhaps more went out for the NRP?
Okay, let me give us phenomenon, WEBBO. This happened in 2017. The Marion Heights Box 3A reported 351 votes for Mr. Brantley versus 81 votes for the NRP candidate. The Box 3B reported 186 versus 92 in 2017. Look at how different those numbers are. We're talking about north of 150 for both boxes for the CCM candidate. North of 150, 151 and 186. Today, look at what we're reporting. Is it 52, Devon?
Yeah.
52 in box B, right? 52 as opposed to 186 last time around.
Right.
Something is happening here.
Which again means that perhaps some of the voters, are a large number, perhaps did not vote, because if you had 52 and 34
Yeah.
out of a possible, what, 300 and something?
Out of a possible 300 and, yeah,
362.
362.
Right, so that tells that some of the voters perhaps stayed away from the polls. And based on what you're saying, Glendale, on the numbers for 2017, where Mr. Brantley was very strong there, it can suggest that his voters may not stayed away,
Sit on their hands.
and the Nevis Reformation Party still got a good segment of theirs.
Right.
And as a consequence, that's part of where that,
It's
Dr.
part
Bart
of-
is now enjoying this lead.
Yes. Somehow they didn't. The CCMC. It seems like the CCM did not agitate their voters or get their voters out. They had serious voter apathy, and I sort of alluded to that in terms of governing going into the next stretch. The party, remember I mentioned, the party having issues in terms of one faction versus the other. So we're hearing so. Maybe that's a component of that. We're speaking in real terms. You've heard the Van Zamri wing of the party has been agitating, and they're not happy with the state of the party and the direction of the party. They're public. A number of them are public right now. They have gone public with it. So this might be a consequence of that. And a divided party can't win elections. It has been proven over and over. Once the party is divided, you don't win elections. A united party wins elections. So.
Jovan, it's another hour has slipped by, so let's again see whether or not we cannot recap the race as it is at the moment.
And again, WEBBO, for those of you who are waking up, we tell you that 4 seats has been declared electoral district 1, electoral district number 3, electoral district number 4, and electoral district number 5. In electoral district number 1, of course, we saw Spencer Brand running against J.D. Keynes, and some 1,240 persons would have voted. Spencer Brand would have received 631, J.D. Keynes 604. Spencer Brand winning that seat by 27 votes. In electoral district number 2, that is the one that we are waiting results on for 5 polling stations. To date, we had 1,294 persons who would have voted. Of that, 613 voted for Mark Brantley, 665 voted for Dr. Patricia Bartlett, and 8 persons voted for Samuel Keynes of the MRM. In electoral district number 3, that also has been called, where there were 1,057 persons voted. Of that, 736 voted for Eric Evelyn, 311 voted for Rohan Isles. Eric Evelyn winning that seat by 425 votes. In electoral district number 4, which has also been called, 1,510 persons voted. Of that, 742 voted for Alexis Jeffers, 750 voted for Janice Hodge, and 11 voted for Patricia Mills. Janice Hodge winning that seat by 8 votes. And finally, in electoral district number 5, that too has been called, where 1,223 persons voted. 508 voted for Latoya Jones, while 712 voted for Cleon Stapleton, Cleon winning that seat by 204 votes. In terms of this summary, again, as I indicated earlier, 4 seats has been called. St. Paul's, Spencer Brand winning that seat by 27 votes, 631 to 604. Electoral district number 2, we are still awaiting 5 boxes. So far, Mark Brantley 613, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 665, Samuel Keynes 8. St. George's 3, that has been called to Eric Evelyn 736, to Rohan Isles 311. St. James's 4, that too has been called, 742 to Alexis Jeffers, 750 to Janice Daniel Hodge, and 11 votes going to Patricia Mills. And St. Thomas 5, that also has been called, 508 votes going to Latoya Jones, 712 going to Cleon. So in terms of votes cast, there has been some 48% of the votes that could have possibly been cast to date. 6,324 going to 6,324, being cast out of a possible 13,172. Of that, CCM 3,230, NRP 3,042, MRM 19, 24 rejected, and 9 spoiled. WEBBO?
Go ahead.
Well, I guess those who remain awake and those who have decided to take a rest, they're still eagerly awaiting the result, and let's hope whatever the result is, we can move forward as a country tomorrow, and as an island tomorrow in harmony, and remembering that we all shared this common goal of making Nevis a better place, really, at the end of the day. A lot of people always ask me who I support, but I always say that I support Nevis, and I will continue to do that. I want the best for Nevis, and so at the end of the day, we must rally behind what is good for Nevis. We could never say that the electorate are foolish, and I'm one who believes that you know, the intention of the electorate expressed through the medium of voting must be always respected, regardless of how shocking it seems. I know the whole island is on their edge at this point in time, and I would like to say for those who have won, congratulations, and we're looking forward to a good Nevis and people working together going forward. I cannot have any kind of insight into what may happen here in St. John's, given the state of affairs as it stands. Whoever wins, let the better man win, or the better woman. And of course, that is democracy at work. I've said that we are okay in terms of time, but it's getting a bit wearisome again, because even though I said that, I thought by now we would have got another result. But this has always been a tight count in this constituency, and I hope at the end of the day we can get out of here before 3 o'clock. And
No, I can only imagine. I can only imagine that people right now out there who are listening this and literally have picked up their phones and called people.
Yeah,
because it's becoming on edge.
This
particular part of the race is becoming on edge.
The numbers.
Yeah.
I was looking at, for instance, 2017. I don't know if you have that sheet as well.
Yeah.
What I find is interesting is the United Pentecostal Church. And I think you said that the church ground area votes there.
Yes, that's right.
And if you look at the numbers, not only of the registered voters there, but the number of votes that were cast, right, in those two areas in United Pentecostal Church, 151 and
186.
186, but 151 and 81 to go across.
Yeah,
in total.
86, 92. 186,
So
92.
that is a difference of
like 70.
right. And then you have 186 and 92.
92, yeah.
Now, you can basically say that is where Brantley won that race.
Yes.
Now, what you have now, I'm hearing something like 52 and 30 something.
And 34.
And that's a big drop.
That is seismic in my mind. This is not even a big drop, Robo. This is almost 150.
And not only in terms of
200% drop.
not only in terms of who got what, but the number of people who showed up to
That's
vote.
the point. That's the point. Something went wrong in that
something
area.
went wrong. Yeah.
I don't know if well, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, something went. May I ask a question of you guys? Okay, this includes bridges. This includes. Let me get the entire
Church ground.
Area.
geography here.
Yeah, bridges and church ground. Basically.
Cane Garden.
Cane Garden.
Yeah?
going up, yeah.
Cane Garden.
Victoria Road.
Victoria
Well,
Road.
some of Victoria Road would have also voted in Brown Hill. Yeah.
This is frightening.
King Garden?
Cane Garden, yeah.
On the CCM side of the column, do you guys realize that this drop is almost 200%?
Yeah.
Just on the CCM side of the ledger. That makes no sense. Something went wrong.
Well, something is going on.
And the NLP sustained itself, pretty much. Grew. But there is something inside here, inside the party inside here.
You're beginning to figure it out?
It's almost like a boycott.
I'm waiting for Stanley.
It's almost like a
Think about
boycott.
Stanley. Stanley speaking such parables, right? Yeah, it's like in a jigsaw puzzle. We have to figure it out. Stanley, tell the people.
Figure it out.
Tell us.
I wrote a poem. And the poem entitled Figure It Out. I just told you. That
So Stanley, I mean,
a person doesn't come from oblivion and be wearing pinstripe suits and leather shoes. All right.
Right, so those two areas,
Yes, sir.
one of the very interesting things to basically note is that I don't know if you were just estimating Glendale, but there was, in terms of the turnout, by far the highest drop across the whole.
Well, let me run a quick number here, Rebel. If you get along.
Yes.
Take me through 1 minute.
Naya, in the meantime, so those numbers, not in terms of who gets what, but just the very turnout. We haven't seen anything like that for the other constituencies.
Not at all, WEBBO. And it's almost pointing towards like an investigative matter, in a sense, because this is quite unreal, whereby, you can experience this profound drop in voters' participation. It is something we might hear more about after tonight.
You think?
Well, it's a possibility. I mean, I don't think I would have probably questioned that in a big way, unless if I was Mr. Brantley, I suppose. That seems to be a boycott, and it looks like NRP been holding their own, whereas Mark supporters have decided not to show up. That's what it seems like.
And if you look at the 2022 August 5th election, didn't you have, not in terms of numbers, but didn't you have a sharp drop in that area as well? Or the numbers were steady?
Yeah. No.
No. I want to interject.
Yes.
Let me interject, Webbo, if in the meantime while they're figuring it
Go
out.
on.
Do you recognize that today is a 23% turnout in that area?
Right, so that is why I asked you
And
to
it was
put-
62% in 2017.
And what was it?
And it's
Did-
split
did-
in less than half.
Right. Did you look at 2022 August? Because I think the numbers started falling in August.
In August, we would have had 2022. Right? We have education, 46% reporting in 2022. It fell from 62 to 46.
Right. That's what I.
And the downward trajectory continued to 23%, split by half again.
So it may not be anything that's earth shaking per se, but it is just a trend that has been going down.
Well, what's
and then remember what you have to also look at. Whereas Mr. Brantley, as the percentage fell and it was falling off, it more affected Mr. Brantley, didn't it?
Yes.
Which suggested that the NRP turnout, because they do not do as well in those boxes.
Not at all, historically.
So their numbers fell. They did poorly, but is what they normally do because they do well in other areas. So as long as Mr. Brantley's stronghold, where he did well, and you can say he wins that seat.
Yeah.
Once they didn't show up at the polls, it's going to be difficult.
Very difficult. But the question is, what happened to those people?
Well,
We know they didn't show up, but I'm just saying
Why
the question
didn't
is
they show up?
why? I mean, in such a consequential election, it's been reflected in the overall
yes.
voter turnout,
Yeah.
participation rate. Why? And this is dragging down the voter participation rate. There's 23%.
Yes.
And yet it's still up there high. Something is happening in that sector of the community. And it could be quite interesting to find out what that is, if we can, unearth it. But there is something severely happening to keep these people away from the polls.
That I think, Mr. Brantley would have to.
King Garden.
King Garden.
King
That's
Garden is in
surprising
there.
me.
Church ground is in
I
this.
mean, that's
big.
almost like a foreign community there, in a big way, and they go for the CCM.
Right.
No doubt about
Bridget-
it. Whole of King Garden.
Right. Bridges, okay, it's pretty stable and, stable in terms of middle class, blah, 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 blah.
Won't come there.
Right. But the affected areas did not come out. In these deeply affected areas that we suspect would come out. So it begs a lot of questions. Somebody has to go back on the CCM side and figure out what's going on there. I think that's basically what's happening. And if the election is lost, they lost the election right there. As WEBBO said, once he carries this is the strongest part of the constituency for CCM. He wins the election.
Yeah.
And I kept saying when we go west, we're heading west. If he does not hold Brown Hill, it's going to be a problem.
I think we're going to hear some more about this.
The supervisor election is
Bien.
almost back now.
I mean, it's not all over. It's not all over.
No,
It's not all over.
Far from being
we are still, everything still hangs in the balance here. But I mean,
But
we have seen some strange things.
statistically, numbers-wise, and the
Looking
historical data and the trend, if you don't do well where you're expected to do well,
In your strong area.
and in your strong areas, and it isn't what it is saying, providing you don't end up saying there was an error. If the voters did not vote, it cannot be counted.
Can be counted.
And let's look at where he has done well, which would be Bath. Right? Bath. Alberta Payne.
Alberta Payne.
The 2 boxes in Bath.
I think also what happened, if you can look, if you have, Jovan maybe can have a quick look at 17 rather, 2022 August, and now, and see whether or not what the numbers in Bath were saying, were they increasing or decreasing for the CCM?
All right, in 2017, CCM would have gotten 131 while NRP got 89, and in the second box 144 to NRP 77. And then in the recent polls of August, in the same 2 boxes,
Biggest stretch.
CCM, yes, CCM would have gotten 119, NRP 81, 118, NRP 60.
Pretty much held.
Yes,
Consistent.
it was consistent.
It was consistent. Well, the only thing then you could add on that to make a hypothetical deduction, if you argue that the NRP continues to do well, because they're done across the board, continues to do well, then the expectation is that you wouldn't have that lead in Bath. Because the NRP therefore will, since they are performing better across the board, then if they do a better performance in Bath, even though he holds Bath, remember he has a lead of 52.
She has the lead.
She has
a lead of 52 before he can.
And
Yeah,
if she comes out of Brown Hill strengthened with that 52, beyond that 52,
Yeah,
it's a headache going into Bath.
right. So that's where the datas and the possibilities lead you.
Well, like I think I began saying, this is a time when Nevians are calling Nevians at this point, though it's 2:30 in the morning.
No, they are
People are up.
No.
We're talking about something that's seismic. That we're looking at if it goes in that direction, and it's concerning.
No.
And everybody is up at this point.
Everybody's up, yes.
Yeah. Because
and they're holding on to the edge of their seats because
Yes.
I had occasion to leave and to occasion for some technical stuff. But the people are inside and they're listening. They're waiting, to start the motorcade or whatever, whichever side. But this, to me, based on the numbers, especially if in a person's strong area they don't turn out, then you can see something some headwind is on.
Always satisfying. Vaughn Radio, the powerhouse.
Yes, Glendale.
I said, well, whichever way it goes, it would. The results tonight is meaningful. These people have spoken. People, the voice of God has spoken to this, to the people, and whichever direction it goes, governing would not be the same, I hope, as it was for the last 5 years. The populace has demanded some sort of change, amelioration in going forward, and I think the politician has to listen. And the corrective action of nature is taking place right now, one way or the other. If CCM retains, the leadership has to listen. If NRP wins, they too have to listen. So, like I said, this tonight is a night where careers would be ending and careers would be beginning on both sides. However you look at it, new political careers beginning, new political careers ending. It's a start. It's a restart. We've pushed the restart button in this country. We look forward.
Were the NRP then to win and usher in that change? Does it encourage your party to come the next time? Because if the CCM, as you had indicated earlier, has been around for a while, and I think one of you mentioned you're getting now diminishing returns. So if they're on that edge, is it time for you to come back in just as MRM got in?
No, WEBBO. This is just fine where it's going right now. Let's just watch and see where we go. All right, let the people speak, and let's see where we end up going forward.
Right, but you also agree that earlier you made a lot of predictions and stuff that can come out of depending on what results we have.
Yes, I'm also aware that I'm not always going to be correct.
So
but
you now want to suggest that when you had made those assessments, you were not correct?
No, I was correct, but sometimes you have to recalibrate, and you look at certain things and you say, well, okay, you need a change. And to be frank with you, you think about how you can make a change, because if the party is not going in the right direction in your mind that you've supported, you say, well, this can't work. So you try to address the matter. And if there's seemingly is no change, then you have to do what you have to do to attempt to make change. But as you've seen tonight, an election is being held. Obviously, the party that has been on the losing end is in the game and in the fight, and I commend them.
So no room in your view for a third party?
I see no room for that at this point.
Jovan, it's perhaps time again to, we've been a while since we've run down so that you can just basically run down the totals of the seats that have been declared and the current status of the race that is outstanding and the areas in terms of where we are waiting to get results from.
Thank you again, WEBBO. And again, we update you quickly to tell you that 4 seats have been declared: Electoral District 1, Electoral District 3, Electoral District 4, and Electoral District 5. We are waiting now on the results of 5 polling stations from Electoral District number 2. So these include 1A and 1B, which happens to be the Alberta Plain Community Center, 2A and 2B, which happens to be the Ivor Walters Primary School in Brown Hill, and 3A, which happens to be the Educational Building in Marion Heights. Of that seat that we are waiting on, we are seeing Mark A.J. Brantley of the CCM coming up against Dr. Patricia Bartlett of NRP. To date, there have been some 1,294 votes that has been cast. Mark Brantley 613, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 665, and not to forget Samuel Keynes is also in that race, having had some 8 votes. We also had some 6 votes that were rejected and 2 votes that were spoiled. So in terms of the seats that have been called and in terms of their numbers, in Electoral District number 1, we would have seen Spencer Brand being declared the winner. 631 votes to J.D. Keynes, 604. Spencer Brand, of course, is of the Concerned Citizen Movement. J.D. Keynes is of the Nevis Reformation Party. In St. George's, Eric Evelyn of the Concerned Citizens Movement, 736, to Rohan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party, 311. In St. James's, Dr. Janice Hodge, 750. 742 Alexis Jeffers, 11 votes to Patricia Mills, Dr. Janice Hodge winning that seat. And in St. Thomas, we saw Cleon Stapleton, 712 to 508, Latoya Jones, Cleon Stapleton winning that seat. And so to date, there have been 6,324 votes that has been counted. Of that, CCM would have gotten 3,230, NRP 3,042, MRM 19, rejected 24, spoiled 9. That is the status and the summary of the elections results to date.
We're reminded tonight of the power of the people, people's power. I just reflect on the St. James race, and honestly, I never thought that Minister Jeffers would have lost the race. Really, he was known and had that reputation as a hardworking and a man who gets things done. But sometimes I wonder what does really drive the electorate, because we all can recall back in the 1990s when the Honorable Sim Daniel was voted out 1 year before, or 1 year after, he brought the 4 seasons, the most transformational investment ever come to the shores of Nevis. And so sometimes I wonder what moves the electorate. But time is one of
diminishing returns.
The major, whatever, but time does bring that change. Time does exposes a government to a lot of criticism, and the longer you stay on the political stage, the more people would have to say. We were not living in a place where we were economically excited. I think Nevis was still burdened with some financial circumstances. I mean, the fair share issue stir up something, but did in the long run, what did it really do? I find, this election is a follow through from the federal election, and what affects the federal election certainly affects this election to a great extent. In fact, it looks to me like the hope placed in the CCM has been considerably reduced, according to the results we are seeing here.
What are the complaints you know, some of the complaints you heard out here? I mean, to be honest with you, the government, those who are in government, only a few people get. That's what you hear on the streets.
You mean a few people eating?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know,
Right, yeah.
whether it's
But this happens after a while within the government.
Yeah, but here's my point. That is
Yeah,
why
yeah.
the governments don't last forever.
Yeah.
You know, they crumble under their own weight. You see, the public looks on, and you hear these criticisms. You know, it's an amalgamation of things. You know, there's only a few persons get in. You know, it becomes excessive and it eats on itself because it's hard to say no to people. You get to a point where you're cornered. You know what I mean? And it's hard to say no to certain people. You know, they threaten you that you only have so much to go around. Everybody wants more. And I don't want to get into specifics. But you're under siege continuously. You know, as a leader, and you have very few resources or little resource to go around, and the rest of the populace may not be getting, and they see it, and they're the voting public, and you find yourself in that bind. You know, and you really can't press the restart button because this moves along so fast and it eats you up in government, and that's part of the problem I'm seeing. You know, you can't control all these things around you. You've created all these little demons, but how do you control them now? You understand? Because they want more, and they constantly want more. And you know, press with that, and then you're still pressed with the idea that people are saying too many, too few are getting. So you want to start to distribute, but you don't have enough resources to go around at that point, because if the table has been set, wrongly in a particular way.
Nevis is too small to feed part of the population, some of the population.
That's the problem.
That brings you down pretty fast.
Exactly.
You know,
that is what you're seeing here.
It's the ability to make sure, you cannot really ensure that totally.
Right.
But, and trust me, whereas the government ministers and them will yield to that, a lot of the permanent secretary them have their particular people who they feed. So a lot of the time the government get the blame, but it's the people who down the ladder really pushing things in whatever direction they want to push it, and makes the government look bad.
And you see, the politician wants to win, and he has these people around him who got him there. You see,
and you got to pop them up.
There you go.
But they're only a few. They are only a few,
and that's what the people are seeing.
Yeah,
and that's what you hear on the streets, I must say. And then, in addition to that, all the other issues that goes along, that has come out. I mean, the comments, the this, the that. I mean, speaks towards a lot of what we're seeing here.
Yeah.
It speaks towards
a lot of it is unavoidable, really. A lot of it is unavoidable because as we have, agreed on time is unavoidable. Unavoidable. As time goes by, I can say more about you.
This phenomenon is not just a new phenomenon that has happened today, in the politics and in terms of government. It has happened before in governments prior.
Yes,
if you know what I mean, WEBBO.
All the time.
We have had governments in the past where the same accusation has been levied against the government. Oh, you're giving too much XYZ ministers, and this one is taking too much, and they fall under their own weight, and it will happen again. It's not only a phenomenon to mankind, and we just never learn. We just never learn.
Well, I suppose that's what capitalism is all about. Because I mean, for instance, look at the premier and the way he lives. A lot of people seem to always have that interest. Oh, he drives this, he drives that. There are some guys who down the ladder a little bit, and they are the supporters of Mark Brantley, who compares themselves with Mark Brantley. And feel like they can do whatever they want to do
That's the point
in order to earn to live such a lifestyle. And that is a problem to the premier.
And it's difficult It's difficult for him to talk to them.
Oh yes, and that's a problem to him, because of course it all reflects on him as the boss, and that happened in every political party here. Well, we know of two very well. You know, it happens.
happening every
you know,
party.
and people will just bear that for a while. You know, the kind of things that'll be here happening, I sometimes just shut them out. You know, because I can't believe, and then you see people not coming out to defend their name.
That's right.
You know, and then you start wonder. You know, we got to be more careful here going forward.
That's right.
You know, we are not really free. You know, it's almost like an economic dictatorship exists around here, because if I speak, then I face unfortunate situation here in Nevis. You know what I mean? For instance, if the NRP get in, you know, I mean, there will come a time when people start saying, oh, the NRP only looking after people, you know, their supporters, which I suppose they have to do. But the political parties must ensure that people across the board, you know, it cannot be absolutely absolute in this, but they should try their best that people feeds Nevisian.
Everybody
lives
that's what you're saying.
From the resources of Nevis,
right.
because otherwise it's a kind of apartheid. It's a kind of apartheid here, you know. And I am not saying when our people take the office tomorrow, or the CCM, but which one of them to take the office, man? You know what I mean? I think they're close with the responsibility of bringing Nevis people a little closer together, and to make people feel like they're part of the equation and the resource that exists around here. You know what I mean? A lot of people think the federal government have exposed us to a lot of things.
But you know, there's
unwanted things.
Yeah, but there's a reality,
you know?
that we face in Onaya, and if, the reality that we face is we have limited resources. And we will continue to have limited resources, like I said, for the next two to 3 years. Now, even if geothermal comes along, and as we started that conversation a little bit earlier, it is not slated to hit a switch until 2025 January, based on the timing that they have, based on this new dispensation of geothermal that they're on right now, with the federal government involved.
Yes.
Right? You know, it is not slated to happen until then. Luckily, I think CDB awarded them $50-something million Friday. Yeah, well, 17-point-something million US. And so it's becoming a reality. It will be a reality, but it's not going to be until 2025. Thereabout.
Okay.
Now you're into your term, you're deep into your term at that point, but the benefits, the people would not really begin to enjoy the real true benefits of geothermal. Yes, you may get your electricity down a little bit.
Okay, the CDB awarded who? Let me get that.
The exploration of geothermal for Nevis.
Okay, to the island administration,
yes,
or
yes.
it's being
to the island administration.
Controlled by
no,
the federal.
It's not controlled by the federal.
Thank
the federal government signed off the guarantee.
Just wanted to get that
for it, right? Harris didn't do it. It was on his desk for a long time. He never did it.
He didn't do it.
And Drew did it within the first month of his of office. CDB reviewed, and they had the big meeting on Friday, Thursday it was, and they've agreed.
That's beautiful.
To for the money.
Yeah.
To give the money for the development of geothermal. So we're unaware. We're really unaware now in terms of the monies and all that sort of thing. And it will happen. It really will happen now. You know, and because the federal government is behind it, and of course the banks would be behind it. You know, they have National Bank in the back pocket and everything else. They control the board.
Yes, sir.
51%. So that's going to happen. But the point I'm making is the new administration, whether it's the NRP or the CCM administration, would not have an easy time governing. Because if you hit the switch on geothermal in 2025 by putting on your turbines and getting ready to roll 2025, okay, fine. The people start realizing the electricity going down, right? In terms of cost to produce electricity and, you know, whatever, what they spend on their bills. But the real effect of geothermal would not be fully realized for another 3 years after. I mean, really, the big money that's going to roll in behind it, meaning in terms of how we benefit in St. Kitts Nevis. You know, you're not going to see that for maybe another 3 years. We're talking about the selling of ammonia, the selling of this, you know, for fertilizer.
It might even take more time than that.
You know, the investments, the data,
the byproducts and the white products.
The data service, you know, the data centers and the sort of thing. Even if you get to Bitcoin mining, if that's still around, central banks are pretty much trying to put Bitcoin out of business. If you know if you realize what's happening now.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Right, but you know, the real money is that's going to come behind this, the big money. You wouldn't start seeing that, and that's way out in into an next election.
So
you're into the next election, and people are, you understand? And people have had a hard time with inflation and all that for years.
What can I say?
Okay, so
I think you'll make the cut a lot deeper now.
Yeah.
In a sense that the money has been released for geothermal. I think the political parties in Nevis all was racing for the one to be in place when geothermal arrived.
The time was off. Let's look at a few things. A, the resignation of Miss Hazel Brandy. Right? Which had some effect, I think, in the St. James race.
Yes, it does.
The last minute. At least it moved the needle 2 points, 5 percentage point. It moved the needle.
It had impact.
Right? It had impact in that area. Right? To move the seat in the Janice column, in the NRP column.
Yes.
That had an impact. Now, you understand? And it also had an impact, I think, on Mr. Brantley, because she directly assaulted him in language. Then not, I'm not talking about in language that is salty, but in terms of her attack on his way towards women and his way and his accommodating of women in office.
It was very damaging.
It's damaging politically for him. So the timing could never be so bad for him. A, the inflation. B, the attacks by the resignation of Miss Brandy. C, I said inflation, right? I said inflation as one of them.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and that the timing on that again, and people going to the shops and all that sort of thing. All of these things went against it. And no, on top of that, geothermal was awarded from CDB on Friday.
Yeah.
And he couldn't get it out into the public, and nobody would have believed it anyway. Because they've had so many tries at it. You understand? He never got a bounce from it.
That would not do much for him.
Right. He didn't get a bounce. He didn't get a bounce from the geothermal. So you see, timing is everything, and the timing was just not good in his on the CCM on his behalf also, and Alexis and them.
And coming from this August 5th election, it's damaging.
Yeah.
What happened in August?
And yes,
that is damaging.
Right. That's
very damaging.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how they try to sugarcoat it. That to me.
But you can't say it was. I don't know how damaging it was because they won the election handily.
Yeah.
CCM won the election handily and went back to Bastia. So in the federal government.
But it doesn't take an intelligent individual to know that they win an election which they have failed. They win, but Nevis failed.
Well,
they win, but Nevis lose.
Okay,
that's the truth.
Yes. But
they win, but Nevis lose.
You see, the issue on the ballot, The issue on the ballot. What they put on the ballot, they could not lose that election, but with what they put on the ballot, to be prosecuted, to prosecute a case for re-election. What they put on the ballot to prosecute the case for re-election was fair share. There's a powerful issue for Nevis as a Nevis man from the Nevian psyche. All right, what was on the ballot this time? No. Yesterday is a different issue. You know what was on the ballot?
No.
CCM never put an issue on the ballot. NRP put the issue on the ballot. The economy. And CCM couldn't defend it because they got caught at a time, global time, when they can't answer. They have no answers for it. And then I tell people all the time. I say to people all the time, people vote. And when I say people vote, each year in this country, 200 kids come out of school. This is how I put it in a simple way. So it's 1,000 kids in 5 years. And even if they absorb 30% between scholarships and jobs, you have a good 700 of them kids, either languishing or in positions that does not commensurate their skills or their educational level. Right? So they might be pumping gas. And they're at home, and the parents the mother has to come home and see the kid there with the dreams, diminishing in their eyes, in the kid's eye, and that breaks the mother's heart. And those are 700 mothers, because I discounted it 30%, right?
Yes.
Those are 700 mothers and 700 kids over the age of 18 who are voting. So you're talking about a good 1,500 people, and then they may have about 400 fathers who are close to them, or 500 fathers. That's 2,000 people, right? And they may have an affiliate aunt or somebody. So here is the concern in a small society such as us, where you have 2,500 persons who are really concerned and giving NRP a listen
Whether you're a citizen, because these people parents love the kids more than the politics. They love the kids more than party. So now, what phenomenon we saw during the election? Remember I said to you, I was looking at, when we looked at the online presence.
Yes.
When you look at the online presence for the last 10 days of the election,
was telling.
every day, literally every day, 8 out of 10 days, NRP beating CCM in terms of views. The interest is there. The people are listening. They want to hear them. They have an interest in them. Whether or not they're going to make the jump, we don't know. But at least you can see them losing. They're leading them by 50 on Thursday night. I think it's Thursday or Friday night. Thursday night. Right? Thursday night it was. NRP led CCM by 160 views. I've never seen that in the history of politics in Nevis, as it relates to Facebook and YouTube platforms and views. NRP just led them. You understand me? And I've never seen that, because CCM has always been more sexy. It's always been more appealing. It's always been more jiggy. But when it comes to hard times, and when people are having hard times in terms of making ends meet, in terms of going to the shops, things get serious. Jiggy is not sexy anymore.
Well,
you understand what I'm saying?
Well,
people want to get some answers, and that is what people was turning to when I went to NRP. And as long as NRP prosecuted that case on the economy and stayed focused on it, and give people a reason to jump, they will jump, and that is what you see happening here tonight.
Well, it looks like the CCM is going to be one of the victims of what could I say, global situation. I mean, this thing have changed government throughout the globe.
Yes.
The pandemic, and this inflation, and so it looks like they're going to be it's not over yet.
That's right.
But I mean, what we have seen according to the figures gone by, yes, they have been. There seems to be a victim of this new, whatever it is that people has in return. This new yearning for security, this new yearning for opportunity, this new yearning for almost a new beginning. Pre-COVID, And a lot of things too. A lot of things been happening. I mean, people have been telling me a lot. In that money has been given. You see the 5%, the 10% given to St. Kitts people, and Mark have divided 5 into 5.
Right. The accusation that
that's been ringing in my ear all the time. Ringing in my ear all the time. Frontline workers not being paid yet. That's been ringing in my ears all the time. I mean, I sometimes just keep quiet because. And I'm going to be honest here, that if I have spoken to 100 people in the last week on issues relating to Nevis, 80 of them tell me it's time for a change. And these are people who are not deep in politics, reacting to politics like we do and follow politics, but they are living in a country which they think there's not much excitement coming from government's action, government policies, government doings, impacting the people in a lively and positive way. You understand? And so generally people have reached the point where it's time for a change. They know the uncertainty in which what they're facing. They're facing a new, almost like an old party with new faces. We know the capabilities, or we look at these sisters, these ladies, like they are capable, and I know they are capable. I don't see no shortcomings in these people, to run Nevis, personally. You know what I mean? I mean, they're highly educated people. And I think they are more listening to the global trend and so forth. When you listen to Dr. Daniel, highly intelligent and averse in the area of our studies, environment and that new vision she has with a almost new type of tourism. I mean, when I listen to the campaign of the CCM recently, as it relates to tourism, I hear Minister Jeffers say, we're going to build a pier. We got to get into cruise tourism. I mean, 2 years ago, you couldn't mention that word over here in Nevis. They said that they were into heads in beds. You understand? But I've been constantly hearing Nevis talking about billion appear for the cruise ship.
Listen.
Division, average common people, they now listen.
Here you go.
But recently, they have gotten the message, it looks like. Which is pretty late, in a sense. Or people will view it as late. And people will view it as just talk. You understand? And I find them, the CCM on the platform now, you know, pushing ideas or pushing promises as it relates to what they intend to do. But the question is, like they've been in there, so people say, well, how come I ain't do it yet? You understand? The NRP can say what they intend to do, and they cannot be accused of how come you're not doing it yet, because they've never been in power.
You see, the question always going to be, if you've been in power for 10 years, right? What did you forget?
Yeah.
You see, you're asking the people to put you back in power. The populace is asking, what did you forget? Because, like I just said, 1,000 students, 200 per year from all our high schools. 5 years, right? 700 languish, right? Whether it's menial jobs or that doesn't meet their whatever. There are no industrial plants, no enterprising plants that has been brought to the country in terms of absorbing these people into so-called medium to high paying positions, right? Or where they can at least have their aspirations met.
Yeah.
And that is a problem. So now you're caught in a situation where inflation is what it is, as it is now, and running out of your control, because you don't control this. No government, micro government control that. You understand? And you have no answers to answer on the campaign trail. The major questions that's bearing down on people. What my children gonna do? You see me? So that, and they couldn't put forward an idea or anything, because it was asked, what did you forget? How come you forget this? We didn't ask. You understand? And the question keep coming. Roads, this. That's not the only thing in an economy. You have to, you understand? Fine, that's it. That's supposed to be a job. But then you have to begin to think through. Them little ones are coming behind us. How are we going to accommodate them and make their lives worthwhile and better than your life was?
I mean, it's not over yet. I keep saying it because it's not over yet. We got some more boxes to be counted and results to be communicated. But I guess we're just talking if, you know, and I think what we are experiencing here tonight is probably a lesson to every political party that's going to run Nevis, really. You know, as I always say, I don't find it an easy place to run. But I do hope that whatever party goes in, that they can remember us all as Nevisians, and for us to benefit from.
One of the biggest problems tends to happen, when you start
this idea of feeding one set can't work.
Well, you see,
it cannot work.
It cannot work, but again, this is not the first time this has happened.
I know. I'm not blaming system. This is a thing
this is a human
happens in Nevis
right,
a lot.
It's a human
and you see it right before your face.
It's a human
and
condition.
then they have they're blatant. Straight in front of your face. And that's what happened in Nevis.
When you cannot micromanage.
Get $1 million.
You listen, you cannot micromanage an administration. This is one thing we have to look at. If you're the head of an administration, it's hard to micromanage it because there's so many incomings at you when you're a leader of a country, right? There's so many incomings, ranging from security issues to financing issues. Name it. So many incoming, and then there's so much outgoing you have to attend to, respond to. You cannot micromanage a government. You have to have competent people and people you can trust. And then hubris sits in sometimes when you start breathing the ear, the parts of the ear where it's rare. You understand? You tend to get your feet off the ground and you don't allow your toes to touch the ground, and it gets to your head. You know, and you don't really consciously know this when you're at that level. You have to be a very special kind of person to be able to manage and not to micromanage, because when you micromanage everything, you slow down the process.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying?
You have to get people
you can't do that
who can make decisions on your behalf and to exhibit that tendency, brother.
That's
because I mean, the permanent secretaries are the government. They are the one who see that intention of the minister as being carried out. and yet he or she have an ingredient to add to it. Yes.
You see, let me say, you must respect your skills and what you bring to the table. Not because you're a politician means that you have an understanding, you have a better understanding than a person who is a technocrat, necessarily.
Yeah.
You understand? You got to listen.
What the latest news are
Danny. Yeah. Anyway, you cannot micromanage people. You understand, like that, especially people. Yes, a government is much bigger than you.
When we speak of agriculture in Nevis, we can be easily shut down recently because the island administration felt like they have hit the gold mine on agriculture. They are doing so good on agriculture. They have just established acreage of fruits and vegetable thing, and they're keeping functions down there. You know what I'm saying? But the agriculture minister have lost.
Yes, okay. It's a real race. Governing is a real race. And the baton must be moved around. If you're running a 4x1, your baton must be moved around the track. One hand to you don't drop the baton because government change. So if the agriculture programs are going on, all they have to do is tweak it. If they didn't, you understand, if they can enhance it, but it must continue because it would be a waste of money to end it. Well, I've seen governments get into power in this country where. A set of programs are going, and then
they come in and
they come in and turn a different direction. It's a total waste of taxpayers' money and resources.
Demoliting we are talking about.
You understand? Which is to me, it doesn't much make
government
sense.
is continuity.
It's just continuity.
Continuity.
You're listening to Vaughn Radio from the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis.
The Eastern Caribbean time is now 3 o'clock. Last time I updated the time was 12, right? When I said that we perhaps will be out of here shortly. The reality is, though, that we are still waiting on the results from number 2 at the St. John's. And Carl Claxton is here, for those of you who probably just rejoined us and did not get what the current status of the poll or the vote is. Carl?
Yes, to recap, for those who just rolled over again, we are here to report that Spencer Brand of the Concerned Citizens Movement was declared winner in District 1, St. Paul's, amassing a total of 631 votes to J.D. Kane's 604. And while I'm on that district, I would like to extend congratulations to Spencer and also to J.D. I had 2 horses in the race, but my horse lost. But Spencer, no love lost. Congrats, brother. District number 2, we're still waiting on 5 boxes there. Bath Village, Ivor Walters, and 1 at the Education Building at Marion Heights. Thus far, Mark Brantley has 613 votes. Patricia Bartlett has 665, leading the Honorable Mark Brantley by 52. The boxes in that area thus far was the Cecily Brown Integrated A2K, 108 Brantley, 124 Bartlett, 3 Samuel Keynes, 2 rejected, and total votes cast 237. Cecily Brown Integrated L2Z, 395 registered votes. Mark Brantley 82, Patricia Bartlett 139, Samuel Keynes 4, total votes cast 225. Education Building Marion Heights A2L, registered voters 334, 334. Mark Brantley 52, Mark Brantley 52, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 34, total votes cast 86. United Pentecostal Church 393 registered voters. Mark Brantley 105, Mark Brantley 105, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 82, Dr. Patricia Bartlett 82, total votes cast 187. Brown Pastor School Annex A to B. Registered voters 319. Mark Brantley of the CCM 70. Mark Brantley of the CCM 70. Dr. Patricia Bartlett 79. Dr. Patricia Bartlett 79. Total votes cast 149. Elizabeth Pemberton Primary 8 C2Z. 308 registered voters. Mark Brantley 89. Mark Brantley 89. Patricia Bartlett 64. Patricia Bartlett 64. 2 rejected ballots. 2 spoiled ballots. A total of 157 votes cast. Church of God Cox Village. Registered voters 475. 475. Mark Brantley of the CCM 107. Mark Brantley of the CCM 107. Dr. Patricia Bartlett 143. Dr. Patricia Bartlett 143. Samuel Keynes of the MRM 1. 2 rejected. Total votes cast 253. Total thus far for Mark Brantley 613. 613. Dr. Patricia Bartlett 665. Of total votes cast 1,292. We go to St. George, Gingerland, District 3. Of the 1,820 registered voters, a total of 1,053 votes were cast. Eric Evelyn amassed a total of 736. Eric Evelyn amassed a total of 736. Rowan Isles 311. Rowan Isles 311. The breakdown goes this way. New River Methodist Church 205 registered voters. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 92. Rowan Isles of the Nevis Reformation Party 26, sorry. Total votes cast 118. Gingerland Methodist, Gingerland Preschool Hard Times. Registered voters 240. Registered voters 240. Eric Evelyn 84. Eric Evelyn 84. Rowan Isles 47. 3 rejected. A total of 134 votes cast. Hanley's Road Community Center, where we saw 487 registered voters. 487 voters. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 192. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 192. Rowan Isles of the NRP 92. Rowan Isles of the NRP 92. Total of 284 votes were cast. Hard Times Biodiversity Building A to H. Registered voters 273. 273. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 142. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 142. Rowan Isles 36. Rowan Isles 36. A total of 178 votes cast. Joycelyn Liebert Primary School J2W. Registered voters 264. Registered voters 264. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 118. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 118. Rowan Isles 44. Rowan Isles 44. 1 rejected. Total of 163 votes. Gingerland High School, where there were 351 votes. 351. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 108. Eric Evelyn of the CCM 108. Rowan Isles of the NRP 66. Rowan Isles of the NRP 66. 2 rejected ballots. A total of 176 votes cast. Again, we saw that Eric amassed a total of 736, being the declared winner, and Rowan Isles 311. We go to District 4, St. James Winwood. We're at the Butler's Health Center. Of the total votes cast of 460 registered votes, 467, Alexis Jeffers of the CCM 129. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM 129. Janice Daniel Hodge 144. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP 144. Patricia Mills Jeffers, 2. Patricia Mills Jeffers, 2. One spoiled ballot, a total of 276. Church of God, Bricklin, where there were 443 registered voters, 443. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM amassed a total of 153, 153. Janice Daniel Hodge, 108. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, 108. Patricia Mills, 1. The rejected, 1, total of 263. Franklin Brown Community Center, Combermere, registered voters 407, 407. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 120. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 120. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, 104. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, 104. Patricia Mills, 6. Patricia Mills, 6. Rejected, 1. Total of 231. Of the Methodist Church Hall Fountain, registered voters 483, 483. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 103. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 103. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, she amassed a total of 180, 180. MRM Patricia Mills Jeffers, 1. Rejected, 1. Total of 285 votes cast. At the Violet O. Jeffers Nichols Primary School, A to L, registered voters 425. 425. Alexis Jeffers, 126. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 126. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, 113. Janice Daniel Hodge of the NRP, 113. 1 spoil, a total of 240 votes. Same location, Violet O. Jeffers Nichols Primary School, M to Z, registered voters 385. 385. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 111. Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 111. Janice Daniel Hodge, 101. 101 for Janice Daniel Hodge, and Patricia Mills Jeffers, 1. Total spoil, 3. Total votes cast, 216. Janice Daniel Hodge declared winner with 750 votes to Alexis Jeffers of the CCM, 742. We go to District 5, St. Thomas Lowlands, where there were 5 stations. Cotton Ground Community Center, A to L, 361 registered voters. Latoya Bianca Jones of the CCM, 80. Latoya B. Jones of the CCM, 80. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 165. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 165. Total votes cast, 245. Cotton Ground Community Center, M to Z, 336 registered voters, 336. Latoya B. Jones of CCM, 94. Latoya B. Jones of the CCM, 94. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 118. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 118. Total of 212 votes were cast. We go to the Jessup's Community Center, A to K, where there were 389 registered voters. We saw where Latoya Bianca Jones got 83, 83. Cleon Stapleton, 151. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 151. Of the total total votes cast, 234. Total votes cast, 234. We go to Jessup's Community Center, L to Z, where there were registered voters of 411, 411. Latoya Bianca Jones of the CCM, she got 104, 104. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, 171, 171. 1 spoil ballot. Total votes cast, 276. We go to the Nevis Performing Arts Center, Pinnes, where there were 401 registered voters, 401. Latoya B. Jones of the CCM, she amassed a total of 147 votes, 147. Cleon Stapleton of the NRP, she amassed a total of 107 votes, 107, one spoiled ballot, total votes cast 255. Cleon Stapleton Simmons of the NRP, the declared winner with a grand total of 712 votes. Cleon Stapleton, the declared winner with 712 votes, to Latoya B. Jones of 508.
Yes, so here we are, we're here waiting for how many more boxes? 5 more boxes
Five
to
more
be
boxes.
to drop. 2 in Bath, which would tally with a total of about 846
46.
votes in total. We have 2 in Ivor Walters, which is Brown Hill proper, with a grand total of about 684.
Yes.
And what's the other one, Carl?
One at Education with 362 L2Y.
Yes, eligible voters. So we're waiting for those. I think the critical thing, and I've said it a number of times here around this table, even when this count began, I think Brown Hill is going to be Brown Hill is where it's at in terms of the decision as to who win this race. 2 boxes coming out of Brown Hill, it left, and depends on the size of the lead. If it is Patricia Bartlett coming out with a lead, plus on top of the 52 that she has right now leading Mr. Brantley, it would be extremely difficult, I think, for Mr. Brantley to as he heads west, which is to Bath, to beat Miss Bartlett. And that's the way I assess this race. That's the way I call it right now. 52 votes she's leading by. She has two boxes to come out of Brown Hill with a tally, as Carl just mentioned, some 644 votes. Let's assume 60% of the votes came out for that. We can easily run a number, 644. 60% represents somewhere in the region, 18, right? 60% would represent maybe somewhere in the region of about 480 votes or something like that. My point to you is, if Patricia Bartlett maintains a lead in that area, extend the lead with those 2 boxes, and extend the lead in addition on the 52 that she has coming into Bath Village, which I think would tighten, which has tightened rather in the last couple of weeks. It's going to be very difficult for him to overcome that. That's the reality of what we're looking at, I think.
Glenn, though, but being a villager, normally the trend in Bath Village is that the more votes, the higher the voter turnout is in Bath, CCM wins big.
Yes. Historically.
So, in order for Dr. Bartlett to win, the Bath turnout has to be low.
Yes. Well, that has been the trend. Another thing, we don't know what the overall turnout in Bath would be. The winning margin historically in the local and the federal in Bath has been, historically, the winning margin in the barracks, boom, 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 1-2, has been around 90 to 40. I'd say the difference has been maybe, I'm running the numbers here. In 2017, 144 versus 70, and 131 versus 89. That the spread there is somewhere in the region of 11 and 31. That's 44, 42, and 23 and 44 is what? 23 7 60, 67. What was the number I just said?
Something, 100 and something, say 110.
Right, 110. if Patricia Bartlett comes out of Brownhill leading, like I say, extending in those two boxes, that 52 with an additional 50 or
Then it's
70, it's crunch time. It's over, and that's the point I've been making. And this is 2017 numbers, which was a big number coming out of Bath. When Hensley won, he came out of Bath behind by 30 something. If she cuts into Mr. Brantley's lead, normal lead in Bath, like she's been doing throughout, right? Even if by 80, it's over. 80, it's over. 90, it's over. Providing that Brownhill holds, those two boxes in Brownhill holds to the tune of not of 50 votes. It's over. Game over tonight.
Well, I don't see any difference, going on in Bath Village like what we've been seeing in the constituencies or in the boxes we've been looking at before. I believe that the people of Bath Village are going to shift a little bit, which is going to impact to a great extent.
That's the point.
I believe so. I believe the people there are somehow discontented with what is happening there. It's timing, as you say.
Yeah, timing.
I mean, even to cover the road with tarmac and have it closer to finish, but where it stands, it could be quite a politician can go in there and make people feel really bad about the road,
yes.
Even though the road is intended to improve the circumstance in due time when it finishes, but they can make a big row about it as it is, especially as it relates to incompleteness. I think they've been accusing the CCM of a government that cannot complete.
But stick up in, one of the things, as we keep saying timing, they had the bell in their hand, CCM had the bell in their hand and they ran it out for 5 years. Remember the last election was December 17 of 2017.
Right, yeah.
Why would you carry election to the 12th? And you understand? I mean, you have the bell in your hand. So if you get caught with your pants down, this is what happened.
I mean, it's okay to show your intention sometime in these areas, like, okay, we intend to do Bath Road, but you must know when to ring the bell when you're on about that project, the stage of that project. Exactly. Because trust me,
and the rain came and the hurricane came.
For an onlooker or even somebody who lives in Barville, and you ask them about their personal feelings about what is going on here, right here and right now, it won't be positive in a sense. They might think of near future and say, well, we're going to have a beautiful road. But as it stands right now, it's not the kind of circumstance you want to have existing when you call an election, especially when you've been accused of incompletion of various projects.
And I've often said to people, Carl, politics is not about the past. It's about the future. It's always about the future.
And here now.
Yeah, and the here now and the future. You cannot prosecute a political case based on your past. What I've done, this I've done, that I've done that. That is not what it's about. The future. What hope you're going to present to people, and where you're going to take the people.
Well, and that's what exactly was happening in the CCM campaign. Yes. I mean, I've listened a few meetings, and yes, they've been piling up a lot of things that they say they've been doing and they have done and so forth. Whereas the NRP, obviously, given their position, they can only project into the future because they have not been in recently to talk about they have done anything at all.
Absolutely.
And the people seems to be holding on that kind of projection, that kind of hope. Yeah, because the CCM has been there for 10 years and yet they have not provided that type of hope. I suppose. I say, but then if you ask a hardcore supporter of the CCM, they think they're doing absolutely well and everything is perfect, But I think the general population is feeling something as there's a bit of dormancy, there's a bit of something is happening in Nevis that makes things look a bit stagnant and constant.
What do you think, Carl?
You know what I mean? And it's I think brought on this result.
What's your thought, Carl?
I mean, Carl is a businessman.
I want to hear something from Carl. Well, what's your thought?
Well, I would say business is good with me.
Yeah, but what's your thought overall the country?
generally is that
Why this we're facing what we're facing?
there has been a call and a serial call on the Premier.
Yeah.
Persons are not satisfied with the attitude, the body language, the everything of the Premier. The Premier is just the Premier. And that is not sitting well with people. When you walk around, you hear people talk, the Premier, the Premier, the Premier, okay? And that is the problem right now. So I think he needs to go, do a little more soul searching, find his real soldiers, go back on the track, and he can come again and deliver what he wanted to deliver, that he didn't get a chance to deliver. I think the other thing I believe is that the just concluded federal election caught the NIA administration off guard, because I believe they had every intention to have called the election before the promise fell out. So everything is as a result of what happened before. The promise was not kept. We had the breaking up of the unity government, and as such, it put the NIA elections under pressure.
Got you.
So there is where everything went, because
So, stick up in. So why is it you wouldn't you have found it would have been more advantageous for the administration to call election right on the heels of the federal election? They want to hire that point. They were just won an election prosecuting a case on Fisher, sorry, and that went over well, right? Why didn't they just conclude the deal and just finish the NIA election the same way?
the election should have been called before, because when you call it, because you have to remember, in the 2020 election, when they got the 3 seats, certain promises were made to persons in the St. Thomas's area.
Gotcha.
And they didn't get a chance to fulfill that part. Hence, that is why Latoya didn't show as well as she ought to have showed, because Minister Jeffers wasn't able to fulfill the promises to the people of St. Thomas's. Latoya would have been in a good position if he had gotten the chance to fulfill the promises. But the promises, time ran out on the promises. And there is where we are at right now. But I still believe that in this whole thing, as Nevisions, we need to do a lot of things. We need to do some soul searching, because to me, the results, wherever the results go right now, I think the people has lost, okay? The people, we have lost out on something. The representation is not forthcoming.
So you think that the government lost their way?
The government lost their way, and at times the opposition is trying to feel out where they are. So if they're committed to the task of governance, they need to put their shoulders to the wheel and start to work a little harder.
What you see in the next 5 years, regardless of which party wins?
There must be some rebuilding.
On the CCM part?
On the CCM part, there's a lot of uncertainty, because there was times when we thought that the juniors would have gotten a chance to show their worth, and none of the juniors got a chance to show their worth. Okay? The younger of the junior, he's there, but I'm not certain if the country is ready to embrace him.
Who is the younger of the junior?
The younger of the junior ministers.
I see.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not certain if the country is ready to embrace them. On the NRP, we are seeing where you see, well, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. She has another opportunity because she won a seat. We see in Cleon that Cleone is yet young. We see that Rohan is also yet young. And we see the youngest of the bunch, JD, has some fire in her. So it looks a bit more positive on the CCM, on the NRP side versus the NRP side, versus the CCM side. We see on the CCM side, basically all the candidates, excluding Latoya, are basically the same age. So they would be thinking about the same thing.
Well, what about, we just started prospecting, sort of, right? What about, where does the party go, though? Should the party go down tonight? Where does the party go as a party and the different wings of the party? Where you see that going?
They need to go on their knees. We need to pray and find out exactly where we went wrong.
Wow.
Because CCM is the preferred party in Nevis. Regardless of what we say, regardless of how we feel,
I always think that.
they are the preferred party. But somewhere we are slipping and somebody needs to pull up the handbrakes. I think the result, whether it's 3-2 in favor of CCM or 3-2 in favor of NRP, it's a good result.
You know, and to be frank with you, you know, every party needs a time to reflect and to rebuild. Parties go through that, and you know, it's just, you know, what happens in politics. You know, you get a little cocky, you get a little arrogant, hubris sits in, and you need to recalibrate and come again. So this gives them the chance, if they were to go out the doors, to do this, you know, in a constructive way. NRP had that for many years. You know, in cycle, these things are cyclical, but at the end of the day, we win. The people win if we conduct ourselves in the right way and, you know, in a meaningful.
But the people have lost this evening. The party, a party's win or has won or will win, but I believe the people would have lost.
Explain.
The people would have lost. Look at the composition. Who would be the opposition leader if it goes in favor of the NRP?
The leader of the
Look
party.
at we have to look at the middle. No,
Isn't it the leader of the party?
the leader of the party may lose, and if the leader of CCM loses,
Yeah.
who would be the opposition?
Well, is Eric and who?
Eric and Spencer.
Spencer. You got interesting. Who's the senior? Spencer is the senior, so it'd be Spencer.
No, I think Eric is the senior.
Eric is the senior.
Eric is the senior. He got elected before Spencer, right?
Yes, I think so.
Yes.
Okay. Then.
Yes.
That's interesting.
We have to really think hard.
That's interesting.
If Mark was the opposition leader, I know that definitely
Wow.
NRP would have been in trouble.
Wow.
Because Mark would have forced a fresh election or something in them in a twinkling of an eye.
You know, that's a fascinating thing. I didn't even thought about what Carl just said.
Who's going to
The
make
opposition leader, yeah. I mean, it just hit me. I mean, who will be the opposition leader? And it will be Eric.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that?
I didn't. No, he's saying Mark would have forced a fresh election.
Oh, yeah.
Mark would be more agitator.
Agitator. Mark proved himself more like one opposition than anywhere else.
Right, you know, so
You know?
that would have been a force to reckon with.
Oh yeah,
In our
for sure.
position.
No, I can see if NRP hold the government and Mark is willing to be Mark again.
Yeah.
If he's in the opposition, if he's an opposition leader.
If he's in the opposition,
But
yeah.
No, opposition leader.
Oh, opposition.
That's the point we're making. He's not in the house now. If he loses.
Yeah.
So then the prospect
prospect
of CCM making a dent into NRP is much
So
more
you don't
difficult.
believe Eric can do that? Well,
Not a matter I don't believe it. Mark is a proven entity in opposition.
yeah.
That's all we're saying. Eric is not.
So you're saying if the NRP wins, we might have, or the CCM might have a long ride on the opposition bench?
I believe so.
You think about it. Start thinking about all the permutations.
I just
here. Look at all the permutations.
You know, I believe the people that move on in the NRP now, the new faces, are coming with a different approach. I believe they have learned from the mistakes of people like Henry Daniel and those gone before them. I believe they're going to be very witty about dealing with people you know, and keeping things within that proper lane. You know, not so crazy like the Hectors did and even Daniel did. I believe they will have a different approach that they would be able to last to a second term. I don't see them get into power and Mark rise up that powerful in opposition if he wins to remove them easily in their first year.
But and the leader of the NRP, Janice Daniel Hodge, her demeanor, everything about her is different. Okay.
Yeah.
So
yes,
she's going to want to walk that straight road.
That different road. Yeah. Yeah.
You understand me?
Yes. Yes.
She has something to prove.
Yes.
That she's not the average politician.
That's true. Yes. Yes.
And maybe she might have some aspirations, some dreams to pursue in remembering that her father is the one who would have brought us here.
Yeah.
So there are things she may want to achieve. So I just believe her demeanor, the way she speaks, the way she does everything is so different. I mean, persons would have been saying that she's not forceful enough, she's not this enough. But there was something different. There was something different.
And positively different, you know.
That brought a positive...
No, a positively different.
Yeah.
Because I've been listening, I mean, the lady speak, and trust me, regardless of what side you're on, if you listen, you must yield to...
She ain't fighting with nobody?
You must yield to what seems to me deep and considered thoughts, projections, ideas, you know, and in line with the global consciousness too. That's an interesting part to me. The things they speak towards tourism and environment and so forth. I find she was very interesting. I in my little world think, hey, she seems like she would make a good leader. Yeah, I've said that many times to myself. You know, she seems like she would make a good leader. You know, she get a good team around her. You know, I don't think there would be that slippery type that we know of the NRP before. When I say slippery, I mean doing foolishness and then give the opposition a lot to say. You know, I think they're going to be very mindful about that. Very, very mindful about that. Or they should be, if they want to last. But as you say, you know, Carl, 3-2 results go anywhere. It's not a bad result for Nevis.
Nope.
It's not a bad result for Nevis.
We needed an opposition. We needed
yeah.
We needed a decent opposition. 4-1, 5-0. Man, you're crazy. You know.
It's not good.
No.
4-1, 5-0.
The people didn't want that. The people didn't want that. And one of the things when I speak to CCM supporters, the first thing they tell you, but we want a good opposition. You know, obviously.
But how could you get
obviously discounting NRP because NRP is there. But basically they're saying, okay, we know we're not doing too good, but it's because we don't have a good opposition. You know.
But then they're slow on 5-0.
You know, I find what did you say?
No, they still wanted 5. They wanted a 5 sweep.
Oh yes.
But we need the country needed an opposition to put pressure on whoever is in charge to do what they need to do.
Do what they need to do.
But if you're going to go 5-0, 4-1, those in favor, aye. It doesn't make any sense you open your own.
Those who have said that Nevis need a change, I cannot disagree with them. And so may I ask the question, does the government have to change to give Nevis the change you want? You know?
No, the government doesn't have to change.
Thank you.
And the government may not change. The government may not have been would not have changed because it can still be a 3-2 in favor of CCM. And if there's a 3-2 in favor of CCM, yes, the government would have changed to some respect, but it's the same persons who are running the country.
Yes.
And more accountability would now be placed on them because they have more voices on the next side.
That's the change. There's kind of renaissance around here in the political life of the country, it looks like. And I'm looking for, Nevis deserves, it looks like. You know, we just need to see something worthwhile that we can point to and speak of that have impact people's life. You know, I think that has not happened to Nevis for a long time. You know, and I keep just saying the constant flatness of the graph is not what we want to see. Even a little rise, even a little fall, but the constant flatness, we're tired of it. It appears in my mind that is a problem here in Nevis, because everybody I talk to, as I said, if I talk to 100 people, 80 of them say the island needs a change, and they are not all NRP supporters. You know, and that's why I come up with the question, does the government have to change in order to achieve that change? You know, you said no, and I totally agree with you, you know, and so that change is needed. But if the government have to change to achieve it, then it's all good.
I need to ask a question. You weren't at the table when we were discussing earlier, so this is something that's riling me. What do you account for the poor showing, or the not accustomed showing in St. John's by the CCM candidate tonight? What do you account for that? I need to hear your voice.
It's like a boycott.
If I put you on the spot, you don't have to
you're now putting me on the spot. I would have said it already.
Yes.
Wherever you turn, they're speaking of the Premier.
That's true.
The Premier, the Premier, the Premier. There are certain things that the Premier may do on social media that he thinks is
important,
cool,
is fun, cool.
Yeah.
But somebody poor like me can say, no man,
He's touching people's hearts.
He rubbing something in me. And that is the thing. Social media is good and it is bad too. So I may not be able to eat steak every day. You may not be able to eat steak. But you're cooking a pot of steak. You're cooking a pot of relish. And some people don't have a relish.
And you're bringing it on Facebook.
And you put it in people's face. That ain't good.
No, well, that is absolute immaturity and
that's not good. And
high degree of silliness.
We see it as fun. I don't see it as fun.
I don't think it's funny.
I see it as foolishness.
Really
because you're breaking down yourself, because there's some of us who really support you. But we can't support you when you my neighbor can eat and
exhibiting.
You're sure you go eat.
Finding to be callous.
No. That's not good enough. That's not good enough. So the Premier, whereas before in the federal election, the fair share was a good talking point because we need our fair share. We need what is ours, right? But now we come to the local. What are you saying to us? Why should we vote this way or that way? We have not gotten the real message why we should vote this way. Because you just talk and we must follow.
Yeah.
I don't think that.
That would get weary.
No. The fair share could not come back, and there wasn't any real platform, in my opinion,
to campaign,
to move forward. Because if you're going to tell me about roads and this and that, that is your job.
No, it's
any infrastructure development, it is the government's job. You fixing 10 roads all over the place doesn't cut it. We want to see a bit more than that. It's not just about roads.
That's true.
It's not just about roads. We need more than roads. The people need more than roads. There was a time, persons used to boast that they went, some people used to boast on the NRP about some scholarship there, some degree program they did with Miami. Subsequent to that, the sixth form came. Sixth form was a big thing.
Right.
But now sixth form It's nothing.
Got to raise the bar continuously.
Okay? So we need something different. You can't be no. And sooner rather than later, everybody's going to college, everybody's going to get a degree, and they're going to come like nothing again. Okay? You have to have the love for your country, to want to see your country move in a different direction. Let's go out there and compete. Let's see whatever we can see. We can see things are happening there before it happens there. When your neighbor house on fire, they say, what's yours? So before the fire reaches home, let's plan for when the fire is ready to come, that we can deal with the fire. That is how I see it. We need to start looking at things differently. We need to start looking at things differently. It's not just about how good we could talk. I can't talk good.
So, we said it earlier, careers are going to end, careers are going to begin with this election. You know, and with that, CCM would have to sort out itself if it loses this election and decide how they're going to go forward amongst the party members. They have a lot of things to trash out amongst themselves. They have the Van Samry wing. They have a lot of things to reconcile amongst them. That will take time, and even leadership will take time at the party. These are the kind of things they're looking at.
Well, the truth is, I listened into a meeting and they were talking about fixing the Van Zamre airport, extending it and all that and all this. The question you asked is important. Well, you had forget in the last 10 years? No, it's serious stuff. Serious stuff. You know, because, I mean, these are things people's been asking about. You know, some guy from Sinkers, John L. Powell, had formed a company to take over the airport. They say if nothing happens in 6 months, they're going to take it back from him. These are things people heard of and never hear nothing of again for years. You know, and then people are asking the question, we see a country seeking to develop, but the airport is going down. There's a lot of things, you know, really and truly. And you know what vexes me sometimes? Some of them who say they know I went university. We need them sometimes a more intellectual debate, but not refusing to listen to everyday man, you know, who you think is not intellectual, you know. More intellectual people need to participate in the debates concerning this island, brother. Believe me, it's lacking. And that's when freedom of speech will become more a part of this democratic process. Me being able to talk without fear of not having a job tomorrow.
But now when we look at the airport, really, right? I would really like us to have an airport. But to have an airport, just to have an airport, or let's look at the numbers and the traffic that we can generate.
Yeah.
Does it make any sense to spend whatever $1 million that on a daily basis 5 people, 10 people, 20 people leaving the place?
Well, you see,
because you know, one of the things that you have to understand, you know, these bigger planes or these whatever airlines that are coming here, if you can't give them a certain, if you can't guarantee them a certain capacity, right?
Yeah.
You have to pay the difference.
Pay for the seat.
Well,
Can we continue to do that?
No, well, you know, I almost call you Webber, but okay, let him speak. Oh,
No,
I almost call you Webber, but
no,
to me, go ahead.
I'm sorry. You know, if they're going to do an airport, it has to be done with a purpose. And what I mean by a purpose, you cannot go just an international airport like, you know, the normal commercial international airports. Let's say like St. Kitson or ILB or Bird, BC Bird. It has to be something that's dedicated to a particular niche market niche. Because it's not going to work if you're going to go the commercial route where you're just flying in passengers, you know.
But have you researched the market to know that whatever the niche is that you're trying to create, that it is there?
Well, there is a niche. I'll say this much to you. If we are a high-end destination market that we've designated ourselves to be in terms of tourism, it lends itself to private jets.
And if you're going to expand the tourist plant in Nevis, meaning the tourist infrastructure in high-end, meaning attract more that type of hotel and stuff like that, you would need to have a service where you can have FBOs, fixed base operation, for private jets. And there's a lot to be gained by doing that. Meaning if you can have a service where you can have, let's say, 10, 20 jets, whatever the case is, and you can house those jets, and the rental fees, the cleaning fees, the boom, 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 boom. It's an economy in that. But it would have to be a dedicated type service, let's say for a FBO service, which would work in a niche market like this. They wouldn't be going to St. Kitts because the service would be, and park up in St. Kitts, the service would be here in Nevis, or park up in St. Martin or whatever, they'll come here. In terms of this destination. In addition to that, if you have a FBO, what you can do with your airport, I think, you know, be able to do direct charters, like when Four Seasons, let's do Four Seasons when they have these big things, when they bring in, like, say, Google people, whoever, companies, 100 and something, they can just fly them in and what you call them, and charters, direct. You know, 180 seater or whatever the case is, and they land directly here. These are the kind of things you're facilitating when you have that sort of thing. You can do also cargo, focus on a lot of cargo, maybe cargo for, you know, and stuff like that. There are different ways you can think this through, but it can work. Yeah, a fixed base operation and the high-end market would work. You know, it's done in Anguilla. It's done, you know, and now they've accommodating JetBlue and number international weekly.
Well, just the other day, I was told that the airport was filled with a lot of small planes. No one know about that?
I saw some there.
Yeah.
But what's that?
They say it's an annual something, like a training exercise or whatever it is, like a flight school.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so there's an economy to that, Carl, and an extension of jobs and creating of jobs around that entire concept. You know, concierge service, because remember, you're dealing high-end clients who, you know.
Is that the concept you're hearing being promoting right now when we hear about upgrades or whatever?
Yeah.
To the airport. That is what is being said right now.
Yeah, that is what's being proffered right now. And matter of fact, the monies that from, I can't really tell the administration business because I really don't know the business, but what I hear, a lot of the monies and stuff that are supposed to be putting forward to do this is being put forward by an expert but I don't know the conditions and the contractual arrangements around that. Yes, he has private jets also and his friends. You know, so you know, we can't get into that too deep, but
well,
you know. He has, like I said, private jets, and he's a multi-billionaire. So.
We think keeping the supervisor this time? Do you think things gone?
It's a customary.
But it's not customary. Is that after the election everything was done by 12 o'clock, and then one seat is running 4 hours.
This is not the first time you had this. St. John's has always given. When it's a federal election, all the boxes in St. Kitts call. They can't get this one right.
Nyan Glenn, we have to understand that the box that is being counted, it's the Premier's box. Okay,
and he decided in back.
And we have to. The persons have to ensure that they recheck
and recheck
until they're satisfied. It can be the opposition who is saying no. Count again, because this is for all the marbles. This is for all the marbles.
But the entire thing, Carl, I appreciate what you're saying, and I believe me, I appreciate everything you're saying, and I take it with, you know, I mean, I understand it, I wrap my mind around it, but the whole country is at a standstill. You know? This, even though people are supposed to be sleeping.
Well,
the people are
this one is so important to people.
The people are
my phone is going crazy here as I sit here.
What
right?
the people the people only want to hear the result, because the people know that come whenever the last box would have been counted and would have declared who won this election, that they know it's a holiday. regardless of who wins, it's a holiday.
Oh, yes, I forgot it's a holiday because sleeping tomorrow.
So no matter how long it goes,
Yeah.
the 13th of
It's a
December
holiday. It's
is
a
a holiday.
Lord.
So they can take the time. It's just that we might want some sleep. But they can take the time because it's a holiday.
It's a holiday. They've announced it. I clean forgot they have announced the holiday.
Oh, they have?
No,
Yeah. Well, I think the Premier said something to the effect it's a holiday tomorrow. Am I correct or what?
No, the Premier cannot say that
What
there
is
is a
it?
holiday. Somebody has to win to declare holiday.
He's not a premier.
I know he
He's not a
has,
premier
something
anymore.
was said.
No.
Somebody got to win
Somebody got to win.
to call the governor.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then they're going to say holiday.
Holiday.
Regardless of who calls the governor,
Yeah.
tomorrow or today is a holiday. Today is a holiday. Stanley, what say you? What's the prediction?
I hope the supervisor didn't run off gone away.
Still holding out.
You still holding out?
Hold it on.
My house don't come in, man.
Yeah?
My house don't come in.
Your house gonna come in? You got firepower.
Well, no, he definitely got wounded.
He got wounded.
Look, this is not an easy game here.
So he got wounded, Stanley.
This is not a silly game.
Man get wounded bad.
You don't lose that affiliation or affection, as the case might be, within such a short period of time. In 4 months, from August to December.
Stanley, we continue to fool ourselves. I can say to you here that prior to the promise that was not kept, the Premier was the most popular and liked person in the Federation.
Popular, unliked.
Most popular and liked.
Unliked, okay.
What the promise is?
After the promise failed, everybody just started to target the Premier.
What the promise was, if you don't
I don't know what promise they, I didn't see it.
But how come
The
everybody
promise was not kept.
Mhm.
And because the promise was not kept, and they claimed the Premier was a part of whatever breaking up the promise, the Premier came to be one of the most hated.
Yeah.
He came from the top to the bottom.
Yeah. Well, I'm trying. I've been talking about the result of that election and the damages they have done to Nevis and people from Nevis and politicians from Nevis. Yes. Come on, can't go think it.
No.
But he was one of the most loved individuals. He got on there.
Can you imagine the reaction if he was to lose in St. Kitts?
If he lost now?
If he loses, yeah.
Region.
The announcement is made in St. Kitts. That'd be like a national celebration in St. Kitts.
Yeah.
And
On all fronts.
on all fronts.
I believe the government in St. Kitts will give us a Thursday to be a holiday.
Another one. Another holiday.
Oh my God.
Okay, well, that's not good.
Whoa.
It's not good.
You know,
Mark is still my boy. I mean, we're Nevis people.
Man, Mark,
I'm one who encouraged
Well,
Mark. I
listen,
mean,
I love Mark, right? I love Mark because Mark got something in his head. Mark got wits,
yeah, man.
smart,
Sharp.
yeah. But somehow,
Sharp, yeah.
somewhere,
Sharp guy.
something to slip up.
You know, Carl, I'm gonna say something to you.
Well,
I gotta take you back to memory lane. There's a guy who ran politics in Nevis from a place you were born.
Oh, you talk about over on the hill over there?
Hold on now. From a place you were born. And he was lifted up on the shoulders of every Nevision. He was one of the first lawyers around here. And he was a sharp guy. Sharp like a tack. And when the people walk away, they walked. He was sharp. Wallowing. And that's one of the reasons why Bart was never NRP has never forgiven NRP in all the years in the history of politics. He never voted for NRP. because that's their guy, Eugene Walwin. You know, so you know, it's not about sometimes you know you're sharp, but there's a lot of other things that goes along with it.
What about being
It's
too
a lot of
sharp?
other things. Yeah,
What about being too sharp?
being too sharp.
Yeah. Well, it's your personality, you know. I mean, these places, with all the shortcomings we endure, you can't be boastful with your wealth as the leader.
Yeah,
You just can't.
I
You
just
can't
see-
dangle your wealth in front of people's face, and then if we say, hey, you say we grudge. That's bad. That's bad stuff. I mean, what is grudge? Why I would grudge anybody if they drive in the best car, live in the biggest house, and we know we only can eat 1 meal, 2 meals a
You
day, all of
remember
us.
you
You know, and that is bad. That is very bad. And I said that to an individual the other day, and she had a lot to say. But I said, well, Mark seems to be one of the only politicians that I've been hearing who dangles his wealth in front of his followers, his supporters. And I'm saying this from almost like hearsay, but I've heard it, so there has to be some truth in it. You understand? That he does that, which I think is belittling, really. He shouldn't be doing that, really. But again, you do it if you want, and these are the consequences of those actions. You understand? These are the consequences. But Mark, I look now. I always remember Mark as. There are times I see Mark and I have not removed myself from knowing Mark when we all were going sixth form and he come into school over the gut walking and so forth. He looks the same.
Election results. Election results. Election results.
For District 2, polling station 3A at the Education Department, there was 571 registered voters. 320 persons cast their ballots. There were 4 rejected ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizen Movement received 181 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizen Movement received 181 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 128 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 3 votes. Polling station 1A in the Alberta Payne Community Center, there were 423 registered voters. 244 persons cast their vote. There were 3 rejected ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 134 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 134. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 103. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 4 votes. Then on to polling station 1B at the same venue, the Alberta Payne Community Center. There were 423 registered voters, 243 persons voted. There were 4 rejected ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 152 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 152 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes, and Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Then we move on to the polling station 2A at the Ivor Walters Primary School, where there were 342 registered voters, 205 persons cast their vote. There was 1 rejected ballot. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 116 votes. Mark Bradley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 116 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 87 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received 1 vote. Then we go on to the final polling station, which is 2B in the Ivor Walters Primary School. Here there were 343 registered voters, 213 persons voted. There were no rejected ballots, no spoiled ballots. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 117 votes. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement received 117 votes, while Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. Dr. Patricia Bartlett of the Nevis Reformation Party received 96 votes. Samuel Keynes of the Moral Restoration Movement received no vote. Based on the additions and the calculations of the total for District 2, Mr. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement is the elected representative for District 2, St. John Fig Tree. And with that being said, the total that Mr. Brantley amassed was 1,313 votes, as compared to Dr. Patricia Bartlett, who amassed a total of 1,166 votes. Accordingly, therefore, Mr. Mark Brantley of the Concerned Citizens Movement is the elected representative for District 2 of the Nevis Island Administration. I wish them all the best. May God bless them as they continue to uphold the levels and the levers of democracy and make the Federation proud. God bless. Good night.
Election results. Election results.
You're listening to Vaughn Radio from the Federation of St. Kitts Nevis.
And there you had it, 5, 6, 7 minutes after 4 o'clock, the final result in the Nevis Island Assembly elections. We're waiting on St. John's, the constituency number 2, where the incumbent was Mark Brantley, the leader of the Concerned Citizens Movement. The Supervisor of Elections have just declared that Mark Brantley is the winner of that seat, number 2. Therefore, the Concerned Citizens Movement winning the constituencies of St. Paul number 1, Spencer Brand, St. George number 3, Eric Evelyn, and St. John number 2, Mark Brantley, has amassed a total of 3 seats of the 5, and therefore are the winners of the 2022 Nevis Island Assembly elections. The other 2 seats went to the Nevis Reformation Party, constituency number 5, defended successfully by Cleone Simmons, and constituency number 4, Janice Daniel Hodge, winning over Alexis Jeffers. So those are the results for the 2022 Nevis Island Assembly election. Again, number 1, St. Paul's, the Concerned Citizens Movement, Spencer Brand. Number 2, St. John's, the Concerned Citizens Movement, Mark Brantley. Number 3, the Concerned Citizens Movement, Eric Evelyn. Number 4, the Nevis Reformation Party, Dr. Janice Daniel Hodge. And number 5, the Nevis Reformation Party, Cleone Simmons. Those are the results. Jovan, if you have the tally for the 5 districts, you can give us the tallies, and then we'll get a comment. We're hoping that Mr. Brantley will give us a call and to inform the general public as to whether or not today is declared a public holiday, because folks have already been asking that. So we will hold on and stand by to see if we can get a call from Mr. Brantley to affirm or deny that. And then, as I said, we thank you very much for staying with us. Jovan.
WEBBO, and I will just do a basic summary, having had all 5 results in now. So, as you would have rightly said, CCM won 3 seats, NRP NRP won 2. The results are as follows: polling station number 1, St. Paul's electoral district number 1, St. Paul's. We saw Spencer Brand of the CCM winning that seat over J.D. Keynes 631 to 604 from an allotted 1,240 persons who voted. In St. John's, which is electoral district number 2, from a total of 2,513 votes, we saw Mark Brantley getting 1,313, and Dr. Patricia Bartlett 1,136, and Samuel Keynes 18. There were some 14 rejected ballots and 2 spoiled. Electoral district number 3, 1,057 voters. We saw that Eric Evelyn got 736, while Rohan has 311. 10 of those were rejected. In electoral district number 4, from an allotted 1,510 votes that were cast, we saw Alexis Jeffers 742, 750 going to Janice Daniel Hodge, and 11 going to Patricia Mills. 2 of those were rejected, 5 of those were spoiled. And finally, in electoral district number 5, from 1,222 votes that were cast, 508 went to Latoya Jones, 712 went to Cleone Stapleton Simmons. So from 7,542 votes that were cast, from a possible 13,172, CCM got 3,930, NRP 3,543, the MRM 29 rejected were 32, 9 of those were spoiled. Means then that St. Paul's went to CCM, St. John's went to CCM, St. George's went to CCM, St. James's and St. Thomas's to NRP.
Final comment, Naya?
WEBBO, it's been a great night, and the results has been a good result, WEBBO. Quite encouraging. I was so happy to come here and involve in the conversation and aid in the promulgation of these results. WEBBO, I would like to say to Premier Brantley, congratulations, hearty congratulations. And of course, even though we had our doubts going forward, you have proved us wrong, and I want you to occupy that position until the right time comes and do the best you can for Nevis. Again, I pay homage to you, I pay homage to your political party, and to the people of Nevis, I say good morning, and we look forward to a bright and prosperous Nevis.
Before we get Glendale in, and by just way of an extension, and then Glendale, you can comment on it as well. And I know that we basically complain each time, but I've done a number of these, both federal and local, and it's getting more and more ridiculous. So maybe we ought to start a campaign to have them do something better about the count, not just for us, but for the general public. Naya, what do you think?
Certainly, WEBBO, certainly better can be done. There is an improvement, but of course better can be done in this age of technological humanity. And so, yes, I would be a part of that voice to say, well, improvement must be done. This thing can be achieve with less time. And sure, I'll be a part of that. But notwithstanding that, WEBBO, I also would like to congratulate the supervisor of the election. He seems to have done a good job, only that for this last count it took far too long.
Glendale.
His victory, and not only his victory but his team, both Spencer Brand and Eric Evelyn. I'd like to extend my congratulations to them. Democracy raised its head today, and it was a good exposition of democracy as far as I'm concerned. The country ought to be proud. They ought to be proud of the fact that the people looked at them and gave them open another account for them to deposit into. Let's see what happens as we go forward into this new 5-year term. I do hope they listen to the people. They listen to the votes came. The votes was quite loud, and the people spoke in a loud way. I think it's time for reflection, self-reflection, internal self-reflection, not just for only the Premier and his party, but the entire country. The opposition, I would like to congratulate them. They actually put their best foot forward, and they have shown great progress in terms of prosecuting a political case, and the country responded positively towards them. It was a keenly run election, tight. I expected that. And I look forward to democracy displaying itself in its best in the best way it possibly can, such as what just happened with us here on Nevis. Again, thanks to Vaughan Radio, the voice of the Caribbean, the voice of Nevis, the voice of record for Nevis and Talk. All my colleagues who have joined me here tonight and continue to join me, thank you to allow me to be a part with you and share with you thoughts and share to the country the thoughts that we have. Thank you, WEBBO.
Edric.
Thank you.
Well, I first have to say to my colleagues around the table that I have said certain things tonight based on how the counts were coming in, and I've been
Okay, Edric, I'm going to cut in on you, please. I think we have Mr. Brantley on the line. Mr. Brantley, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, WEBBO. Good morning to you and the panel. It has been a very long and difficult period. We have seen results that really we did not predict. But at the end of the day, I want to express my thanks to the people of Nevis for continuing to repose their trust and confidence in the concerned citizens movement to lead the island for the next 5 years. I would like to apologize to the public for the long delays experienced. I myself was at home. I did not know what was going on. There was a complete blackout of information. But eventually I learned that there were some issues with the count, and that is what delayed the process. Notwithstanding, I think the victory in St. John's for me would have decided the election. We have a reduced majority, and we have lost a stalwart and a hard-working, committed servant of the people in Alexis Jeffers, who fell by just 8 votes. But I would like to congratulate the Honourable Eric Evelyn, the Honourable Spencer Brand for coming through, and also to congratulate the Honourable Daniel Hodge and the Honourable Clement Stapleton Simmons for their showing. Let me also take the time to reach out to my colleague, the Honourable Latoya Jones, for her excellent performance, and of course those who were not successful on the opposition side, Dr. Patricia Bartlett, Ms. J.D. Kane, and Mr. Ron Iles. I think that we had a peaceful election, that our people were able to go out and vote and to make the choice that they so desire. And at the end of the day, we will have to evaluate these results and seek to determine why they were what they are, but notwithstanding, we're grateful to God that we have a result and that we can now settle down. I I'm in the process because I literally only just left the facility where they were counting. So we're in the process of reaching out to Her Honor, the Deputy Governor General, to ask for her permission to have a public holiday today. I wish that we had these results last night so we could have had a good night's rest, but as it is, it's almost daylight. But notwithstanding, we will ask for that as a usual courtesy so that the people of Nevis will have an opportunity to relax, and then the party will do the usual and try to have a celebration of sorts, the motorcade of sorts tomorrow. But there are people here more about that. I just wanted WEBBO to call in to express my deep appreciation to the people of Nevis, and especially to the voters of St. John's who have been with me since 2007 and will not forsake me. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, we thank you and we congratulate you and your party for your victory.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and we also congratulate all of the winners and those who did not succeed. We wish them all the very best as well. As the Premier had indicated, to the best of our knowledge, we in fact had a peaceful elections. As he said, maybe when we do the analysis, we will find out, the team has done some analysis so far, but further analysis into the numbers. And as I was speaking, Edric, and I'm coming back to you as you make your final comments, and I had asked of Naya the question and Glendale as well to give a view on whether or not we shouldn't do something to improve this count. Edric.
I have to say praise and thank to the Lord for guiding us this far. And this particular juncture, we must be grateful for what has been done regarding the election, which was a peaceful one. Again, thanks to the Almighty in that regard. He has always looked out for us, and I've always believed in him as the master and author and finisher of whatever we do. I must send congratulations to the Honorable Mark Brantley, whom I really believe in, strongly believe in, and as a result, he has come through very well. When the doubts were here on the table and farther afield, I said my horse will come in, and praise the Lord, he has proven himself and proven me correct. I mentioned that the first counts that came in on the Honorable Spencer Brand, I said a trend was beginning to shape up.
Yeah, but what?
Anyway, let me wrap up. Let me continue. I'm finished. I must say congratulations to Dr. Janel Hodge and also to Cleone Simmons, the Honorable Cleone Simmons, and to the Honorable Patricia Bartlett, and well, she's not honorable, but at the same time, she was and maybe still is one of us as a panelist, and she has fought a good fight with reference to what she has done, and she has given the Premier a run for his money this evening. To J.D. Keynes, to Rowan Isles, I'm saying to them, try again next time. But you both have done a great job. To the Honorable Spencer Brand, to the Honorable Eric Evelyn, and again to the Honorable Mark Brantley. Now, I'm sorry that my friend, Mr. Jeffers, didn't win, but at the same time, he had fought a good fight. Praise the Lord. The election is over, and we now must allow the country to heal. Good night, and thank the Lord for a peaceful election, and we can now go and have a peaceful rest for the rest of the morning, what is left of it. And WEBBO, we all have gone through an ordeal this evening of a most grievous kind, and therefore we must be thankful to the Lord. Amen.
Okay, so Glendale, you had wrapped it already.
Yes.
Okay, so that's it for our coverage for the 2022 Nevis Island Assembly elections. Again, the winner is the Concerned Citizens Movement with 3 seats, those of number 2, Mark Brantley, number 1, Spencer Brand, number 3, Eric Evelyn. The Nevis Reformation Party captured 2 seats, those of Dr. Daniel Hodge, Janice Daniel Hodge, that's number 4, and Cleone Stapleton Simmons, number 5. Therefore, the Concerned Citizens Movement retained the Nevis Island administration with a 3-2 majority. Thank you very much for the coverage, all of our partners, all of our listeners, and we wish you a very pleasant morning from all of us here, the entire team here at the Eastern Caribbean's Powerhouse.
Election results.